Okay, good morning, everybody. I think I can see everybody okay. Can everybody hear and see me?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, so welcome back to day 3 of the Aviation Safety Inquiry for the conjoined applications at Craig and Moddy, Carrick and Knockronal. I hope you've all had a good evening and you've come suitably prepared with snacks and refreshments for today. As we've discussed yesterday, we plan to finish today if we can, but on the basis of your original estimates, we know that timing is going to be tight, so we will review that at lunchtime. Just to advise you that Mr. Reid's not available to attend today, but he will be watching the recording back via the webcast, and Mr. Bray is here on the call. Thank you to Mr. Inglis and Mr. Smith for their evidence yesterday. Today we're going to resume with Mr. Thompson's evidence for the airport. So Mr. Finlay, I think you had a couple more questions for Mr. Thompson, but are there any other issues anyone wants to raise before we start? No? Okay, over to you, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. Thank you. Getting feedback. I hope that's gone. Cables making its appropriate, doing its appropriate job. Yes. So good morning, Mr. Thompson. I wanted to take you back to 11254 just to can finalise the navigation around the document. We'd looked at it yesterday and you'd explained how it works and that it's in 2 parts. With the first 5 pages deal with hazards 1 to 7 in, if you like, the unmitigated world. Then from page 6 onwards, the same hazards are dealt with, but not the hazards themselves aren't reiterated. So if you need to know what the hazard are, you need to refer back to the first 5 pages. And then it deals with mitigation. So if we take hazard 4, for instance, which, just to remind ourselves, is the context is cumulative, and the hazard is wind turbines generated unwanted clutter. So that's hazard 4. Then you look at under existing controls, once these ATC procedures to manage clutter, then optimization of terma radar to remove clutter and minimize wind turbine volumes. And then there's a column saying existing controls, okay, yes or no. That's been filled in yes. What does that signify?
That signifies, Mr. Finlay, that we are based on the existing wind farms. In many ways, it refers to, probably put it in context, I would suggest figure 1 of my report, ma'am, CD 011.122, which is electronic page 6.
Yes, 122.
011.122.
Yeah.
Yeah, the figure. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is the existing environment around the aerodrome, where that picture depicts the visible turbines that we currently see, as Mr. Smith explained on, and probably in some of his graphics yesterday, the clutter on the existing radar displays. So going back to your question, Mr. Finlay, we look at the context of number 4 is in many ways similar to what I'm showing in figure 1 there. That's the existing clutter. We will, as part of the mitigation processes, deploy the terma on the aerodrome and optimize the terma to remove the clutter associated with those wind farms, and then consider whether our existing controls are sufficient for us to be content that it's an acceptable mitigation currently. And that takes you to, as you mentioned, column 3, post-mitigation, where based on the mitigations that we've put in place, which is ATC procedures, obviously, and principally the optimization of the terma, we are content that those existing controls are sufficient. However, we will maintain our observation of the performance of the TERMA. So that's why the revised tolerability still remains at review. We're content to remain at, for it to remain at review, but our processes dictate if we have a revised residual tolerability of review, we must put a rationale for accepting a review situation. I've laid it out at the end of the document as well.
We'll come to that in a moment. So that's one where you're saying in probably annoyingly layman's language that TERMA should deal with the issue, and you're just left with keep that under review.
Yeah.
If we go to hazard 6 on page 9, and just to remind everyone what hazard 6 is, it's loss of primary surveillance radar tracks for a period greater than 12 seconds in the context of cumulative wind farms.
Yeah.
You've got existing controls. I don't need you to talk through these. I'm just want to. You then, in the third column, instead of the yes in the example we looked at previously, there's a no. So you don't think existing controls are satisfactory. And then in the fourth column, further controls required, including timescale. We can read what it says, but in the first bullet point, additional mitigation is required to minimize probability of occurrence. That's the conclusion reached. Then the next columns are revised severity and revised probability and revised tolerability. The last three columns leads to review, but those columns are revised. Do they assume that the additional mitigation has been put in place?
That's correct.
So you only get to review on the last column on this page if you put the additional mitigation in place.
That's correct, sir.
Great, thank you. And I've no doubt there'll be questions about these. And then you mentioned a moment or two ago the rationale for review remaining after mitigation, and that's what you've dealt with at page 11, as I understand it, which is, I think, a page Mr. McLeod took Mr. Smith to yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And sorry, you carry on.
Well, that page, in many ways, as I said, our process, our SMS process, dictates that if we have a post-mitigated tolerability at review level, we must explain a rationale for accepting a review. The context of this one is principally we're arguing that we will continue to monitor performance of the additional mitigation as over an extended period as well. The diagram, Ma'am, effectively shows you our main concerns, which is not please don't think the white area is an area. It's just a representation on the diagram. Our main concern is that line of wind farms that kind of runs from sort of west to east is the reason why it's the cumulative impact that's causing us concerns on why we will need additional mitigation to deal with cumulative impact. The two existing wind farms are there, Hajar Hill and Dorsala, but should these three proposals be consented, we have concerns that the hazards associated with it without additional mitigation are too risky for us to be content with and even argue to put a safety case argument to the regulator, who will review all our submissions on this as part of the safety case.
Right. Again, I'm sure there'll be questions about that. I want to ask you about two further questions related to this document. Yesterday, you indicated that the team had discussed TMZs as potential mitigation, but I think I omitted to ask you why they don't appear in the document, why they aren't a one of the solutions.
It was a very big discussion about TMZs, which we would class as a technical mitigation. Some may argue it's an operational mitigation, but you need to deploy technical equipment to implement a TMZ. We're absolutely not against the TMZ, ma'am. We just think there will be some regulatory challenges to getting it approved, which is why we haven't articulated it maybe as much as we possibly could have in this document. The solution would require the approval of a TMZ from surface all the way to 5,500 feet, which is like the base of the Scottish TMA, above the wind farms. And that has to go through an airspace change process, which is a full public consultation process. And it can be challenging. I'm sure the GA community will have many things to say about imposing a TMZ in that area. But if there's a will, there's a way, and we are pleased to stress we are not against it. We just think there'll be some really regulatory challenges to
just
happen in the consented period.
So effectively, what you're doing in a TMZ is you're excluding any aircraft without a transponder from going into it. And there is a TMZ proposed, I think, further south to do with ADSL. May have got that terminology wrong, but the lighting. To what height would that go up? Do you understand?
I think from my stakeholder engagement discussions with one of the applicants, I think it's about 1,500 feet or so. So, but please don't. I've not quite got the numbers quite correct on that. But
right. But it's not the same order as excluding all aircraft up until the 5,500 feet.
No, I think it's probably need to refresh myself in terms of what the ACP actually says.
And the very fact that the CAA are contemplating a TMZ, what does that tell you about the extent to which the CAA consider there's a real safety problem?
Well, that gives me confidence that the CAA have looked at and taken cognizance of our briefing with them and concluded themselves that this is a growing problem. Obviously, their core premise is aviation safety being paramount, as is defined in CAP 764. So, but there is a realization that aviation and renewables has to try and coexist. So I was encouraged by that they have considered it from a safety perspective and are actively looking at it. The other thing I would like to say on the TMZ is it would also require, the SSR owned by the airport. As you're probably aware, we fly in our secondary radar feed from Leather Hill. That is under an SLA agreement. It can and does get switched off for maintenance purposes, etc. So from a resilience point of view, any sort of condition associated with TMZ, we think there needs to be the requirement for an SSR under the full maintenance ownership of the airport. That would give us comfort to allow a TMZ option to be put forward.
Just, I don't want to go into the TMZ in more detail, but you mentioned those who would have something to say about it. Where would the opposition to a TMZ come from in real terms?
I would say the GA community.
What do you mean by the GA community?
General aviation, so small aircraft who enjoy the luxuries of Class G airspace and like to, on days like today, take their aircraft up and fly, in Class G airspace with minimum regulatory oversight.
So effectively, I think we've got that point. You will understand what the GA community is, but others might not. The last question I had was just to go to the equivalent document for VHF, which is CD 11253, which hasn't actually, I think, been referred to in the inquiry yet, but that's compiled in the same way that CD 11254 that you've just referred to.
Yes.
And so I'm not going to go through the detail of that, but just to take you to the third page from, or the second last page from the end, third last page from the end is perhaps best. There's a box which says, just above the first signature box, if a measurable impact on VHF ground-to-air communications is confirmed fully attributable to the wind turbines, then it would be necessary to implement additional mitigation, e.g. VHF repeater stations to address these impacts. So that's you're not certain, what one takes from that is that you're not certain that it will be fully attributable at this stage, but there's a risk that it could be. Yes,
Mr. Finlay. That's all we're saying in the VHF assessments, is that we ran the exam question as defined by CA in CAP 670. It's generated results that suggest that there are areas in and around the wind farm at low altitude that could have VHF interference issues that might restrict the performance of ground-to-air communication between aircraft and ATC. We don't know what the extent of that is. We've sought some guidance from the regulator on that, which is recorded in many of the documents that's been submitted to the inquiry. The CA have responded to say they've reviewed our results and are concerned that based on the type of traffic that Prestwick provides services to, that we can't ignore it, and we must consider potential mitigation to deal with it should it become a true reality. Yeah, that's really that last sentence there in the second last page of the VHF assessment, is that we don't know. I think that probably the whole industry doesn't really have enough research in this area. And if we can contribute in some ways to sort of get more research, and then that's great for everyone. We did ask the Onward 2030 group to sort of set up some sort of subgroup to focus on VHF to see if it was a real issue or not. That unfortunately hasn't happened yet, which is why we've suggested that kind of condition, ma'am, that would allow the airport to be comfortable that should it be demonstrated categorically that wind farms have an impact on a VHF, then we have a means to address it.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. That's very clear. No doubt Mr. Hardy and Mr. McLeod will have a number of questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Hardy, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. A few interesting points coming out of that supplementary material this morning, which we'll come back to. But let's start with the preliminary questions that I got. That's your expertise and the material on which you're answering questions, because there is a degree of overlap between the witnesses' GPA. So I just want to be clear. Your experience is set out in, it's on internal page 3 of your report. So that's CD 11260. So paragraph 7, you're not an air traffic controller, but you tell us that that's useful in taking significant operational advice from the ATCs. So that evidence that Mr. Smith and Mr. Kirkland, that's the detailed ATC evidence, is that right?
That's correct.
But you've got a working knowledge of that material, and that's why you tell us that's useful. You also then say not a radar engineer in the next sentence.
That's correct.
But you've got a good working knowledge again of how a radar operates. So the detailed technical materials. So can I put be more specific? Background to the technical side of probability of detection, the ICAO documents, and so on. There for Mr. Fido, is that right?
Yes, I think you would get a more complete answer from Mr. Fido. Mr. Hardy, I'm happy to help in any way that I can, but I may have to defer to Mr. Hardy or Mr. Fido if it's
not to Mr. Hardy, no, to Mr. to Mr. Fido. That's fine. Then I will ask some questions. I've tried to split the evidence up, in the way I've done it is to see you as sort of synthesizing the case. You're taking an overarching view, the detailed technical inputs on ATC come from others, and then on the radar points come from Mr. Fido. Is that a fair summary?
That's very fair.
But you've got good working contextual knowledge of all of those matters, and that's why you're giving evidence. And in relation to the economic side of matters, that's for Miss Kirkpatrick.
Yes, my focus is safeguarding safety case.
Thank you. Let's have a look then at, you gave evidence at Sanka 2.
Yes,
we're going to have a look at the report and the decision for a couple of reasons later, but just as a general point, the safety case and the case that was being run by the airport didn't find favour with the reporters or the ministers. Did that come as a shock to you, Mr. Thompson?
Slightly, but more than slightly, yes. Surprisingly, in many ways, is that because our overarching requirement is aviation safety, we were surprised in some ways that the evidence of Mr. Fido in terms of the explanation of PD and cumulative impact was not weighted as high as it was from others, including I think Mr. Warren made reference to CAA as well. So yeah, I would have to say we were surprised at the determinations.
When I used the word shocked, I think you said more than surprised. It doesn't really matter, but there was the airport's case did not prevail, did it? And it didn't prevail despite running the full panoply of evidence that you, in fact, the same witnesses that you're running here.
Yes.
We'll come back to the Sanka decision with Mr. Fido, but could you just have a look at that? So that's the report that I'm principally interested in. I think it was a late addition to the core documents. Do you have that?
I've got the documents list. I'm not sure where it will be in the document.
I think it is.
Sorry, Mom. CD
830.
Is there a prefix? Is it 011 or 017?
008.
008. Yeah, the
CD 008.
030.
So CD 008. Oh yes, sorry. Just bear with me.
have that.
Yeah, how about Mr. Harlow?
Good. Now I'm going to come back to this with Mr. Fido in more detail, but I want to pick this up with you now. Impacts on Terma primary surveillance radar start, the conclusions start at paragraph 4.41 of the report, and that's internal page 73.
Yes, good.
Do you have it?
Yes.
So there's introductory material about the need for the Terma to be optimized in 441. And then the reporter makes some observations about capability of optimization, reference to CAP 670, 443. And then get to 4.44, as has already been clarified, the airport's objection doesn't relate to a safety concern. Whilst the airport's evidence has sought to indicate that there can't be certainty on what percentage probability of detection would ultimately be achieved, if there was the fundamental concern that at least 90% probability of detection is at risk not being made, the airport's case was surely being framed as a matter of safety. In this context, the evidence of Mr. Fido for the airport was rather striking, where his inquiry report, paragraph 1.6.8, that was the document that went into the inquiry yesterday, reached a finding that in a worst case scenario, the development could result in a probability of detection of 78.4%. However, in reaching the finding, Mr. Fido hasn't applied the same parameters as those used by Terma for making this calculation. The airport has employed the Terma approach to calculating the probability of detection as part of the safety cases required in respect of other wind farms, which has in turn been accepted by the CAA. No substantive case has been made to show why alternative parameters should be adopted in this instance. Mr. Fido conceded that if the usual approach was followed in this case, he'd no doubt that at least 90% probability of detection would be achieved. So the detail, technical detail, will go to Mr. Fido, but the idea about buffer and different approaches to detecting probability of detection were in Mr. Fido's evidence in the Psycho 2 inquiry, weren't they? That's what that paragraph is about.
Yes, yes, there were. I don't think Mr. Fido and into detail.
Well, just a bit of
So,
breaking up for me, Mr. Thompson.
oh, can you hear me now, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, you're back. Yep.
Mr. Hardy, maybe you could repeat the question.
It might be useful to repeat the question, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. So that paragraph, I think you said yes, but that paragraph confirms, doesn't it, that Mr. Fido and the airport more generally were running case about PD methodology, including buffer zones and why the PD would be at 78.4% rather than 90% or above. And the reporter doesn't find for Mr. Fido or the airport. That's what that paragraph's about, isn't it?
Correct.
Thank you. And as I say, the detail of that, I'll come back to with Mr. Fido. In terms of the timeline, could we go to another document? I'm going to go with you to this document and also with Mrs. Kirkpatrick. And it's CD 11.2.10. These are the minutes of the Scottish Parliament Economy and Fair Work Committee from the 6th of December of 2023.
You just hold a second, Mr. Hardy. Was that a late document? Because I'm just trying to find it on my list.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
What's not in my list? Hang on.
11.2.10. 11.210.
Wait. Have it in another list? Got it. Thank you.
You have that, Mr. Thompson.
I do, Mr. Hardy.
Okay. I'm interested in electronic page 9 of 27.
I've got the page.
And we've got Mr. Colin Smythe. It's in the right-hand column. And he's asking questions of Mr. Ian Forgie. He's the Chief Executive Officer, isn't he, of the airport?
Right.
Mr. Colin Smythe says this: good morning, gentlemen. I'll follow up on the issue about the wind farm development. So I appreciate you disagree with the reporter's comments on the case of the wind farm near Sanka. I've asked you those questions. I presume that has an impact on your future business. You must be building into your future assumptions about income streams from developments, the fact that the wind farm companies will follow what the reporter said in his comments, and that those future agreements will be worth less than the ones that you've secured so far. Has that been built into your future planning? What impact is that likely to have on your income? And then the answer from the airport was this. Mr. Forgie says, yeah, that's linked to the public inquiry that's coming up in the new year. A couple of inquiries are coming up, and there is significant new evidence connected to that. It's an ongoing position as far as we're concerned. Clearly, if you take that as black and white, it would have a significant impact on us. We're concerned, but we believe that the evidence to show, that is why I referred to the next public inquiry, that that this is a big problem and that funding is needed to tackle that. Now, in terms of the public inquiry that's coming up that Mr. Forgie refers to, that's this inquiry, isn't it?
I assume so, Mr. Hardy. I have no conclusive evidence on that, but
are you involved in any other major public inquiry of this sort, or have you been in this part of the new year?
yes, we have one currently underway.
That's Errigal. Is that Errigal?
That's Errigal, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the two, isn't it? So linked to the public inquiry, a couple of inquiries are coming up. So whether or not the two inquiries are the Craig Moddy and Carrick inquiries, whether that's one or whether Errigal is the other, that would account for the two inquiries, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would concur.
Thank you. And then the next part of that sentence, there is significant new evidence connected to that. What is that new evidence, Mr. Thompson, so far as you're concerned? Because you're here giving that overarching role.
It's difficult for me to answer on behalf of Mr. Forgie in terms of how he phrased it, Mr. Hardy. I think the only context of it is the evidence that we are providing to this inquiry is principally on our concerns of cumulative impact and, in our view, the need for additional mitigation, which we believe would be best resolved from a technical mitigation, and there are some significant costs associated with that to deploy either a TMZ or additional infill radar in the environment. So I think that's the context possibly Mr. Forgie was referring to.
Did you have a discussion internally before the evidence was given?
The evidence to...
Well, in terms of the evidence to the committee, the responses that were given by Mr. Forgie.
I wouldn't be party to that, Mr. Harper. That's dealt with at the executive level.
So if we're to understand new evidence, it's an opportunity for you, for the airport, to identify that. What you're saying is it's the evidence that's put before these reporters in this appeal or in this inquiry.
That's correct.
Agree with me that none of that is new evidence. We've already looked at Sanka, where a buffer zone case was run. What is it? And it's a chance for the airport, and I think you're the right person to answer this question. What is it that's different? What is it that's new?
It's principally cumulative impact on, and if I refer back to the diagram I spoke about earlier, it's that 12 nautical mile area of airspace that the airport uses on a regular basis. Having 5 wind farms in close proximity to each other causes us some operational concerns that when you undertake the safety analysis work, suggests that we will, to get to acceptable levels of safety, we will need to deploy additional technical mitigation.
Okay, so that's not new evidence about the technology, about term, or about its operations, nor is it new evidence about methodology for probability of detection. What you're really saying is, well, we're just turning the focus of attention to a new factual situation. We're turning our attention not to Sanka, but to that band of wind farms that you've identified.
That's true, correct.
Is there anything else? It's quite an important question. I want to give you opportunity to identify anything else that you feel could fall within the description of new evidence that Mr. Forgy was explaining to the committee.
Yeah, and I need to reserve judgment on not being party to any discussions that in preparation for Mr. Forgy's evidence, but can't comment on the choice of language. But the main evidence we're bringing to this inquiry is our concerns on the cumulative impact of should these proposals be consented and the safety concerns we have associated with it.
Right. That's fair. I think I've given you the opportunity to answer that question, Mr. Thompson, and I will make my submissions. Just beneath that paragraph, you'll see Forsyth Black saying this. I think it's fair to say that the decision of the public inquiry that's just taken place will not have a knock-on effect on future public inquiries. The specific outcome of that public inquiry in isolation does not mean that mitigation payments will stop in the future. It means that they may be restructured or changed in some way. Therefore, we think that we can cut our cloth to match that. Now, those obviously aren't your words, but there seems to be a bit of defiance in there, doesn't there? Which is, look, that's not going to stop us. Future, we're still going to get money from the wind farm industry, and we'll be able to cut our cloth to match that. That's the flavour of that, isn't it?
I don't agree, Mr. Hardy. Again, not being involved in this parliamentary discussion sort of thing, I certainly don't take that from that paragraph.
All right.
We fully accept the determinations of Sanka 2. We fully accept that we need to provide clear and demonstrable costs to implement the mitigation, and we will fully comply with that going forward.
All right, that's helpful. Don't need to look at that document anymore for now. I'm going to come back to it with Miss Kate Patrick. Back to your material, your reports. You've still got that open, so that's CD 11260.
Yeah. Okay.
You use the language of risk conservative approach, don't you?
Yes, very much so.
That isn't the same thing as a precautionary approach, is it?
I would suggest it's just a little bit of semantics between us, sort of thing. We are very risk conservative, as is the whole aviation industry.
Yeah, all right. It may be a matter for legal
DNA in many ways.
So I don't want to cut across you. It may be that's a matter for submissions. Precautionary has legal overtones, but the term you use is risk conservative.
So.
Thank you. And allied to that, of course, safety is paramount. Everybody agrees to that. You have trust, don't you, in your group of professionals at the airport, the highly skilled, highly experienced in keeping the airspace safe.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. Absolutely. And whatever happens, the airport will not allow there to be unsafe airspace. It will always have safety as a paramount consideration, won't it?
Right.
And if you have to do something different, so whether that is changing an AIP or whether you're having to feed back some communication in a VHF voice communication, just because you've got to do something different doesn't mean to say that's an unacceptable impact on the airport, does it?
Well, it's unacceptable in the sense that you become aware of it, you have to deal with it.
Yes, but in terms of change, simply having to modify procedure, that can be an acceptable thing. That doesn't mean to say that safety is being compromised or that safety isn't paramount.
Yes, but you need to go through a safety assessment review process to be content that any changes that you make are sufficient.
Yeah. So going back to the Sanka reporter, and it's the same point, isn't it? It's not really a safety case because safety is going to be assured, isn't it? You've got your experienced operators. What you're talking about is whether there need to be any changes. It's changes to practice and procedure.
Yes,
You're not going to run an put it another way, Mr. Thompson. You're not going to run an unsafe operation, are you?
well, we will not allow it to get to that place.
Thank you. So, well, we will not allow it to get to that place. So that means that you'll in the checks and balances, you would never allow an unsafe situation to arise. That's understood. Okay. So to that extent, it is not a safety case, is it? That's what the report was getting at in Sanka.
Surely in the context of your question, Mr. Hardy.
Okay, if you wanted to go back to the Sanka decision, what the reporter was saying in that paragraph we've looked at, so it's back to paragraph 444.
Can you just give me the CD number again?
Yes, it was 830, I think it was.
Got it. Yeah. Paragraph, Mr. Hardy.
So it's 444. It's 443 as well, but 444 is helpful. So as has already been clarified, the airport's objection doesn't relate to a safety concern. Whilst the airport's evidence has sought to indicate there can't be certainty on what percentage of probability of detection would ultimately be achieved, if there was a fundamental concern that at least 9% probability of detection was at risk of not being met, the airport's case would surely be framed as a matter of safety. It's the same category, isn't it, of you are not going to let this become unsafe airspace. So to that extent, it is not a safety case, is it? Might have to do something different, maybe changes, but that's different.
A safety case is a different type of document. It's a process that you go through when you're implementing either a new system or a set of new procedures.
Mm-hmm. All right, maybe a matter for submissions. Put the question, Mr. Thompson. In terms of comparison between your original report, I've got that at CD 11.023.
Yeah.
And your updated expert report, which is 11.260, as we know.
So the original report was CD
11023 is what I've got that as.
CD. No. CD 011 or is it just CD 11?
I've got that as 011.023.
I'll do it a long way. got 423 on my screen, Mr. Hardy.
Okay. So it's always the way with these things. You take a long time to get there, and actually it's an anticlimax, Mr. Thompson. But what I want to do is look at the difference between your original report and your current report. Now, obviously, there are some formatting changes, but the substance that I have found that's different in your current report is that dealing with PD methodology, which is on internal page 26 of your current report. That section does not exist in your original report. I don't know whether you just want to find the PD methodology section in your new one and just flick across and agree with me.
So, did you say?
So in your new report, internal page 26, paragraph 87 is where it starts.
Yes, I've got paragraph 87.
Yeah, I can't see that section in your original report. Perhaps I can just try and short circuit this. When you were updating your report, can you confirm that that was one of the principal, if not the only change that, or only substantive change that you made? That was the updating that you did.
There may have been some others, but the updated report reflected all the engagement we had with the CEA and TERMA over autumn, winter 2023.
Yeah, I'm going to come to
relevant in terms of making sure that was reflected in my updated report.
No criticism at all. I just want to get to what's different. That's the way I had read it. That section on PD methodology, that is certainly, I'm not going to say it's the only change, but that is a principal change, isn't it, between the earlier iteration of the report and this new one?
Yes, I would concur.
Thank you very much. All right, that saves a little bit of time. That's the point of principle I want to get. So let's have a look at where that takes us. Sanker 2, the decision came out on the 31st of August, 2023.
Yes.
If we can go to the slide deck that was prepared for the initial meeting in September. So that is CD 11213.
Yes, I have that.
Did you put that slide deck together? It looks as though you might have done.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there was a collective effort, but yeah, it was me that ran through the presentation to the principal inspector with my operational colleagues on the 12th of September 2023. Yeah. But it was very much a collective effort to pull the document together. So I'm not taking credit for all the documents.
No. But just interested in the, at least you were involved essentially in production of this. There were others as well. That's fine. In the introduction, so the third page, you can see some of the context, so scene set, summary of number of wind farms operating, under construction, consented, and in the planning process. And then GPA is being called to PI in 2021, Clockery and Sanker 2. Currently involved in a co-joined PI, this one, Craig and Carrick, not Cronal, increasing concerns on the cumulative impact. Was that meeting, and this slide deck, which you can see is 2 weeks or so after Sanker, was this slide deck prepared and that meeting arranged as a result of the Sanker 2 decision?
It was following our post review of the Sanker 2 determinations. Yes, in simple terms, yes, it was a consequence of our proper and right review of the determinations at Sanker 2.
Yeah, no, I thought that was the case, Mr. Thompson. So it's not that, let's just be clear, this wasn't a pre-prepared programme of meetings that was set during 2023, and this just happened to coincide. This was a direct result of the Sanker decision, 31st of August, and as you've indicated, you had your review, and it was all part of that aftershock, wasn't it?
I wouldn't call it aftershock, but it was part of our standard post-review process.
Well, I think, we'll get back over language, you were very surprised to think that's where we got to. I put it as a shock. Doesn't matter. Sanker 2 comes out, you have your review and you think, goodness, and you put together this slide deck and you want to have a meeting with the CAA. That's the timeline, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, there's a number of obviously slides, and we can come back to that in due course. But the actions, the response to that meeting, we can pick up in the second of those meetings, which was the Friday 10th of November 2023, and we've got the minutes of that, haven't we, at CD 11221.
Yes.
And you'll see those people, and we've looked at this a few times, but on that first page, those people involved, you'll see your name, ST. And then we've got minutes of the previous meeting in section 3.
This is CD 011221, Mr. Hart?
Yes, it is. So
Yep.
these are the minutes of the meeting of the 10th of November 2023.
Yes.
And so we've got the participants on page 1. We can see, incidentally, this wasn't face-to-face meeting, was it? It was a virtual meeting again.
Yes, it was a Friday virtual meeting. I think it was just geographic issues associated with it.
Yeah, it was a couple of hours. We can see that the timings are on the top right-hand corner. So 10th of November. Glasgow Presswick prepared the minutes. Did you prepare the minutes?
Yes, I did.
Uh-huh. And it took a month or so to get those minutes out. You can see the minutes were released 5th of December.
Correct.
Did those minutes go through a process of refinement? Why did it take a month to minute the meeting?
No particular reason. No, we've all got our day job to do as well, sort of thing. So we were always going to have the ongoing discussions with the CA. So it took how long it took, Mr. Harvey. I can't give you any other rationale. It just took that amount of time to pull together.
Okay. The minutes of the previous meeting in section 3, so page 2.
Yeah.
And you can see some are in grey, some are not. But number 5 is prepare a roadmap. So the first 3 are on the CAA. And then let's do number 4 as well. Identification of red lines and developments that the airport will not be able to manage without additional surveillance mitigation. And then secondly, to prepare a roadmap to deployment of additional surveillance mitigation, both technical and operational. And that's got who, GPA, target date to be announced. Yeah.
Right.
And then perform 1 and 2. You can see the next one also for VHF communications, again, GPA, TB, TBA. Yeah.
Right.
That roadmap hasn't been prepared, has it?
It's still a work in progress, Mr. Hardy. We continue to instruct it. We would also like some feedback from the CAA on some submissions we put to them on the 8th of December that we're still waiting for formal response on, which will help our process in completing the roadmap.
Sorry, you put to the CAA on the 8th of November, 8th of December.
8th of December. I think there's a letter we submitted. I think it's the 8th. It could have been the.
Are they before are they before this inquiry? Or is that letter or whatever it was, is that?
I believe they are. You're going to ask me what CD?
The letter's 11224.
In which case I've seen that, Mr. Thompson. Just want to be clear that what that is. So is that it? We've got Mr. Finlay telling us 11224. Is that it as far as you're concerned?
Yes, it is. 8th of
Super.
June.
Yeah,
Yes.
got that. That's great. Right, into the minutes. If we can take this fairly quickly. So on the third page, we don't need to deal with 1, 2, or 3. 4 then, item 4, general discussions on the assessment of the probability of detection. Over the page, you can see a couple of bullet points. So Mr. Kirkhope, the chair, was asking whether or not SUR 13.76 was the correct definition. I suspect that is a matter for Mr. Fido, is that right?
Yes, I think that would be you better directed at Mr. Fido than myself, that one.
Okay, discussions around slide 8. Then next, that deals with black holes and so on. And there's a reference to you, third bullet point down, shared slide 22 of the presentation on the team screen. Blanking method adopted by terminescence creates black holes, which in the case of an isolated, presumably wind farm, is that may be acceptable from a safety argument. But when there are large numbers of wind farms clustered together or in a long line, as is the potential case for the existing Hadyard Hill, Craigie-Moddy, Cronal, existing to Sallet wind farms, the extent of the black holes in radar coverage deemed to be high to accept from an aviation safety perspective. That reinforces your cumulative point, doesn't it, that you made this morning, that actually it isn't concern about, in my case, Craigie-Moddy individually. It's actually only Craigie-Moddy in association with other wind farms.
Yes.
It's a cumulative case, isn't it? It's not a solus case.
Yes, that's absolutely.
And just for the record, and I'm not here to, it's not a beauty parade as far as we're concerned, but if Craigie-Moddy was permitted on its own, the airport has no concerns. It's not about Craigie-Moddy in and of itself.
Well, the fact that Craigie-Moddy is adjacent to Hadyard Hill causes us some concerns, because that increases the cumulative concerns. So answering that on its own is not relevant to Craigie-Moddy, because Craigie-Moddy sits or abuts beside Hadyard Hill.
So your view is, what you're really saying in short form is that Craigie-Moddy is caught by the cumulative issue regardless. Is that your point?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that in due course. Discussion around slide 9 then on the next page of the presentation. And what we've got, Mr. Kirkhope saying, look, asked, is CAA representatives at this meeting with content with GPA method and what the implications to saying yes could be? Mr. Bibby agrees the buffer does not need to be there. PS, at what point does reduced PD become unsafe? TK stated that he's less concerned about methodology as long as ATS operations remain safe. That comes up in a number of places, doesn't it, from Mr. Kirkhope? What he's saying is, look, you've got methodology, but what I'm interested in is really about whether or not the operations are safe.
Yes, and we fully agree with the principal inspector on that point.
Well, we'll come to whether that's right or not in a few questions' time. So TK then asked CAA representatives on the call to consider the presentation further and form an agreed position. That's action 03.0223. It's interesting, in aviation world, everything has got a kind of number sequence and so on. That's action 03.0223. CAA to review radar PD presentations further and provide a formal position and response on the methodology adopted by GPA. If you flick onto box 7 in these notes, so on a page, it's page 7 of 8. you'll see 03.02/23, CAA to review radar PD presentations further and provide.
Just a second, because we've got a test of the fire alarm, which I forgot to mention. If you could just wait till that goes off.
Of course, yeah.
Sorry, that was the longest test I've heard for a long
No,
time. So carry on.
That's all right, as long as it's not a real one, Mum. That's
No, I think we're okay.
more concerned. Good, right. So we're at box 7, 03.02/23, CAA to review radar PD presentation further and provide a formal position and response on the methodology adopted by GPA. And we can see the target date of the 31st of January 2024. That's never been done, has it, Mr. Thompson? What we've got, of course, in this inquiry process, we've got the answers to the questions posed by the reporter. That's the information requested by the reporter's document. But the CAA have never undertaken or not completed that review and provided their formal position, have they?
We reiterated that request on our letter of the 8th of December. Whether the response has been superseded by the response to the reporter, I can't answer that one fully, Mr. Hartley, sort of thing. But in the context of your question, we have not had a formal response to our letter of the 8th of December 2023 yet from the CAA.
It cannot be that a slide deck that's prepared in September and a 2-hour virtual Teams call is and then the 2 pages in the context of a particular planning application, that cannot be seen as a formal position of the CAA in relation to PD methodology, can it? You're not putting that forward.
Oh, I disagree. The response that we got from the CAA to the reporters asked the correct questions, in my view, sort of thing. And the CAA come back and confirmed that the PD methodology used by the airport was an acceptable methodology.
That's a different point, because acceptable, does that mean that it is technically competent? Is that a way of doing it? Yes, it is. That's acceptable. That is not a formal position from the CAA in relation to PD methodology, is it? And the answer, I'll just, if you're not prepared to put it together, is to say that the CAA have not provided what they were supposed to do by the 31st of January 24.
I'll just reiterate my point previously.
Okay.
Is that it was the reporters asked the same question and they got a formal response from the CAA.
So okay, I mean, it's a slightly different answer to the one you gave before. Are you saying that the CAA's required review radar PD presentation provide a formal position? Are you saying, in response to in these notes, are you saying that somehow the 2 pages that came to the reporters in this application is that document?
No,
is that your case?
Absolutely not, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you.
We've asked the CAA to formally respond to our letter of the 8th of December. We still await a formal response, but I'm comforted by the fact that similar questions asked to the reporters came back, asked by the reporters came back, confirming that our process, our methodology was acceptable.
No, all it does is say, yeah, that's an acceptable approach. It's not the only way of doing it. There are other ways which are acceptable. We're just looking, is that competent? Is that mathematically correct? That's all that's doing. It's not saying the only way you do it. It's not saying the correct way you should do it, is it? It's not the CAA's job to do that anyway.
It's saying it's an acceptable way, which gives us confidence that in the process.
There are other ways we can agree, and that may be a technical matter for Mr. Fido. There are a number of ways of calculating PD, and could be other acceptable ways of doing it as well. All they're saying is, on the face of it, that's the way you want to do it. But what we're more interested in is where that leads you in terms of safety. That's what Mr. Kirkhope's bothered about, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the agreed position is CAA formal position still outstanding. Yep, that's where we get to.
I'm not strictly agreeing with you on that one. I think the position CA made to the reporters is a solution to this inquiry, confirming that it is an acceptable way to deal with PD.
The reporters have got the point. It's a different thing, and I'll just because it is important. Yes, you take comfort from that. Yes, the CAA have given answers to the reporters. However, we agree, don't we, that the CAA has not fulfilled its action in box 7 to come back with a formal position and response on the methodology adopted by GPA. That's we're still awaiting the CAA's position. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go.
It probably would be time to have a quick break if that's a suitable place to stop, or are you carrying on with this point?
I've got the notes now. I mean, I'm happy to break now. I've probably got about another 20 minutes, 25 minutes after the break. So yeah, that's fine.
I think that would give the witness a short break. So if we break for 10 minutes, if that's okay with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. everybody back from their break? Mr. Hardy, Mr. Thompson, happy to carry on?
Thank you very much. So we were in the minutes of the November meeting, so just about finished, but we've got VHF on internal page 6 of 8, so that's consequences of the VHF carrier to interference ratio. You see that paragraph 4.3?
Yes.
And a couple of points to pick up. TK about halfway down in the bullet points. So TK stated that ignoring or saying flat no to CI ratio, bus not really an option. You said limited research material on this topic. What had been done was more focused on an offshore environment. And then right at the bottom of that page, TK added, main question is at what point we said bust is unacceptable. We need to understand operational impact. That's a theme, isn't it, of TK? Mr. Kirkhope, he wants to know, well, yeah, that's all fine. You've got your methodologies. Why does it matter? What's the consequence in operational terms? That's his principal concern. Yeah.
Yes, that's absolutely his. That's Mr. Kirkhope's background, operational.
Absolutely. Then we've got agreeing next steps, 4.5. And then the action numbers back into box 7. We've been through one of those, but separate, the first action, ZF and AW to set up separate discussions to discuss challenges GPA face at PIs from an aviation perspective. That's both on CAA and GPA. Has that been done?
Yes, there's been many discussions with the lead policy gentlemen at the CAA on principally around the content of CAP 764.
Okay. So that's something that's, so it doesn't sound as though that's finalised, but a start's being made on that. Second one, CAA then, to consider further whether SUR 1376 the correct definition of how to determine wind farm area of reduced PD. That hasn't been, certainly not before this inquiry. That's not been done, has it?
We don't have a final answer. It was just used to help explain our process in terms of defining the area of the wind farm.
Okay, so no final answer from CAA on that. Any idea when that's coming?
We have written a further letter to the CAA, so I'm sure the output of that further letter will help answer our original questions of the 8th of December. All
right, so just for my note, outstanding at the moment, don't know, but have chased. Third one we dealt with, 4 then, CAA, to further consider the PD methodology presented. 31st again, that's the same point really, isn't it? That we're still waiting for that. No formal position on that. Next one over the page. CAA to review Dr. Rudds and Osprey's consulting VHF assessment reports in respect to consequences. Still waiting for that.
Well, we did get an interim response from Mr. Rankin, I believe, mid-December, which I think is in front of this inquiry as well.
It is? Yep. That's not the formal final position, is it?
I can't answer for that one from a CA perspective, but again, we reiterated our main 8 questions we requested the CA to answer on the letter of the 8th of December 2023.
All right, and then GPA to further develop the mitigation roadmap we've dealt with, that's work in progress as well.
Right.
So the position is, this is not a sort of, this is the final position, CA all signed off, it's not that at all, is it? These notes based on a couple of hours of Teams calls, work in progress, CAA are doing things not as quickly as you would like, but there is no final position on really any of these points before this inquiry.
Well, I disagree with that in terms of the specific questions the reporters asked the CA, particularly in terms of the methodology for PD and how we should consider any implications of busts of the limit of the CI methodology used in CUP 670 Gen 02.
Thank you. Well, we've got that. We'll pick up the technical answers to that with Mr. Fido, but I've heard what you say about its status. Now, I want to have a look at a couple of other series of consultations and correspondence chains. First of those, NATS. So we've heard about the tests that took place. NATS, of course, using a buffer zone, have done flight trials. I think the position is what? That reports are with you, or where do the NATS reports from last year lie?
We have 2 draft reports from 2 smaller wind farms to the north of the aerodrome. Those reports are currently with us. We've gone through a peer review of them, Mr. Hardy. We will formally respond to them. I would suggest next week, after this PI process is complete, on our comments on the drafts.
Sorry, you'll go back to NATS next week. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that will be our intention, to go back to NATS formally on our comments on the 2 draft reports that we've received for baseline flight trials for 2 wind farms north of the aerodrome.
And are they subject to confidentiality agreements?
We will share them with the developer who instigated the work through ourselves. So
is that
probably the best ones that would be presented to this inquiry would be the 3 reports for Carrick, Craig and Moddy, and not Chrono, which should follow swiftly after we've agreed the format of the document.
okay? So you are intending to submit those to this inquiry, and that will happen it sounds as though that's a matter of what, weeks rather than months?
Yes, as soon as possible. It's been quite a long process as well, and we're conscious of that as well. It's taking longer than probably it should.
Right, that's NATS. Terma, the quickest way of dealing with, there's a chain of correspondence, but I'm interested in CD 011232. So this is correspondence with Mr. Rees.
Did you say 232, Mr. Hardy?
I've got CD 011232, yeah.
Does not see. Could you bear with me, ma'am? My PC is not loading this document. Seem to have.
This is an email from you to the way I've got it presented is an email from you to to a number of people, but what it is, it includes the email response from Mr. Rees, who made a number of comments which were marked in red.
Can you just remind me, Mr. Hardy, of the number again? Was it
I've got it as 011232.
The website seems to have not opened for me in this particular one.
Do you have any other way of accessing them, Mr. Thompson, or should we wait? Certainly yesterday we were having problems with loading times, but today not so much here.
This is the first one, ma'am, has gave me any problems, which is strange. And it's just not getting access to the DPA website, unfortunately. So I'll ask if one of our legal team could give me a hard copy, if you don't mind.
I'd just like you to have a copy of it, Mr. Thompson. I don't mind where it comes from.
Because Mr. Thompson's in a room by himself, we're anxious to preserve that propriety, but someone's, I think, going to try and get him a hard copy now.
the interim. No, it's just unfortunately not let me in, Mum, to the GPA website.
That Mr. Hardy might be able to share the screen if you want to show the part in red. I don't know if that's an option.
Fortunately not, because I'm in
Oh, you're
old school world.
art skills. I could share it.
I have a piece of paper. Yeah. Well, I can read. Look, I can read it out, but I want you to have it, Mr. Thomas. It's too important for.
How far away is Mr. Thompson from Mr. Finlay?
Yeah.
Finding a hard copy that's not marked by somebody else.
Right. Let me see if I
He's
can
actually
share.
very close, but he's 2 rooms away. But it's finding a hard copy that hasn't been marked that's the
Ah, I
issue.
see, right, okay.
The website's come back, man, and said issue with loading document.
Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen.
We've got
That's better. I've got
Okay.
it. 232, Mr. Hardy.
232, yes. Email between you and Terma.
Yes, I have it.
Got it. Right.
Thank
21st of December. So this is an email. The way that Mr. Rees did this was look at your base email and added comments in red. So we can see that email was it you originally sent 21st of December. So could we look at that? You wrote, "Hi, Michael. As promised after our call yesterday, please attach the number of slides that we talked around in relation to." I assume that's the slide deck that also went to the CAA, so the September slide deck. Is that right?
It would be an extract from that slide pack, Mr. Hardy.
Okay, fine. Calculation of PD, well, it meant PD reduction factor. So area above wind farm where radar actually impacted. And then Tim say this, please note, we're in the process of tightening up the metrics we use to calculate the impact area. Calculated areas are worst case scenarios. Current metrics are very conservative. Since we started using this model, we've introduced improvements in the radar that refines the resolution and allow detection and tracking of targets. Where the target radar video is partially overlapping the video return from a wind turbine, this means we're in the process of revising the metrics, but the methodology will be the same. So conversation about the upgrade to Terma, that's a physical upgrade. And I think the way that was put was more energy is going to be in the system. This is different, isn't it? Terma is saying, actually, what's being done is actually very conservative. And we are tightening up the metrics. That is going to result in, it's one-way traffic. It's going to go to refinement of the resolution and the ability for greater detection.
That seems to be the trajectory, but we don't yet have any other information on that, Mr. Hardy.
Nope, but Terma are telling us things are only going to get better. That's where it is. And
it's good news for everyone.
Good news for everybody, but it may be that we don't need any more kit. Maybe not such a good thing for the GPA case, because Terma, the metrics, if they're very conservative and are going to get better, may well take an already good job and make it beyond doubt. Mr. GPA, even you may be convinced that's what Terma are doing, isn't it? They're improving things.
But it still fundamentally leaves the fundamental process that Terma used to deal with clutter effectively cuts a hole in the blanking in surveillance radar coverage. So we're really keen to understand what that improvement is. But I think fundamentally there will still be the process will still need to require to effectively generate a hole. It might be a smaller hole, but it will still be a hole.
I could summarize in this way. You've got your physical improvements. That's the purchasing of the extension. That's fine. This is something different. This is Terma, and this hasn't been looked at so far. Terma are improving things. They are telling everybody that the metrics used are very conservative. And when they recalibrate those metrics, the refinement of resolution and detection is only going to get better, isn't it? That's where we are.
That's what Mr. Rees is.
Well, that's what Terma is saying, isn't it? I mean,
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
good. Okay, right, next point. Use of Terma as an infill radar or main approach radar. Required performance of the radar should be the same regardless of whether that's being used as an infill or a standalone model. Can we agree that?
Yes.
Okay. Correct use of a buffer to stitch two radar sources together to ensure no track jumps. Please note the term buffer in Terma reports typically refers to the impacted areas of the mitigated radar, so SRL band, not a track merge area. Terma does not have an opinion on track merging correlation in this context, as this is done in the RDP, not the Terma equipment. That's probably a point for Mr. Fido, is it?
Yes, I think you would probably get on.
Okay. Differences between S-band and X-band impacted airspace. Please note, subject to range, you may often encounter scenarios where detection of the impacted airspace of S-band is close to zero due to overlapping paints, whereas in case of X-band, you'll still have valid target detections inside the impacted airspace due to much higher resolution. So X-band Terma works better than your S511, doesn't it? That's the basic point.
Yes. Higher resolution.
Higher resolution, and it's going to get better than we've got. Right. Concerns of cumulative impacts. There may be cumulative impacts from wind farms located close to each other, subject to distance to radar. The cumulative effect may be evaluated by a theoretical assessment. So basically, yeah, it might happen, but you've got to look at it. What do you say? In particular, then, we'd appreciate if you could revert on the three supplementary questions. Is the airport suggested of methodology PD calculation satisfactory using the thermometrics and the elastic band around the extents of the wind farm? See attached PDF slides. Yes, please take into account the point made above, updated metrics. 2 points there. The elastic band concept has been amended, hasn't it? That's the point that Mr. Parkinson's made. The case that was originally put to the CAA about having your kind of elastic band around your matchstick pegs, that's not the case that's precisely being put now. There's been a change.
Well, it is. It's the extents, the true extents of the wind farm is the way Mr. Inglis referred to it yesterday was it's effectively joining the dots around the extremities of the wind farm.
Yeah, that's slightly different, dot to dot. If you put on, if you've imagined some matchsticks, you put an elastic band, you're going to get around. You're going to get a different position, aren't you?
Poor choice of language, Mr. Harley. But what we were talking about here and what we discussed with Termo on that Teams call was effectively the same as what the way Mr. Inglis described it yesterday.
Fine, I hear that. But you've got to take into account the updated metrics. So things are going to get better. Terma is saying now. Terma, they supply equipment. They will listen to what the customer is telling them, won't they? In terms of it, but they're not going to say this is right, wrong. They're going to say the same thing. Well, that's a fair way of doing it. If that's what you want to do, we'll supply you the kit. That's not the only way, is it, of calculating PD? You're paying them.
Well, no, we asked the question of can you confirm to us the metrics that you use? We talked through using the metrics to define the size of the wind farm, which is joining the dots, as Mr. Inglis referred to it. Chairman have no issue with that. They're content with that process. They have never adopted a buffer unless being required by their customer.
A customer, exactly. That's the point. And actually, I mean, it leads on to an interesting question. Are you able to tell me about the origination of use of a 2.5 nautical mile buffer by Terma? Maybe that's a point for Mr. Fido, that in previous tests, Terma have used a 2.5 nautical mile buffer because the customer asked them to do that. Do you know about that? You've been at the airport since '97. Were you involved in that?
Certainly not in any detail, Mr. Hardy, sort of thing. It's that what Terma will do will be based on what the customer asks.
Absolutely.
Now there is an interface between the final customer, and Terma, I think NATS are the agent for Terma in the UK.
Yes.
So we actually don't prime contract with Terma, we prime contract with NATS.
Yeah. The simple point is this. If a customer says, actually, Terma, what we do is, the way we do this is to take a buffer zone, 2.5 nautical miles, 3 nautical miles. Is that satisfactory? They're going to say, yeah, that's fine. We'll just model it on that basis. If you'd say, don't exclude that, they're going to say that's satisfactory too. It doesn't take you very far because this is a commercial organisation supplying radar equipment. That's the point, isn't it? They'll do what you ask them to.
Yeah, but I do have a lot of respect in the integrity of Terma in terms of they will always give you a straight answer.
Absolutely. And what the question is that a satisfactory way of doing it? That's the language. Yeah, it's satisfactory. It's what the CAA is saying. Is that an acceptable way? Yeah. If you put the question another way, actually, the industry standard for years, which works, is a 3, is a buffer zone, however big that is. That's a satisfactory way of doing it. Is they'd say yes as well, wouldn't they? That's the point. They're just responding to the information that's
agnostic in
fed
the
to them.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, they what?
It will be agnostic of the process.
Agnostic of the process. That's perfect. Thank you very much. Third line, please can you confirm why a buffer zone, yellow zone with the elastic band, even in infill configuration should be taken into account? The yellow buffer zone in a Terma report representative of the impacted area of the S-band radar above a wind farm is shown on slide 7, i.e. only relevant when a comparison to be made between X and S-band. Yellow buffer zone not related to any buffer for MRT, as Terma do not have any information on that same point, isn't it really? All right, that's Mr. Rees. Thank you. Let's move on to final couple of topics, if we may. First of those, sort of where this leads us, the new PD methodology. So the basis on which calculations are now being put forward. In the slide deck, we've already been to this. It's not in dispute. It's the table of radar PD calculation results. So that's, if you want to go to it, CD 11213, back to the slide deck. None of the operational wind farms achieve greater than 90% PDA using the new methodology, do they? You can see them, no. 74, 83, and so on.
Yes.
None of them do. Are you aware, in relation to this new methodology, of any operational wind farms within its area that do achieve greater than 90% PD?
I'm not aware of any that do meet that 90% currently.
So does that not cause you pause for thought? You're buying a wind farm tolerant radar, walking it straight into a situation where that's not doing what you are saying is a red line that it's supposed to do. That tells you there's a difficulty, doesn't it, with the methodology?
Well, no, we're comfortable with the methodology. We believe our methodology is the correct methodology. Consequences are over the wind farm, we're going to have a reduced PD. We believe we can manage that risk as standalone wind farms. The concern and present an appropriate safety argument to the CEA that they will find acceptable. Where our real concern is, and that's articulated in Mr. Kirkhope's responses during our conversations, he's less worried about the numbers, he's more worried about the operational impact.
Yes.
Our real concern is not about individual PDs, it's about the cumulative impact of having wind farms close to each other, particularly in the orientation we have for these proposals in front of us at the public inquiry. It's the cumulative impact against the long axis of the wind farms, which is a regularly used flight route path used by ATC.
So what you're saying is the answers I've got. No operational wind farm is going to achieve greater than 90%.
Well, it depends on the layout of the wind farm, Mr. Hardy, in terms of the density of the wind farm.
Are you aware? Well, Mr. Thompson, I asked the question. It's important. Are you aware of any operational wind farms within the GP area that achieve greater than 90% PD using the new calculative methodology? And you said no.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Well, are there? It's important. These answers are all important to me. Are there any or not?
Not using our, I'm trying to say new technique, not using the PD calculation methodology that we believe is the correct methodology. We will not have many that will achieve PD of 90%. Depends very much on the geometry of the wind farm and the density of the layout.
Yeah. So if it's an individual wind farm that doesn't achieve 90%, you're saying that's fine. You'll manage that.
We will flight trial it. We will test it. We will stress test the radar to make sure that we will make sure that we don't have an operational impact on a wind farm, but we will, and in many ways it's covered in the risk assessment process we talked about earlier.
We're going to come to that as the last topic for conversation. So you will accept, in other words, it's not a red line, 90% PD, where we get to with all of this. I have to say I'm very confused now by the airport's case, but your position is in relation to individual
Hardy, we can
farms
do without comments like that. Thank you.
I'm genuinely confused, Mr. Finnan. I'll come on to why I'm confused now. What the airport is saying is that 90% is not a red line, because for individual wind, actually it doesn't matter as long as the operator, you stress test the operational impacts and manage that, you will accept less than 90%.
No, that's what we're saying is that no, we, using the methodology that we believe is the correct methodology, the numbers are the numbers. We believe in the capability of the thermal radar, but we will need to ensure via the appropriate flight trials that it meets our operational requirements. And it's incumbent on us to present these results to the CAA as part of our overall safety case.
Yes. All right. Why I'm confused is this, because you've got existing wind farms. So we've got the, you told us we've seen in the slide deck, we just don't need to go really beyond that you've got sub 90% PD. So we've got Desalec, it's 83. We've got Hadyard, Desalec is 74. We've got Hadyard Hill 83%. So sub 90%. So the airport is saying, yeah, we'll accept less than 90% PD, isn't it? It's not a red line.
No, that's not what we're saying. Is that those are the true figures based on using the thermometrics. We have deployed a thermal radar to provide best operational performance through that wind farm, but the metrics show that the PD performance is below 90%. But we presented those arguments to the regulator, and as Mr. Kirkhope said, he's less worried about PD, more about the ability for the operational performance of the radar to track an aircraft through the wind farm.
So 90% PD is not a red line. So a less than 90% PD figure in circumstances when you've looked at operational impact would be acceptable to the airport.
It has to be acceptable to the CAA as part of any safety case submission. Of course.
But if it's acceptable to the CAA because there's a demonstration about operational practices, a figure of less than 90% is acceptable to the airport, isn't it?
It needs to be acceptable to the CEA.
Well, not an answer to my question. We've got the figures, they're all less than 90%. Providing the CAA is happy, a figure of less than 90% will be acceptable to the airport, won't it? It is not a red line.
It forms part of the safety case argument for each of the individual wind farms to the CEA.
Could I just have an answer to the question? Acceptable to the CAA and operational impacts, you do everything else. 90% is not a red line. It would be acceptable to GPA, wouldn't it?
I'll repeat my previous answer. It needs to be acceptable to the CEA.
And I've asked the question, I think 3 times, and I will come back to that in my closing, Mr. Thompson. In relation to the mitigation agreements that are in place for the operational wind farms that aren't achieving 90%, have you done anything about that? Does the airport sort of do anything about that since last September? You sort of mitigate it?
Respect to what?
You present to the CAA that just you don't need to go beyond those 2 examples, Salak and Hadyard Hill, right? They're less than 90%. Since September, have you done anything? Have you spent any of the money that you've got in the mitigation agreements to improve things, or have you just left them?
No, we are considering what we need to do with the figures that we're now presenting to the inquiry in terms of PD performance, and we may have to deploy additional mitigation to get to the point where we're comfortable.
For those existing ones, not for the future ones, for those existing ones.
You do have to remember the radar is not in operational service yet, so our operational colleagues are still avoiding these wind farms as the temporary mitigation. Our final detailed flight trials will give us some indication of the performance of Terma over those operational wind farms. We'll submit that results to the regulator, to the CEA, and we'll submit our safety arguments, many of which we spoke about in terms of the tolerability risk matrix that we've provided, and we'll have those discussions with the CEA.
CD 1159, we've almost finished this topic, Mr. Thompson, and we've got one more to do. That's the tables. 1159, they are the GPA flight trial summary results.
CD 1159.
So those are the results that we do have from the term of flight trials. So conducted in respect to the operational wind farm turbines. And you can see there that Salak and Hadyard Hill, you can very considerably in excess of 90%, can't you? You can see the engineering flight trial, commission flight trial, special flight trials are not values for all of them, but they're up to 99.7%. So yeah. The information, hold on, let me ask the question. The only flight trial information in relation to Terma and those operational wind farms is that document, isn't it? Which demonstrates PD of right up to 99.7%.
Yes, because the flight trials included a buffer around the wind farm.
Because you instructed Terma to do that. We'll come back to Mr. Fido in due course.
We commissioned NATS to do the flight trials they included a buffer in their.
All right. And we'll come back. We've been through that disagreement between GPA and NATS potentially. There you go. But the only flight trials, the actual flight trial results, is that document, isn't it, at the moment before these reporters?
Yes, and we will have, ma'am, there's commissioning flight trials planned for next week for the upgrade to the Terma. So we will be able to provide further flight trial results at the appropriate juncture.
Okay. Your concern then,
With the buffer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed what you said about the buffer. Could you repeat that? With or without?
With and without, ma'am, the buffer.
Thank you.
So that's been done, and who has requested that it's done with the buffer?
That's NAT's standard process to use a buffer. We have requested that no buffer is included in the calculation of PD.
So presumably, NATS would be saying to CA that's an acceptable way of calculating PD. I mean, NATS are not going to be doing something which is unacceptable, are they?
Well, NATS are not before this committee, Mr. Hardy, so I can't speak on behalf of NATS.
No, but we can agree, can't we, that NATS are not going to do anything which is unacceptable. May take a different view because there's different ways of doing this. There's no right way, but there's enough confidence you've got in NATS, isn't there, to know they're not going to be doing anything wrong.
Well, they're a professional organisation, so I think that speaks for itself. But we have requested no buffer to be included in the flight trials.
Thank you. Last point, and before we get to the tables, your concern then is encapsulated in your paragraph 92, which is figure 15. This is the 12 nautical miles by the 3.5 nautical
Sorry, which
miles.
document are we in, Mr. Hardy?
This is in Mr. Thompson's report, CD 11260.
Paragraph 92. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what it comes to, isn't it? Because you've told us it's not solus impacts, cumulative impacts, and it's this particular, what you've described as band of wind farms that's of concern.
Yes. That's our primary issue.
Yeah, it's your primary issue. You described that in your evidence in chief this morning as being critical airspace. Do you call it that?
Yeah.
The arrivals into GPA will be in controlled airspace, won't they?
Not necessarily. They will utilise, as Mr. Smith explained yesterday, the vast majority of the aircraft that make approaches to the airport use that area and are vectored to the airport for fuel efficiency reasons to make their approaches to either runway 30 or runway 12, but principally runway 30.
But at a height that's in controlled airspace.
That doesn't matter in many ways because the issues are three-dimensional in terms of reduction in surveillance coverage.
It does, because you see, if there is an aircraft in uncontrolled airspace and one in controlled airspace, there is deemed separation, isn't there?
I think the other questions is probably better posed at Kirkland.
I'll put that to Mr. Kirkland, and I'll leave that there. Right, last point is in relation to the tables, so we can take this fairly quickly. So CD 11, 253 and 254. So joint effort seems, but is it right that you've got you've had the guiding hands on these? Yes, it's been collaborative, people involved, but you've been responsible for the kind of presentation of these.
Well, it's part of my main role to pull together the safety assurance document with
absolutely
support from Osprey.
That's why I was asking. It looks as though you can see by style of writing and so and then presentation that's yours. That's fine. There are other people involved. What's the purpose of these impact assessment tables? Are they prepared for a formal part of the process for TERMA, or have they been prepared for this inquiry process?
They are an extract of our formal safety case submission to the CEA in terms of putting effectively the wind farm mitigation system into operational service. So these are processes that we do to evaluate risks associated with wind farms. I think you've frozen, Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, we seem to have lost you for a minute, Mr. Hardy. Let's hold on, but you'll come back. Is there anyone else in Mr. Hardy's office that's on the call?
I can hear you.
Sorry, is that Mr. Briggs? I can barely hear you volume wise.
I'm with Mr. Hardy.
Okay.
We're just struggling with some Wi-Fi issues. I think we'll get him back online soon.
Perhaps leave the meeting and rejoin. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll try that.
thanks. We'll also need to break again shortly, so another option is to just take a break and then carry on from there, unless Mr. Hardy thinks he's.
I wonder if that is the most sensible thing to do, just have a short break just now, and hopefully Mr. Hardy can sort out his technical difficulties over the next few minutes.
Mr. Briggs, would that be okay with Mr. Hardy?
Yeah, that sounds sensible.
Right, okay,
Definitely.
let's take a 10-minute break, well, till 11:10, and hopefully that can be resolved.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you. Cheers.
Is that working? Can you hear me? Yeah, very good.
I can hear you,
Yeah.
David.
Good. James, can you see me as well?
I can't see you.
Right. The camera is on. Is it working? Can you hear me?
You, Mr. Hardy?
Mum, can you hear me and see me? Good.
Yes, yes, I can.
All
Is
right.
everybody
There you go.
else okay? Can everybody else hear and see okay? Speak for Mr. Finlay. Yeah, that's great. Thumbs up. So do you have a few more questions, Mr.
Good.
Hardy?
Yeah, I only had sort of 3 or 4 questions to ask about the tables, but let's do those to finish off. So where we were was I was asking whether or not these tables had been produced for this application inquiry process or whether they had been extracted from another document. That's where we were. So I didn't hear the answer to that, other than I think you said there was an ongoing broader process for construction of a safety case, the CAA. But what I didn't understand was whether or not these are directly from that or whether these are a modified version of that for this inquiry.
They are a modified version, and they were used also to brief the principal inspector on our process in mid-September 23.
Right. These were, I mean, there's an interesting date on these documents, because on the version that I've got 12th of June of 23 in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hardy, that's the issue number of, this is a template that we use, and the date at the footer is the date of issue 10 of that document, which is ATS form F009. So it's the date of the template of version or issue 10 of that air traffic departmental instruction 010302.
Right, that's fine. What you then said was that these were part of the briefing for the chief inspector. So these were available in September, were they?
No, apologies. I thought you were meaning that the table in the slides that we presented to the principal inspector. So
No.
It was electronic page 21 or 26 on CD 011213.
Yeah,
That was the table you were referring.
Let's be clear. I'm talking about CDs 11253 and 11254. These are the impact assessment tables.
Yes, no, I've not shared these with the CEA yet.
So that's taken quite a long time, but I just want to make sure that we've got there in the end. So talking about these 2 tables, radar and VHF, right?
Yeah.
Same question. Were these prepared for this inquiry or were they as part of a broader process?
They are extracts of broader process.
But modified for this inquiry, I think was what you said.
Yeah.
What are the modifications?
Only to specifically focus on the 2 proposals.
Right.
Into the inquiry.
Now, to keep this short, because I want to give Mr. McLeod opportunity for cross-examination, so I'm going to adopt the points that he's put, some of the detailed points yesterday that were put to Mr. Smith. But I'm interested in your answers on red lines that we have asked, or that I've asked. So if you go to the table 11.254 and the rationale for review medium risk remaining after mitigation.
Yes.
Right. And you'll see consequently beneath the that same 12 by 3.5 band, consequently the operational impact assessment residual risk tolerability post mitigation using Terminal Airport does not provide sufficient mitigation, and the revised residual tolerability remains at review level until additional mitigation is deployed by implementing another source of radar data into the WFRMS-MRT via an additional primary radar sensor to improve the PD performance in this volume of airspace to acceptable levels, i.e. above 90%, to minimize the risk of losing the primary surveillance radar aircraft target return for an extended period of time. Now, you've agreed with me, subject to CAA of the matters, 90% isn't a red line. So this table is simply predicated on an assumption, or the all of the outputs from this table are all predicated on 90% PD or greater being minimum entry point, aren't they?
Not true. The rationale, what we're saying in this document is that due to the terrain or the geographical layout of these proposals, there's a higher likelihood that we're going to drop a crash of an aircraft for an extended period, which has got safety implications.
Yeah.
The only way we can reduce those safety implications is to deploy additional technical mitigation.
Yeah.
By default, that additional technical mitigation will reduce the impact of the loss of coverage associated with the way TERMA removes clutter. As a consequence of that, the PD value will get above 90%.
Well, it depends on how you draw your, what goes into that equation. But it wasn't an answer to my question. The question is this: the way this table is prepared, the matrix is on the basis of achieving greater than 90%, because that page, and if you want to go to the paragraph above the photograph on that same page, it says this: due to the large 12 nautical mile by 3.5 nautical mile volume of airspace, where the PSR PD is reduced across a large portion of airspace due to the proliferation of turbines parallel to airspace that's used by the airport daily, the airport's concluded the risks of dropping a primary radar aircraft plot in this area for an extended period of time is not an acceptable aviation safety risk. The airport is prepared to accept without the deployment of additional mitigation by implementing another source of radar data into the MRT via an additional primary radar sensor to improve the primary surveillance radar PD into greater than 90%. GPA accepts that CAA approval will not be granted without additional mitigation implemented. The whole point of this table, it's a self-serving document in short, isn't it? That you set about at 90%, don't achieve 90%, not good enough, you fail. Actually, that's not a red line that you agree is necessary in the first place.
I don't agree with your summary there, Mr. Hardy. I reiterate what I said earlier to your answer sort of thing.
All right. I don't want to stop you, but I'm happy. I'll make, as I say, the detailed points. I can pick up this, that holistically, this document is only dealing with some primary surveillance radar operational impact. It is not dealing with the holistic approach to risk. The reason Mr. McLeod said yesterday, it doesn't take into account SSRs, for instance. It's not the actual risk, is it? It's just, it's limited to PSR, and you've set the limit at 90%.
Well, it's important to understand when we're putting any new operational equipment into operational service, we have to undertake the risk analysis works on that system. We can't just use the SSR to support the PSR to improve the PD performance. You have to actually test the primary sensor on its own in terms of performance. So we can't use the SSR as part of any safety argument to improve the performance of the actual primary radar.
Of course you can't. Two different things, but there's two questions coming from that. One we've dealt with. You've set yourself a 90% headline, and that's the whole table stands and falls in that, and I'll make my submissions on that. But the second point is overall risk. So the risk or the provision of safe operations, you can only do that if you take an holistic view. Have you prepared an overall holistic risk assessment which includes all factors, including SSR?
That will form part of our overall safety submission to the regulator when we bring the system into service.
Have you done that? Is that available now?
It's not available because it's still going through its peer review. It will form part of that submission to the regulator.
Right. And presumably, if CAA come back with their formal position or NATS persuade you otherwise, this table may have to get rewritten, because if 90% is not the be all and end all, not the red line that around which this matrix revolves, you'll presumably change your tables, won't you?
Well, that's the process. No,
Yeah.
it's a peer review process between the NSP
Yeah.
and the
So
CA.
Not the final position, subject to review, depends on where we go with CA and NAS. That's fair.
And the results of flight trials.
And the results of the flight trials. Thank you. So that helps to put that table in context. And similarly with the VHF. I mean, look, cutting to the chase, VHF is not of the same degree of concern to the airport, is it? As PSR, it comes very much as it's an add-on, but you're not that bothered.
Well, that's not true. We have to safety assess it. We think they are, again, as I said earlier in my discussions, is that we've run the safeguarding process against the exam question set by the CAA. The results suggest there could be some issues. The CAA are expecting us to not just ignore them. They're conscious of our different types of service provision in terms of what we're saying on the VHF side is that should there be demonstrable impacts as a consequence of these wind farms, I think Mr. Inglis referred to it as a wall yesterday. Should there be demonstrable impacts on low-level VHF performance, then all we're requesting, and I said that to Ma'am earlier, is all we're requesting is any demonstrable impacts are addressed by conditions.
All right. I'll pick up the technical side of that with Mr. Fido. But in relation to that table, again, it's not fixed, subject to further work and indeed responses in relation to methodology there as well. There are questions that the CAA are going to come back on, aren't there?
It is an iterative process with the CA.
Good. Thank you very much. That's all. I've got lots of other questions, Mr. Thompson, but that's my use of my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. Would Mr. Thompson like a short break just before we start with Mr. McLeod?
No, ma'am, in the interest of trying to just sort of, meet your preferred deadlines over the end of the day, I'm happy to continue to.
That's very kind. Thank you. Mr. McLeod, are you ready to begin?
I am, and I'm going to be a bit shorter than I thought I would be because Mr. Hardy's stolen my thunder on some of the questions I was going to ask. I will try and avoid going over ground that's been covered already, but there are some points I want to come back to. And I think if we could start, please, Mr. Thompson, with CD 11.254, which is the primary surveillance radar operational impact for Cregan, Maudy and Carrick.
Yes, I have it.
I wanted to look at page 11 and also page 13 of that document.
I have a hard copy in front of me, Mr. McLeod. It's maybe easier if you give me what's at the top of each page.
Yeah, sorry. So the hard copy won't have any numbers on it because I had to scribble on mine. So it's the easiest way to describe it is it's the last page before you get to the signatures. It's the one that you looked at with Mr. Hardy a moment or two ago that has the graphic on it.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah. So this is headed rationale for review, medium risk remaining after mitigation. What this indicates is that the airport's requirement is for PD to be 90% within an area, and we'll come to what that area is in a moment. But your position here is there's a need for mitigation to get back to 90% PD, isn't it?
There is a need for mitigation to remove the likelihood of a long gap in primary surveillance coverage.
Well, not quite. What you say at the bottom of that page is operational risk, residual tolerability, etc. Requires matters to remain at a review level until additional mitigation is deployed by implementing another source of radar data to improve the PD performance in this volume of airspace to acceptable levels, i.e. 90%, to minimize the risk of losing PSR track return for an extended period of time. So what it's saying there is you need to get to 90% to avoid losing tracks, isn't it?
Well, no, not. What we're saying is the 90%, and again, we're fixated on this number, is that 90% is a measure required by the CAA. What we're concerned about primarily is the potential, the residual potential of losing an aircraft primary plot for an extended period. And the only way we can remove that residual risk is adding additional technical mitigation.
Well, we'll come to in due course with you or other witnesses as to whether that is the appropriate way. But we're in this position now because the airport has identified a way of calculating probability of detection that's different to previous approaches. Would you accept that?
We have stated via some of our, well, we've been consistent in terms of how we presented, or Mr. Fido's presented, the mechanism to calculate PD. We've had confirmation from Terma that they don't apply a buffer. It's for the customer to request the buffer. We've tested this methodology via our correspondence with the CAA inspectors, and they are comfortable with that process. We believe it's the true method to calculate PD over a wind farm. The fact that others are not following us yet is for others to decide, but we believe this is the true methodology to calculate PD performance over a wind farm. The use of a buffer, in our view, exaggerates the performance of the radar over the wind farm by using airspace out with the wind farm to dramatically improve PD performance over the wind farm. We're just trying to measure PD performance over the wind farm. The PD performance outside the wind farm is what you get from the baseline flight trials.
Well, I'm not going to get back into the buffer zone discussion that you had with Mr. Hardy and that we may have with other witnesses. I'm simply trying to understand your position as the ultimate signatory of this document. When it says that it's unacceptable until you've introduced an additional primary radar sensor to improve PD performance to acceptable levels, i.e. 90%, that is the threshold. The consequence of that, you say, is to minimize the risk of losing the primary surveillance radar target. Or maybe that's the purpose of it. But the primary requirement is 90% PD, isn't it?
No, the primary requirement is to minimize the likelihood of losing the primary plot for an extended period.
Well, let's look at the paragraph above. This is the one, Mr. Hardy's taken you through this already, but just the final sentence on that. To improve the primary surveillance radar PD into above 90%. That is the objective that you have set out here. You want PD to be above 90%. It may have benefits, but that's your threshold.
Look, it's the benefits that we're focusing on. The benefits are as you do, if you can get the PD performance in those areas where the airspace is impacted by that string of wind farms. If you can get those benefits, then you will reduce the likelihood, the residual risk of losing the primary target for an extended period. The benefits of that as well is by default, you should get a PD above 90, but the primary requirement is to reduce the likelihood of losing a primary surveillance track for an extended period.
Well, let me ask you the question in a slightly different way, and then we'll move on, hopefully. Are you aware of any modelling that's been undertaken by Terma or your own consultant that shows the loss of a primary track above any of the proposed wind farms for an extended period of time?
Mr. Fido will cover this in his report. I think it's figure 6 in Mr. Fido's report shows what could happen. We have seen a situation during a flight trial. I think we presented it, ma'am, at the response at the end of January, early February. I think it was one of the appendices where we showed in Appendix 1, I believe there was a flight over an existing Ardrossan wind farm. Not sure whether it's worthwhile going to that document. It was CD 016117.
Is that your written submission?
No, Mr. McLeod, yeah, sorry, it's the written submission to the reporters. I think it was early February, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I can take you to appendix 1. It shows you, if I can try to help explain the diagram, it shows you that the individual wind farm ellipsoids for Ardrossan wind farm, and the red circle is it's something that that's doing in terms of defining the area of the wind farm. The blue dots are the primary returns from the radar for an aircraft flying through that wind farm. As you can see, there was a couple of sort of east to west and sort of north to south runs through that wind farm. If I take you to possibly the one, keep it simple, from say 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there's a radio run that runs through from 9 till 3. You can see that the radar has been tracking the aircraft outside the wind farm, but there's a couple of red dots there, as that's where effectively the radar's lost the primary track.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mr. McLeod was looking for something in relation to the 3 wind farms that we're talking about.
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to give it. No, the problem, ma'am, is these wind farms don't exist at the moment, sort of thing, so we can't do flight trials on them. I was just trying to give an example of concerns we have about loss of primary tracks. Sorry, Mr. McLeod, I was not trying to distract there. I was just trying to help the reporter understand concerns.
That's not a problem. So you're quite right. I mean, the wind farms don't exist at the moment, or not all of the wind farms we're concerned with exist at the moment. But that's what modelling is for, isn't it? And my question was, have you seen any modelling related to any of the wind farms of relevance to this inquiry? And I think your answer was Mr. Fido's figure 6.
Well, Mr. Fido figure 6 was giving an example of what could happen and which is our primary concern. In terms of doing any modelling, that's a pretty involved process to actually do proper modelling for all different scenarios. Quite an involved process to be done. It's certainly a specialist process that I don't think any of us, either ourselves or the applicants, have done any work on that. So I'll probably say I'll leave it at that at this point, Mr. McLeod.
But Mr. Thompson, if the concern, if the operational risk impact assessment is truly concerned with the loss of tracks rather than probability of detection, you have no evidence to demonstrate the probability of loss of tracks, certainly over the Carrick wind farm, do you?
Well, we as I said, we can't do that because the wind farms don't exist. The type of modelling that you're suggesting would benefit both sides, both parties, if we could actually, in fact, it would in many ways help the CEA in terms of their final view on whether they concur with our conclusions that additional mitigation is required. But that kind of modelling is quite specialist. It's certainly not something that either the airport can do. I think I've discussed this with Mr. Fido, and it's out with the skill set of Osprey. Probably a university would need to be employed, someone like Cranfield or something like that, to do that kind of modelling.
Well, whatever the answer might be, it is what it is. But you have not presented any modelling evidence to indicate there is likely to be dropped tracks for an extended period of time over the Carrick wind farm, have you?
Well, we have, in terms of how Mr. Fido's described it in his report. I've tried to illustrate the concerns that we have in the flight trial that was conducted over our Drawson wind farm, showing you that actually you do lose plots as a consequence of doing flying over these wind farms. Now, on a different day, there would have been 3 red dots, consecutive red dots, which would mean the track would be dropped. So when you're doing modelling, you've got to do pretty detailed modelling to actually work out the statistical probability of such an event occurring. But it is possible for it to happen over the life of the wind farm.
Can we discuss very briefly the 2 existing wind farms within the area identified on page 11 of the tolerability risk matrix? So we've got Hadyard Hill and we've got Dursala. The Terma, although not commissioned, has been operating in the background, if I can put it that way, for a considerable period of time. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Have you either personally or been advised of any concerns regarding drop tracks over either of those wind farms using the Terma in its current state?
Well, simple answer is no. No one's fed back. But as Mr. Smith said yesterday, it's not being used on a day-to-day basis by the operational controllers. The operational controllers are best placed to give any feedback, and in terms of any drop long gaps in coverage.
The Dursala wind farm sits under an operationally critical piece of airspace. It's under one of the RNAV routes that was discussed yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Your modelling, or sorry, Mr. Fido's method of calculation has the probability of detection at 77%. Is that a concern to the airport?
It is a concern to the airport, and we will have those discussions with the CEA. If you use a buffer, the PD magically gets above 90%. We don't believe the buffer is a true representation of the PD performance above the wind farm, and we've articulated that already to the CEA, and we will make further commentary on that as part of our safety case submission for the system.
Have you indicated to the CAA as part of the ongoing safety case for the Terma that there is a need for additional mitigation related to Dursalic given its location under the RNAV route?
No, we haven't. We didn't focus specifically on Dursalic, but it was a more general discussion about the proliferation of wind farms in the vicinity of the airport, and in many ways, the conversation with the principal inspector, one of his conclusions with it is you do need to keep ahead of the problem, which is what we are attempting to do here. But we can't just magically make the PD number go above 90% by including a buffer. That's just not reality. So we're being open and honest and upfront with the regulator to say this is based on what we believe to be the true way to measure PD over the wind farm. The density of that wind farm and the perimeter of that wind farm, just by pure geometry, will mean, based on the way that Terma cut black holes out of the surveillance coverage to deal with clutter, it's inevitable you're going to get that number based on such a densely packed wind farm.
Yeah. So on the subject of Terma and its performance, you knew when you procured Terma the way that it operated, I assume?
No, not to this level of detail, Mr. McLeod, and in many ways our sort of deep dive into the better understanding of how Terma actually deals with clutter has led us to where we are today. It's a really good radar. We're not knocking the Terma radar, but as we've always said with these processes, it's not a silver bullet. It has residual. It can't deal with everything, and it needs to form part of a wider suite of mitigation tools to ensure we get operational safety.
I see. Well, we may come back to that shortly. But so far as Terma is concerned, did you not understand at the time it was procured that it, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but you didn't understand that it blanked out areas above the turbines?
Not to the degree of the knowledge that we now have.
Okay. What point did you become aware of its operation generally? In other words, that it created what you refer to as black holes. When did you become aware of that issue?
I can't give you any specific dates on that. It's just been a sort of evolution in terms of knowledge base as we have really focused on the performance of the radar.
That's fine. I'm not looking for specific dates. Really, I suppose what I'm trying to understand is, was it within the last 6 months? Was it a bit longer ago? Was it a couple of years ago? A broad indication.
Sorry, I think having Mr. Fido on board in terms of the compilation of the safety cases has helped us to understand the operational capability, the technical capability of the radar, and that's improved our understanding of its limitations in many ways, and that, I need to stress, it's not that the Terma is a good radar, but as I keep saying, it's not silver bullet.
So would your knowledge tie in with Mr. Fido's knowledge in terms of when he became aware of how it operated? Is it a better question to put to Mr. Fido?
Possibly to Mr. Fido. No, Mr. Fido does a lot of the work he does for us for other organisations as well. So he's got a wider understanding of radars than I would ever have, Mr. McLeod. So probably would be better to just ask a similar question to Mr. Fido.
Okay. One final direct question on this. Were you aware of the issue of black holes as you described them prior to the Sanker 2 decision being issued?
Yes, Mr. Fido articulated that in his He articulated the method of calculation of PD as part of his submissions for Sanker 2.
And the TERMA, as I understand it, was procured fundamentally to mitigate the effect of wind farms and allow you to have a 90% probability of detection throughout your coverage area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you intimated to TERMA that, as far as you are concerned, their product does not meet the specification it is supposed to?
Our prime contractor for the system is NATS, who are the agent for TERMA. We've had discussions about NATS in terms of what we believe to be the true method to calculate PD.
And do NATS and TERMA agree with you that their product is not capable of delivering at 90% probability of detection?
To be fair, it's not the issue with TERMA, because they will just they provide the metrics. So I think the conversation between ourselves and NATS, we've had many conversations on this. We both have different views on how you should calculate PD.
As far as you're aware, does any other airport in the United Kingdom use the method that you are using at this inquiry? That may be a question.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, no. But no, that doesn't mean it's right. We believe our methodology is the correct way. We believe using a buffer overinflates the performance over the wind farm. And it's just illogical, and Mr. Fido will cover that much better than me, Mr. McLeod. There's no value other than overly inflating, in our view, falsely, the PD performance over the wind farm by using airspace outside the wind farm area to inflate the PD performance.
Well, we'll come to detailed discussions on PD with Mr. Fido and others, I suspect. But just as a general comment, do you accept that it's important to understand how your radar operates in the vicinity of wind farms? We've heard reference to shadowing, for example. Is it important to understand how your radar operates in that context?
Yes, which is in many ways why we do baseline flight trials, so that we've actually got a proper baseline before the wind farm's actually constructed. So we get a general understanding of probability of detection prior to the wind farm being constructed.
So in that scenario, it would be important, wouldn't it, to understand the probability of detection out with the elastic band or the dot-to-dot, as we talked about earlier?
Only from the point of view of establishing a baseline in terms of performance of the radar.
Well, surely in terms of understanding the operational impact that the wind farm might have.
I'm not. I don't really understand that question, sort of thing. The reason we do baseline flight trials is to find out what the baseline performance of the thermal radar is in that area of airspace.
I think we may be talking at slightly cross purposes, and it may be that this is for different witnesses. Maybe I'll put it to you in a slightly more generic way. The purpose of looking at probability of detection, it's a tool to understand what the operational impact, in this case, of a wind farm might be.
It's a tool for us to understand how the radar operates in a particular area.
Yes, indeed. Now, the particular area in question, wonder if we could maybe just look at a document you went to with Mr. Hardy, and it's CD 11.232. This is an exchange of emails between you and Terma.
I have that, Mr. McLeod.
Yeah. Just check. The reporter has that one as well.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. If you go to page 13 of 20, actually, sorry, wait, maybe go
19.
to page 12 of 20.
Is it 19 pages long?
Oh,
Maybe I'm looking at a different document.
so CD 11.232.
Yes, I think it's 19 pages.
I've got an extra one.
Well,
Can I
just
just
hit the page and we'll hopefully get the right one.
Yeah. So if you go to page 12, towards the bottom of that page, I've got an email from you, Mr. Thompson, to Mr. Rees, 18th of September, 1442.
I think I know what the problem is with this document, because the way that I have it, and I don't know whether this is the same as everybody, is that some of the pages, which I think were landscape, have been scanned as portrait. So this is a document that somebody who was watching the session yesterday flagged up and has circulated another version of. So just, can you hold on and I'll get the one that you're looking at.
Sure thing.
Can I just confirm this CD 11.232?
CD 11.232, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been scanned. It should be in landscape format. The version that was on the CD list I was looking at was in portrait format. So yes, this one's got 18 pages. Is that the same, or have you still got 20? No?
I've got 20.
Right, okay. Well, carry on, because I think it's the right document. So what's the number of the page in the hard copy version that you're looking at?
In the hard copy version, it's page 10 at the foot of that, and it should that should be the beginning of an email of 18th September.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a fairly simple point. If you it's an email from you to Mr. Rees at Terma, Mr. Thompson. If you scroll onto the next page, you'll see how to define the impacted area of a wind farm. And if you look at 3.3, see in the box beside that?
Yes.
Point 3, how to define the wind farm area. Point 3, draw a polygon around the extremities of the ellipsoids as shown in the left diagram. The points are defined by the red crosses, then calculate the area for this polygon. So that's what's been described as the elastic band method. You take an elastic band, you stretch it out, and it captures the widest points of the wind farm. That's different to the dot-to-dot method that is now being used by GPA. Yes?
I would say not, Mr. McLeod. I think it's the same process.
Well, I can take Mr. Fido, in fact, I will take Mr. Fido through it in a bit of detail. But can we agree, for the purposes of your evidence, that this is what was put to Terma?
Yes.
Yeah. And is this also what was shown to the CAA?
Yes, it might not be this particular image, but it was the same concept and same process.
So the elastic band rather than the dot-to-dot?
Well, I say the elastic band and the dot-to-dot is one and the same thing. What we don't believe is there should be a buffer around the elastic band or the dot-to-dot. It's the actual extremities of the wind farm that define the area that's going to be impacted, not putting a mythical buffer around the wind farm to in an area of airspace where the radar is not impacted by the turbines.
I think we've maybe had Mr. Thompson's response on that, and perhaps Mr. Fido can pick that up in terms of moving.
Absolutely. Yeah, not a problem with that. So I just then wanted to pick up one point in relation to the CAA submission to the inquiry. So that I think is document 16.118, and that's one that you looked at with Mr. Hardy.
Mr. McCall.
You do, good. So just the top of the second page, it's a paragraph that we've looked at a number of times during the inquiry. Probability of detection calculation methodology was outlined to the CA on 10th November in a virtual briefing. We have reviewed the probability of detection calculation methodology and concluded that it is an acceptable way of determining effects, not the only acceptable way, not the only way in which it should be done. That's not what they're saying. They're saying it's an acceptable way.
Correct.
Yeah. And just again to maybe put their response in context, excuse me, if you go to the page before, you see the footnote there. The CAA does not approve matters in principle. The CAA assesses proposals as and when they come forward, while the CAA will provide input as to the principle of approach, regulatory decisions based on detailed safety assessments submitted by the regulated entity. So I suppose to pick up on a theme from Mr. Hardy's questioning, this document can't be taken as a formal CAA position on the way in which PD should be calculated, can it?
Well, I disagree. Mr. McLeod, I mean, the CAA have been pretty straightforward in their answer to the reporter's question. At the bottom of page 1 is just the sort of principles in which the CAA operate as a regulator, in that they will review safety assurance submissions submitted to them from their licensed aerodromes or ANSPs. So I think you need to put that in the context of what the footer's actually saying.
Okay, I'm not going to take up time with it. It will be a matter of submission in due course. I'd like, however, to look at another document very briefly that you touched on with Mr. Hardy, and that is CD 11.224, which is a letter of 8th December. Excuse me.
Good one, Mr. McLeod.
So this is a letter from you to Mr. Kirkhope, dated 8th December. We can skim through it, I think, briefly. In essence, you're asking for the CAA's formal advice in relation to a number of matters that are going to come up at this inquiry. If you go to page 4 of that document,
Yes.
excuse me, you asked the question of the CAA, does the CAA agree that given termas to be deployed by the airport as an approach radar, only the area of the wind farm should be included in the PD calculation? Now, you don't have a direct response to that, do you?
Not yet, but as I said to Mr. Hardy, the reporter asked not the same question, but they asked the question in respect of PD methodology. But
Indeed.
to answer your question, I don't have a direct response to the question one that I posed at paragraph 25.
No, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you've got an answer to any of the questions you posed in that letter, have you?
Not yet. As I said, we've written a further letter to the CAA, and we've included in that letter a request for a formal response to our letter of the 8th of December 23.
So, excuse me, paragraph 40, question 6, which is one of the questions we've not looked at so far. You ask, what is the CAA's view from an air traffic safety perspective on having cumulative areas of critical airspace with a PD of less than 90%? You don't have an answer to that either.
No, and it's a very important question. However, if you look at CAP 764, which is a document that's been submitted to this inquiry, and also the draft update to CAP 764, which I think, I'm not sure it was yourselves, Mr. MacLeod, or Mr. Hardy that's submitted that later. There is significant paragraphs that are focused on cumulative impact. And it would be worth everyone refreshing ourselves with the content of that. But again, to answer your question, Mr. MacLeod, we don't have a direct response to my question 6 at paragraph 40 yet.
Yeah. Just returning to your
So,
point about
question 8, sorry, as opposed to question 6.
Question 8 is also relevant. I think it's fair that you point that out, because you asked there are there circumstances in which they would accept areas where PD is less than 90%, and if so, what would the approach be? Now, we don't know what the CAA's approach to that is. But just going back to your answers in relation to the tolerability matrix from earlier, these questions are very much focused on 90% and the cumulative impact of areas of less than 90%. They don't reference track loss at all, do they?
Not the way we've phrased it in the letters, but when you go through the risk assessment process, you focus on the hazards, and the hazards are the main hazard for us. And our main concern is the potential to drop an aircraft plot / track for an extended period. So I think we're trying to say the same thing, but we're using the document, the tolerability matrix is focused on identifying hazards, and it's the thought processes are about how to mitigate those hazards. The letters slightly framed differently, but it's kind of trying to say the same thing.
The safeguarding checklist logs, I want to look at just very, very briefly. Excuse me, that's CD 11.256.
Yes, I have it, Mr. MacLeod.
Yes, and it's page 12 of 65 that I wanted to look at.
Yeah, it's good.
You got that. So this is a section where a technical and ATC operational impact assessment. You can see the heading ATC operational impact assessment. The first box, carry out an ATC operational impact assessment. There was a meeting on the 10th of February. We can then see in the box below, which runs over the page, that 9 issues were considered, and in fact, sorry, 8 issues were considered, and the 9th point is the wind farm is in an operationally significant area to ATC, and as such, GPA needs to object. So that was the original ATC operational impact assessment that was undertaken, yes?
Correct.
And as it says at the top of that box, use standard agenda and minutes template all meetings. These should also be saved within the folder as evidence. So when it comes to doing the ATC operational impact assessment, you should have all the documents available and they should be saved in a particular place so that processes like this, you can go through them, you can understand what they are.
Yes, that should be the process. Whether it happens every time, I can't 100% assure you, Mr. McLeod. What we've done in that one is capture the main salient bullet points of the meeting. So in many ways, what I've put down there is the minute of the meeting.
I don't have an issue with what's set out there. I just wanted to kind of put it in context. So in terms of the rest of that box, we can see that on the 10th of March you objected, and then the next update is 25th March 2024, an operational impact assessment risk tolerability matrix has been made available to the DPA reporters of the conjoined PI that highlight further GPA's concerns in respect of cumulative impact on large areas of primary surveillance radar coverage below 90% PD in airspace used daily. Again, reference to 90% PD, that is the threshold that you have applied.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing the way it's written there, but we're getting hung up on PD. It's the real risks are potential for loss of aircraft for extended periods as a consequence of cumulative impact. That's the real risk that we're presenting to this inquiry.
Yeah, well, with respect, Mr. Thompson, and you'd expect me to say this, we think it's you that's getting hung up on PD, not the applicants. Okay. I wanted to ask you, is the document that we've been looking at, CD 11.254, is that a full operational ATC operational impact assessment?
I'm not sure I understand the question. It's part of the checklist, is part of our process to manage planning applications. And as part of that process, we consider all the technical, operational, and obstacle assessments required. And this document forms the running log of that particular application. I think I spoke about this yesterday evening in my evidence in chief.
Yes, you did. And it maybe takes us on to another point, or a related point.
Sorry, can I just be clear that Mr. Thompson was referring to the matrix there, or was he referring to the safeguarding checklist when you answered that question?
It's a checklist, ma'am, but
I think Mr. McLeod was perhaps asking about 254, were you?
I was, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So I don't know whether that changes your answer.
But I think I've maybe answered it earlier, ma'am. Was 254 is a hazard ID process that we go through as part of any considerations for the hazards identified by a change in the environment. And it forms a subset of the overall safety case submission to the CEA when you're introducing any new equipment or any new procedures into operational service. It's just part of how we do our safety management system, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm conscious, Mr. McLeod, that we will need to have another break soon, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So just bear that in mind with your questions.
I will, thank you, ma'am. So just on the subject of bringing things into operation, your inquiry report obviously refers to the wind farm. I've now forgotten what the complete title. Wind farm radar mitigation system. if we can maybe just call that the system for shorthand for the next couple of minutes. So it talks about the system, and I thought it was perhaps most useful just to understand what that was. If you look back at Mr. Fido's original report, inquiry report, so that's CD 11.27.
It'll take me a minute or so to bring it up. Get so many documents open now. Maybe 11.
It's 11.27. Or maybe 11.027 if you're searching for.
I think I've got it. Just bear with me. Yeah, got it, Mr. McLeod.
You've got that, okay. So I wanted to look at firstly at page 14 of the document and at figure 3. So that shows what's described as the WFRMS functional diagram. And as I understand it, what it shows on the left-hand side is various sources of information which are fed into what's described there as the multi-radar tracker, and they then produce an output which is ultimately seen on the radar display screen. Is that a simple enough and correct summary?
That's correct, Mr. McLeod.
Now, you can see there, just running down the left-hand side, we've got the S511 PSR. So that's the existing radar that the Terma will replace. Is that right?
Correct?
Yes. Will that, just for information, when Terma comes online, will the PSR, will the S511 be shut off, or will that still be available as a source available to the airport?
It will ultimately be closed off once we're comfortable that the Terma is meeting our operational requirements. So it will remain for a finite period, but the intention is it will, as many have discussed previously, it will be removed as it's an aging technology.
Understood. So the second one down is the Scanter 4002, and that is the Terma that we've been discussing, the Terma radar.
Right.
We then have another box, the red dotted bit, future/additional surveillance adaptations. So that might be some of the things that you're now suggesting are required by way of mitigation. And then we've got the Lowtherhill SSR, which is the bottom one. I wanted just to have a look at paragraph 130 now of Mr. Fido's report, which is on page 26. And he says there, the multi-radar tracker is a key component of the aircraft's, again, I'm just going to call it system, airport system, as it allows the airport to provide air traffic services using both the Terma radar plots and the onward routed SSR plots and data from the remotely located Lowtherhill SSR. Now, you'll remember Mr. Smith's evidence yesterday that at the moment it might not work particularly well if you're using the existing radar and the SSR because the two are slightly out of sync. Do you remember that?
In respect of what the existing system, yes, I understand your question. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But what we can see from paragraph 134 is that, in essence, that concern is addressed once Terma comes online. Mr. Fido says, without going into great detail to describe this effect, this effect being the bit above where you do some sort of offset within the multi-radar tracker. Without going into great detail to describe this effect, it's sufficient to say that it has to be addressed, and this is the function of the MRT in the current system configuration. Paragraph 135, the MRT uses the Terma radar position as the reference, calculates the SSR offset, adjusts the plot to the same position as the Terma plot. It can now combine the two plots into a single track. This is referred to as the system track and is the normal operating mode for the system. So post-optimization, you will have a nice clean Terma picture. You will also have the SSR fed into your, ultimately, the screen in front of you. None of that is taken into account in the tolerability matrix that you've presented to this inquiry, is it?
Well, it is. It's inferred is that there is still the potential to not have secondary radar available for many reasons, or whether it be out of service or otherwise, or we're using an alternate feed from Glasgow's SSR. So if the sensor doesn't report, the system still outputs a system track, but it won't be the combined primary and secondary return.
Can we look, please, back at CD 11254, the tolerability matrix?
Yes.
And the heading of it is primary surveillance radar operational impact. So you've only considered the impact on the Terma.
And that's what we have to do as part of our safety assurance. And I think I've said that earlier in my responses, is that we need to conduct these risk assessments based on the individual components of the system. So we're trying to bring the Terma into operational service. We can't improve the performance of the Terma by supplementing it with additional information from the secondary radar.
But so far as the safe provision of ATS is concerned, the purpose of you building the system and having the MRT was to ensure that you had two fused data sources that assisted in the provision of a safe service, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm perfectly comfortable with that, and I agree with you sort of thing, but we do need to look at scenarios where either the aircraft is not transponding or we do not have the secondary surveillance radar in an operational availability.
And I suppose the flip side of that is, from a safety perspective and from the perspective of what mitigation would be appropriate, you would also have to consider the likelihood of those things being available, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's part of the whole process, Mr. McLeod. But I think what we're trying to say, sorry, I'll let you carry on.
No, it's your evidence, carry on.
I think what we're trying to say here is we've designed the system so that, for the vast majority of the time, there will be both primary and secondary surveillance capability. But there will be on occasion, and we have to plan for that worst case as part of our safety assurance paperwork, that either one or other of the sensors is not available, and the consequences of that from the hazards, looking at the different hazards. So the risk assessment process has primarily focused on the concerns if we only have primary radar, primary surveillance returns from the aircraft, which is effectively the reflections of the aircraft from the Terma.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that the SSR, when it's available, will improve our overall performance. And that's why we've designed the system the way it is. But we have to plan for worst case. And the worst case is the SSR is not available or the aircraft itself is not transponding. That's just how you compile your safety assurance submissions.
Yes, but I think the point, and you may have answered this, but just to be absolutely sure that we all understand, or I understand at least, what you're saying here, CD 11.254 is a document that is prepared on a worst case scenario, assuming no transponder equipped aircraft and no availability of SSR. Is that correct?
Focuses primarily on primary surveillance tolerability.
Well, that's not an answer to the question. I'll put it a different way to see if we can get a straight answer. Does this document anywhere indicate the use of SSR? I'll maybe pause there.
I'll tell you. Apologies, I thought you were going to ask another question there. Apologies, it is inferred. It's not specifically, for example, if you look at existing control 2 for hazard 2, the existing controls include MATS Part 2 radar failure procedures. Now, if you look at that document, that will show you that SSR as a fallback should primary radar not be functioning.
Yes, but we're not talking about it being a fallback in the event of PSR failing. We're talking about a system that you've designed to ensure that both PSR and SSR data is fused and available as the basic operating function. This document doesn't assume that, does it?
Well, I disagree. I think it does. It focuses on the hazards and it considers the capabilities of the system, but it also needs to consider when you only have a primary return from the aircraft, i.e. the aircraft is not fitted with a transponder to provide SSR data to the system.
I think we can probably leave the document at that. I had one final question, and it's just about, it goes back to your precognition and paragraph 18.
Recognition, sorry, what's the reference?
Sorry, just give me 1 second. It's Mr. Thompson's precognition.
CD 11.272.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So paragraph 18, you say, in this regard, the airport is growing increasingly concerned that the public inquiry process is being used by applicants as a forum to force the airport to present and justify for approval by ministers its safety case. Now you say there, the airport, this is your evidence, is that your view? Are you increasingly concerned at the use of the public inquiry process?
I think, no, they've put that paragraph into context, and it's kind of reflected in, we've spent a lot of the last 2 days discussing this safety tolerability matrix, primarily on the radar, less on the VHF. This type of document is principally forms one of the documents that we submit to the CAA as part of our overall safety case. And it's really that those discussions between the airport and the regulator, when we're presenting our safety arguments, they will challenge us from an expert overview from a safety regulator perspective, sort of thing. And that's normally what happens, Mr. MacLeod. I think really all I was trying to elucidate there is that we're starting to feel as though we're presenting a safety case to the public inquiry. Now, if that's the way this process is evolving, then we're okay with that as well. But it's starting to feel as though our safety case is actually being discussed at public inquiry, as opposed to the normal process for the airport is the safety case is discussed with the CAA when you're bringing new processes or new systems into operational service. So it's nothing more than that comment is at paragraph 18.
You do presumably accept that it's appropriate for Scottish ministers to consider the appropriateness of the mitigation that you're seeking.
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%.
And that should happen in an open and transparent manner.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a few questions, but I think Mr. Thompson's been going on for a little while now, so I think it might be worth having a short break just now, and then we'll come back with our questions, and then we can have lunch. I don't expect it'll take too long to ask my questions, but I don't want to push on and do that now because you have been going on for more than an hour, if that's all right.
Happy to come on, man, if it helps.
Well, I'd quite like a minute just to get all my questions together as well.
Well, I will have some re-examination as well. So, but hopefully we'll finish by 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we should be able to, but I think we could have a 10-minute break now and come back just after past. That would be helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. MacLeod.
I don't think Mrs. Leaving's going to be too long. Just popped out for a short break.
Okay, everybody. Right, just going through questions. A number of them have been answered already. First of all, I think Mr. Parkinson on yesterday gave a view of, sorry, was that Monday? Gave a view of when terminal will be operational, but do you have a view on that, Mr. Thompson? Obviously the CAA safety case is pending, is that right? So when do you expect it to be operational?
Well, there's, as I think I'd mentioned earlier, Mum, there's commissioning flight trials. So all the upgrades have been completed, are installed. There's a site acceptance test taking place this week, and there is commissioning flight trials next week. Obviously, those take time to generate the output reports. Those will form part of our overall submission to the CAA in terms of our safety case. So we're very hopeful it will be over this summer, but to give you a precise date, that really depends on the CAA's acceptance of our safety arguments.
Okay. So we've focused quite a bit on the cumulative impacts, and we just were interested to understand, or to be clear, whether any of the three of the cases that we're looking at are they all okay individually? Is it purely the cumulative impact in terms of radar and VHF that we're concerned with?
That's a really good question. And I'm hesitant to give you a straight response now, but I certainly will discuss with others. But our concern is principally cumulative. So, I mean, if we can maintain gaps between wind farms, that would be better. But I don't want to prejudice any of the applicants here in terms of making a firm answer for you, sort of thing. But the principle is, if we can maintain gaps between wind farms, there's less likelihood of getting long gaps in radar coverage, or so there's less likelihood to get loss of tracks.
So obviously, yeah, obviously we could be in a situation where one or two or all three of the proposals go forward, or are recommended for approval. So is there any discussion that you've had about particular impacts of two of them or all three of them, or, you know, is it all three as a whole, or any two in particular?
No, we would be less concerned with those that ensured there was gaps between existing wind farms.
Okay. Thank you. And we've talked a little bit this morning about the NATS flight trials, and the suggestion that that information's still to come forward. So I wanted to ask you how important you think those NATS flight trials are to your case, and also in terms of what we need to report to ministers.
The ones that we're pending, I would suggest, are not as important, because they basically just give the baseline for the performance of the radar before the wind farms are there. So best case is you'll get 100% PD. Worst case, it will be less than that. The overall PD will be based on the baseline value times the thermal reduction factor, as we've called it. So from both parties' point of view, we would like to see the baseline PD values at 100%, but that would give us confidence that we'll get good radar coverage in that area. But It's the actual PD calculation of the size of the wind farm that really probably dictates the overall PD compared to the baseline value. I might not explain myself very well, but it's a combination of the baseline flight trial results plus the thermal reduction factor that gets us to the overall PD.
You feel that you can still make your case, and you have made your case on the basis of the information that you have already?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you've mentioned that as part of the sort of commissioning process for Terma, you know, all the updates have been done. I mean, in terms of separate to the matter of optimizing Terma to deal with the wind farms, is there any other upgrading of Terma that's planned within the lifetime of the system? And is that something that is generated from wind farms, or is that something that will be happening separately and in any case?
Well, there'll always need to be refreshes of the Terma to, as the system ages, it will need to be replaced at some point through the operational life of the wind farms. When any new wind farm comes online, we will need to do specific flight trials, confirmatory. We'll need to specifically optimize the radar and do confirmatory flight trials for any changes to the operational environment, ma'am.
But you're not expecting that individual developers are paying for general upgrades to Terma?
No.
No. So I don't know whether this is something that you can answer or whether it's for another witness, but the situation, obviously we have a mitigation agreement that's been signed with Nocronal, and obviously without us knowing what the mitigation might be that's coming forward through that process, can the reporters and ultimately the ministers be comfortable that what's being asked for from all three is fair and reasonable? Is there a situation that could develop where either lesser or greater mitigation might be sought from, say, Nocronal?
No, it would be the same process for all three applicants. Oh.
So it would be the same mitigation apportioned fairly between the three?
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether it was directly part of your evidence, but the wind farm mitigation costing document, which is CD 11236, I think that's the spreadsheet. Is that something that you can talk to, or is that for, say, Miss Kilpatrick, or I'm not sure?
Just remind us all of the document. It's CD 11236. And there are different versions of this. I think it's a spreadsheet. There might also be a PDF version that was added to the core document list. So whichever one you can open. That was the projected through life costs of an additional primary surveillance sensor across the sort of 30 to 35 years of the wind farms.
Okay. So it might be worth if you could explain that a little bit more then. So what does this show in terms of the figures, and how do they relate to each of the three wind farms?
It probably would, ma'am, be better if you spoke to Ms. Patrick on that. I'm not really across the full detail of that.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's what I wanted to check. I think in your recognition, I just wanted to clarify though before we go off this, in your recognition paragraph 35, you talk about VHF effects. We're talking about plural repeater stations, so not just one repeater station, but plural. Is that correct? And if so, again, it might not be for you, but the costs that are set out in CD 11236, are they costs for a single repeater station or for more than one?
Probably best not for me either, but may only be one repeater that's required.
Okay.
It may be none, as we've spoke about, and it's just that couldn't give you a definitive answer if it's 1, 2, or more.
Okay. I think that's all I've got, on the basis that I've got a few things that I can pick up with other witnesses. Mr. Bray, did you have anything else?
No, nothing else. I'm quite happy with those questions.
Right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. That's very helpful. So I'll pass you back to Mr. Finlay to re-examine.
Thank you.
Okay, it's not over yet, Mr. Thompson.
The cable issue is not over yet either, unfortunately. So your cable is still causing some issues.
That should be it.
Yes, that's it. Thanks.
Right. I'll just deal with the last two points arising from the reporter's questions. One was about the NATS flights trials. I think, just to put it in context, Mr. Fido in his evidence has given the reduction in PD based on various scenarios. One is 100%, so the current probability of detection being 100%. That is, if you like, the best case from of probability detection. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
If the flight trials show a lower probability than 100%, then which they may or may not do, that's what you're aiming for. Then the further reduction in probability due to the black holes will reduce his figure lower.
Yes, it'll exacerbate it. Correct.
So the airport, as I understand it, is happy to advance its case on the basis of 100% probability in terms of the current sites of the wind farms. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So the flight trials are only, if anything, going to make it worse, not better.
Correct.
Thank you. We were asked a question about the difference between the various wind farms, and the two that are of primary concern to the reporters are Craig Moddy and Carrick. Now, we've seen elsewhere that the airport has set a gap of 5 nautical miles between wind farms before it becomes concerned about cumulative impact.
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
So if Carrick and Craig and Moddy were to fall within 5 nautical miles, there would be a cumulative impact issue, at least to be investigated.
That's correct.
Well, I'm going to lead you on this, and Mr. McLeod and Mr. Hardy can check it, but both Carrick and Craig and Moddy fall within the 5 nautical mile radius from Hadyard Hill.
Thank you.
Right, now, if we go just picking up the point at the end of Mr. McLeod's cross-examination about SSR, and it's a, if you get, so we're looking at CD 11254. And Mr. McLeod's big point was that SSR hadn't been taken into account. And as we established this morning, CD 254 is in 2 parts in terms of the assessment. There's the first part, which just identifies the hazards and probabilities looking at Terma itself, as I understand it. The second part, which begins at page 6, deals with the same hazards, but takes into account existing and other controls and other issues. And you reference maps 2 I think, radar failure, but MATS 2 we can see in a number of instances can be an existing control in respect of a number of hazards.
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
And is the ability to use SSR a matter I think you said it was, is a matter that's catered for within the MATS 2 procedures.
That's correct.
So when you reach your view in the third column, whether existing controls are okay or not, does that take into account MATS 2 and insofar as it's appropriate, the provision of SSR?
That's correct.
Thank you. If we go back to the start of Mr. Hardy's cross-examination, you were taken to CD 830, which is the Sanka 2 decision. And see if I can find it now. I can't.
008030.
Anyway, I think, could we go to paragraph 445, please? Which I think was page 23 or 24.
I need to get the document. The
Page 73.
CD,
73, I'm obliged.
sorry, CD
008030.
My obligement.
008030.
0.
My search is not working.
I may be able to do it by reading it out to you.
It might be quicker, Mr. Finlay. It's
Yeah, so
clear eventually, but
he took you to paragraph 445 and referenced the evidence of Mr. Fido. The second sentence reads as follows: however, in reaching this finding, Mr. Fido had not applied the same parameters as those used by Terma for making this calculation. Did that inquiry have available to it the email exchanges from Terma that this inquiry does?
no.
Okay. It goes on. The airport itself has employed the Terma approach to calculating the probability of detection as part of the safety cases. I'm not going to go whether Terma has an approach or not, which has in turn been accepted by the CAA. And indeed, safety cases had been accepted by the CAA. But did that inquiry have the consideration in the meeting minutes that we have, including that, I think if you pointed out in evidence in chief, the CAA, Mr. Colin Bibby accepted that the buffer didn't need to be there. Was that evidence before that inquiry?
It was not.
We're dealing specifically with the Sanka 2 inquiry. Did Mr. Parkinson at that inquiry say that the airport's methodology was acceptable? That is, not using a buffer.
I can't recall he.
But if you can't recall, I'm not going to. We can probably look at the report to see what he said about it. And I presume Mr. McLeod didn't go over the same ground at Clockery, but did Mr. Ingalls at Clockery say that the airport's methodology was valid, acceptable, and reasonable?
Again, sorry, Mr. Finlay, I can't recall.
That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Hardy then put to you that this was not really a safety case. Can I ask you this question? Would you be here if you weren't concerned about safety?
Absolutely. We safety is just, as I probably said in my evidence in chief, it's just built into our DNA. That's just what we do for our job. Safety is the reasons we're at this inquiry.
When you went to the CAA, just to You were taken by Mr. Hardy to the slides at 11.213. I think it's 11.213. Yes, which was your slide presentation on the 12th of September.
Yeah.
And if you go to the 4th page, you'll see you set out in that page the methodology in the last bullet point of using a large buffer area. And you make it clear that that was both accepted by the reporters in that bullet point and by Scottish ministers in the next bullet point. And then over the page, you make it clear what Glasgow Prestwick's case was, that shouldn't have been accepted in effect.
Yes, from our deep dive into the understanding how Terma, no.
So
There is absolutely no need for a buffer.
right, I understand your case, but the CAA were quite clear that the case you were making to them was in fact had been considered earlier and had the contrary had at that stage been accepted.
That's correct. That was how we explained it to to the principal inspector during our meeting.
And Mr. Hardy made several references to the CAA's position being formed during a 2-hour video or remote conference call. There were in fact 2 calls with the CAA. There was the September meeting with, I think, limited attendance, and one can see that, my apologies, yes, from the minutes of that meeting, which are at, you needn't turn to them, but 11.212. It was just yourself, Phil Smith, Ross McAllister, and Tom Kirkuk.
That's correct.
And then you, as I understand it, that meeting also that lasted for just over 2 hours. But you'd presented your slides to that meeting.
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that, well, it was presumably done electronically, were they available to the CAA before the follow-up meeting in November?
Yes, they were. Mr. Kirkhope shared them and arranged the CAA expert, appropriate experts in each of the fields. So the experts in each of the fields from the CAA had pre-briefed themselves before the meeting in early November.
And then you and both Mr. Fido made additional presentations at the November meeting.
That's correct.
I can comment on that in due course, but thank you for setting that record straight. You referred to Mr. Rankin's letter under cross-examination, but Mr. Hardy didn't take you there. It's CD 11.226. You could go to that briefly. So this is Mr. Rankin.
I've nearly got it, Mr. Finley.
Yeah, that's it. You're familiar with it. It's Mr. Rankin. He'd been provided with the Plum report on the Cronal, which was to do with VHF. So he's their VHF man. And in the 3rd paragraph, he says, I would also raise that there's currently little indication of a safety margin, and this should be considered when judging the risk that the ATC service provision could be compromised. Did you understand that was what did you understand by that? First of all, don't let me lead you on that.
Well, in many ways, I think my interpretation of Mr. Rankin's statement where there is that, no, when we do the analysis and we get, no, the breaches of the CAA exam question in terms of the CI limit, there was little scope for safety margins either side of that answer.
Thank you. You were asked then about the NAT's position in the terms of their undertaking baseline surveys and their history of undertaking flight trials. Have you seen at any stage in any document anywhere a rationale for the NAT's position to include a buffer?
No.
The thermo material you were asked about, I think I'm going to leave that for Mr. Fido. You were asked about what you were doing in respect of Hadyard Hill and Dassalak. Again, and I may need to lead you on this, but in terms of the airport's 5 nautical miles as to whether a wind farm gives rise to cumulative or non-cumulative impacts, taking Hadyard Hill first, is there any wind farm of which you're aware currently within 5 miles of Hadyard Hill?
No.
And likewise in respect of Dassalak?
That's correct.
So both of those would be treated as individual wind farms under the airport's current approach?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there was a considerable amount of discussion about the 90% being a red line, or not, and you made your position clear. What I want to ask you about is the approach the CAA would take to it. If you provided the CAA with a probability of detection within the wind farms of well over 90%, are they going to take that as conclusive? There's no issue, or would they still ask questions?
I think they would still ask questions in respect of, the assumptions that we'd made as part of our safety case.
But the extent and, if you like, severity of their questions, would you expect them to increase or decrease if the probability of detection was less than 90%?
They would certainly have more scrutiny of the submission if the PD was less than 90%.
Thank you. Now, I think Mr. McLeod put to you that there was no evidence of impact on Carrick, but he may have been forgetting the evidence he got from Mr. Ingalls yesterday. Mr. Ingalls' evidence was that the risk of dropping a trap for a significant period of time was fairly low. Is something, just because the risk of something is fairly low, is that something that in broad terms is consistent with your risk assessment approach carried out in CD 11254?
Well, I mean, fairly low is not a defined term as part of our risk assessment.
It's not, no. But in terms of trying to do your best with it and looking at the risk assessment, if something is fairly low, looking at the definition of reasonably probable may occur once during the total operational life of a system, 25 to 35 years. Did you take Mr. Ingalls to be suggesting that it's very unlikely ever to occur, for instance?
I certainly didn't have it in the area of remote. It's fairly low to me means frequent in my, it would happen several times over the operational life of the wind farm.
Thank you. And you were asked by Mr. McLeod whether any other airport uses your approach, and you said you weren't aware of any. 2 questions following that, and I think these are my last 2 questions. Are you aware of any other airport with the same cumulative issues that Prestwick has?
No.
And secondly, you referred to the revised, draft revised version of CAPS 764, which I think is CD 11278. And could I ask you just to turn to that briefly? You referred to the cumulative effects section of that document, which is at electronic page 2066.
Well, before Mr. Thompson answers any questions on that, I do have an issue with this because it's a revised document. It was not referred to in Mr. Thompson's evidence in chief. And both Mr. Hardy and myself don't now have the opportunity to ask him questions in relation to a document that is before the inquiry, but Mr. Finlay chose not to put to him an examination in chief. So I do have an issue with the witness being referred to at this stage.
Well, if Mr. MacLeod asks a question which elucidates an answer from the witness, which he did, which referred to this document and the guidance it was giving on cumulative effects, then it's perfectly proper for me to examine about that. Mr. MacLeod didn't choose to let the witness go there. It's a perfectly proper approach to re-examination to do so. If Mr. MacLeod wishes to ask questions about the document to Mr. Thompson, he could ask to recall them for that purpose, or he could put them to Mr. Fido or Mr. Kirkland. But it's a perfectly normal approach to re-examination, and I'm surprised Mr. MacLeod's taken the position he is.
Well, my issue is that sorry, Matt, on you go.
I was going to say, in the circumstances, I think I am happy to hear the question, given that it's been raised.
Thank you.
Well, I do reserve the right to ask Mr. Thompson to come back in that case, depending on what's said.
It's just so that the report is not left, you, ma'am, are not left not knowing what's in it. If you've got page 28 of 66 there, and it's paragraph 250. And it says ANSPs must consider the feasibility of being able to mitigate the effects of subsequent developments in areas where they had previously been able to accommodate proposed wind turbine developments. Factors affecting mitigation may include blanking the area. And I don't think is relevant, but it's only relevant to see what the what solutions might be. One can read 6A, picking up the second sentence, the cumulative assessment in this case is based on keeping the blanks small enough that aircraft transit them quickly and far enough apart that in balancing the missing detections are outweighed by the solid detection performance in between. The exact size and separation parameters will depend on radar performances. And I should have actually read the second sentence. On most non-cooperative systems, and a non-cooperative system, just to remind ourselves, is what the PSR would be. A cooperative system would be the SSR. Height information is not available, and this means blanking a column at all altitudes. Micro-blanking, the same concept also applies to mitigation solutions that rely on high-resolution micro.
Sorry, is there a question coming?
There is, but I'm just setting the context, and the question is coming now.
I think we can read it, so if you could,
Yeah.
answer the question.
What Terma does, is that, in your understanding, does that qualify as micro-blanking?
Yes, I would say 250B is the term process.
Thank you. In this case, the analysis shifts from how many scans an aircraft will be lost to when the probabilistic impact of scattered single scan losses lowers average detection performance below required levels. Is that concept, that issue that is being raised there, a matter of concern to the airport?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is that the first time that's been raised in a CAP document? As far as you're...
Yes, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Finlay, this is the first time that the details been put in any document that I've seen from the CAA.
Are you aware of anyone else raising issues of micro-blanking with the CAA apart from Prestwick Airport?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Okay, that's very helpful. So that takes us up to lunchtime. I'm very, very grateful for Mr. Thompson's time this morning. It's been a long morning, so thank you. I would like to just ask parties' views on timings, given that we've perhaps gone a little bit further on them, or we're not as far on as we thought we might be at this point. So just in terms of estimates that you've given so far, and also if we're looking ahead to probably Friday, what sort of timings might we need on Friday? I think we were due to start the conditions hearing at 10. Obviously that can be moved around, but I'd like to get your views. So perhaps Mr. Hardy, you're looking eager. Would you like to come in first?
Always eager. I would say that we're not going to finish today. I think, look, realistically, these things are, they take the time they do. We are being as efficient as we can. I feel we'll get through Mr. Kirkland, and then I suspect we'd get through Mr. Fido in chief. I then strongly suspect that Mr. Finlay may say, look, well, let's not start cross-examination. And then that would mean, so Mr. Fido, then cross-examination, and then we've got Miss Kilpatrick remaining. I think that could be done comfortably on Friday. I think the conditions session isn't going to take that long. And I imagined if you allowed, say, a couple of hours or an hour and a half, with a half an hour break. Question then is whether you do that at the start of the day, at the end of the day. I think my preference would be to hear the evidence first, because it may be that something's come out of the evidence before you get to the conditions. So my proposal, I think, would be to get to Mr. Fido, end of evidence in chief today, draw stumps, come back Friday. I'll be happy with a 9:30 start on Friday, start with cross-examination of Mr. Fido, and then do conditions at the end of the day.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Mr. MacLeod? Mr. MacLeod?
I'm slightly in Mr. Hardy's hands in terms of the number of questions that he asks. I had hoped that we might get through both Mr. Kirkland and Mr. Fido this afternoon, but that may be optimistic, and will also depend on examination in chief as well. But maybe Mr. Finlay could give an indication of what he thinks is likely.
Okay, Mr. Finlay? Okay, Mr. Finlay.
It's on that screen there.
Sorry.
Our screen
Wait
went.
for a moment.
Which was slightly disconcerting. Can you still hear me? Can I just?
I can hear you, but I can't see you, but that's okay. Keep talking.
I'll just carry on talking. First of all, I can say I'm having considered the matter with Mr. Fido. I am not concerned about Mr. Fido being in Purda between this afternoon and Friday morning, because I think otherwise we would have finished early this afternoon. So, and if there's a chance we can finish him this afternoon, obviously we should take it. If we don't, then we don't. But that means that I would hope that we would be able to certainly get through Mr. Kirkland and get through a significant chunk of cross-examination on Mr. Fido this afternoon, leaving much more limited elements to be picked up on Friday morning.
Okay, that sounds helpful, and that maybe gives us a bit of flexibility around start time on Friday. But we will have a think about that over lunch, and we'll come back to you on that. So it's just about 10 past. So if it's okay, if we could start again at 2 o'clock, that would let us get on with matters again. So I hope you have a nice break, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm seeing most of the people. Mr. Finlay, you're in soft focus again, but you are there, so that's great. I hope you've all had a nice lunch and feel suitably refreshed. So we said we'd come back to you about the timings and things. So I think we'll push on today and complete what we can. And I'm grateful to Mr. Finlay for supporting that. So we're happy to continue until 5:15 probably at the latest, with 1 or 2 short comfort breaks between now and then, if that suits everybody. So that means on Friday, obviously, we'll have to try and complete the process. So we'll start a little earlier on Friday, and we'll start by completing the evidence on the inquiry, and then the conditions hearing will follow after that. In terms of the timings, I think we'll just take stock tonight at 5 o'clock-ish when we finish and decide what those timings should be. But it might be 9:30, it might be 9, depending on how much we've got through today. And we'll obviously have to communicate the change of the start time for the conditions hearing to others who are not involved today, particularly the council. So we'll make sure that happens tomorrow at some point once we've got all the timings agreed. So if that sounds okay with everybody, any issues?
And no issues. I'm grateful. But can I just be clear? So that's to draw, because I want to just arrange something else.
Yep.
In terms of a hard stop, then 5:15 today. So we'll do we get to wherever we've got to. That's the kind of end point for today.
I think so, depending on where the witness is at that point. So that's 5:15. That's probably about enough today.
Perfect. I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Okay. So if everyone's happy with that, we will turn to Mr. Finlay now, and he can introduce his next witness.
Thank you very much. You're Carol Kirkland, Director and Principal Consultant at ATSIC Expert Solutions, which specialises in aviation consultancy services, and you're an expert in the field of air traffic control. Is that correct, Mr. Kirkland? That's correct. Right. Your recognition's being taken as read, evidence has been taken as read. I've got hopefully a short number of questions for you, which have been narrowed as a result of the interchange as the inquiry's gone on. First matter I want to ask you about is Mr. Inglesman, giving evidence, said that an air traffic controller would be primarily, if not solely, concentrating on the big picture. What's your, you heard that evidence, what's your view in response to it?
I did, yes. No, I disagree with that. As an experienced controller and somebody who trains controllers, that's not correct at all. While clearly having the big picture is part of it for a sort of tactical overview of the traffic situation, the way controllers work is they have a scan, if you like, so they retain the overall picture and they alternate between certain areas depending on what the traffic situation is. So it's probably fair to say that controllers are, depending on the traffic situation, they are focusing on individual areas of interest or concern, or where they next have to do something, or where a risk may be predicted or whatever. So it's an ever-changing scan, if you like, depending on the traffic profile and the next tasks. Controllers are always looking at what's going to happen next. So it's quite a complex and difficult thing to train, but controllers are constantly changing their view both in and out and focusing on certain areas. So I disagree with what Mr. Parkinson said.
The second matter to raise, thank you for that. Second matter to raise is under the broad title of hazard assessments, or the CD 254 and 253 we've been looking at. First of all, is that something you have expertise in?
So yes, it's fair to say I have some expertise in that area throughout my operational and management life in air traffic management. These are part of the everyday life, so I'm familiar with them. I've been involved in compiling many and contributing to many, and therefore I would consider myself a reasonable expert, whilst not an absolute expert in safety management. It's been an integral part of my career today.
And in terms of such assessments in respect of wind farms, broadly, how many have you been involved in?
Well, specifically on wind farms, I've probably done over 100 of these in my time. But of course, these types of assessments apply to many different types of changing procedures, etc. It's a similar format, so probably many hundreds is a reasonable answer.
Thank you. Just again, by way of background to this, were you involved in the compilation of the risk assessments we've been looking at over the last 2.5 days?
No, not these specific ones, no.
Right. I'm gonna, but they've been called into question on a number of issues, so I'll come to that in a moment. But when you're looking at risk assessment, hazard assessments, is it appropriate to use language of whether something is safe or unsafe, which appears to be the sort of slightly approach that perhaps advocates might take?
Yeah.
How does a professional approach that?
So in air traffic management and in other fields as well, we don't talk about safe and unsafe so much as examining the risks. So aviation safety management has advanced incredibly over the last 50, 60 years. So we now look at the risk environment rather than just saying, is something safe or is it not safe? So when you look at a particular procedure, or if you look at a hazard, or if you look at an entire system, it's not safe or unsafe. We have to dig a lot deeper than that, and we have to look at the risk profile. So, for example, if you look at an operation on a radar screen, is it safe or unsafe? Well, it's an ever-changing profile of risks that the controller has to keep monitoring, and that's true of considering any operational impact or any system impact. So we prefer to talk about evaluation of risks rather than just safety or lack of safety.
And then if I can ask you to take CD 11254 out.
Yeah. It's the only one I have printed out. What are the chances?
There's a funny thing. If we look at the first page, does anything in that matrix surprise you at all?
No, nothing at all.
One matter that hasn't been highlighted yet, but may occur to the reporters, is there's reference to a number of boxes to safety barriers, which obviously one's not talking about a physical safety barrier, but if you start at the bottom, no effect immediately, it says in the third sentence, existing safety barriers come into play to avoid the event turning into a significant incident. And if you look at the box above, several safety barriers remain.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, your cable has given up a little.
Right.
I'm not there to help you this time, Mr. Finlay. Somebody else.
Okay. Right, come on.
No. You need an expert.
That might be working now.
That's better, but we've lost your image.
It's working now.
Picture of the ceiling. Roland.
Well, can you hear me sufficiently well?
We can hear you. We can just see the ceiling. That's all.
Well, whilst we.
Mysterious looking hand that floated across the screen.
If it wasn't that the screen was probably distracting, I would carry on orally, but I'm in your hands as to whether that would be appropriate or not.
Let's just wait a minute and see if you can get it resolved, because it's not ideal. That's better. You can zoom in now. We'll
Excellent.
left a bit, down a bit. Great.
Bullseye, yeah.
Thank you.
So
Oh,
Oh,
sound's gone again, Mr. Finlay.
we can try and speak again, see if it's.
see, is that any better?
Yeah, that is okay, I think. Yep. Don't touch anything.
Could you explain?
Oh no,
Just say,
you've gone again.
hey.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, you've gone again.
Right, coming up.
Can we turn the camera off for a moment, and then just do oral? Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you. That's fine if you want to just carry on.
Yeah, well, when we have the next break, we'll try and sort it out. But
That's fine. Carry on.
so safety barriers, one can see there's by the time you get to a serious incident, second line, no safety barriers remaining. What's that telling someone? What's the practical implications of that?
So for me, this is the key to the whole thing, actually, because how we manage and improve safety in aviation is around these barriers. And if I could illustrate that we probably don't have to turn to it, but in my report, I talk about the Swiss cheese theory. I don't know if you remember seeing that. There's a big diagram of a piece of cheese. So the idea behind that is that the Swiss cheese is full of holes, and each hole is a safety barrier. It's a means of preventing something happening. And the whole model works on the basis that it assumes that people make mistakes, that systems fail, that things happen. No, nothing's perfect. But the idea of having multiple barriers is if one thing fails, something else is there to prevent, the whole. And when we look at the vast majority of aviation incidents and accidents these days, because by and large the mechanics of aviation are pretty safe, is that the holes in the Swiss cheese effectively have aligned and all the barriers have effectively failed. So it's this kind of barrier approach that is how we ensure safety, and that's why you'll see in this sort of increasing level of incident, you'll see that it goes from existing safety barriers, plural, come into play, and then they gradually get eroded, and that's what effectively the risks do. The risks erode the barriers. And it's by recognizing the fact that there are multiple ways of preventing things happening that we can ensure and improve safety. And that's why we take this approach, because aviation safety is so mature now that what we try to do, and this sounds a bit obscure, but when something happens or almost happens, we do analysis into why it didn't get worse. So we're actually going in and going, something went wrong, but it was stopped by something else. What else stopped it? So we try and learn what the barriers actually are in real life and how they work in real life. So it's quite a compelling story around safety and how it's advanced over the decades and how we're quite mature at this now. And that's reflected in these risk and hazard ID processes. So from my perspective anyway, this sort of barrier idea is really, really important.
Thank you. Now, broadening out from page one, have you've obviously got considerable knowledge of the circumstances of the case. Looking over the content of the remainder of the document, I'm going to ask you this globally. You'll have heard some criticisms of it voiced at various times to various persons. Do you accept those criticisms, or do you consider the document to be robust?
No, I think it's a very robust document. I'm very wary of criticising other people's safety assessments because these are professionals who work together in a mature manner and develop these things. Now, yes, you can challenge them, but from looking at this, having not been involved in its development, it looks like the output of a pretty mature safety management system. I may have used slightly different words here and there, but of course there's a lot of sort of subjectivity in terms of these hazard IDs. But the idea, of course, is that multiple inputs will tend to smooth out any differences in opinion. So no, I think overall it's a very mature and very competent piece of work.
Thank you. Now, it might be said to you that, well, let me get ahead of myself. This document clearly proceeds on the basis that when you're calculating PD, there shouldn't be buffer zones around wind farms. It might be said to you that in many of your previous safety assessments, you'd accepted the concept of buffer zones around wind farms. First of all, would that be correct?
Yes, I think along with most others in the industry, that's probably true, yeah.
And would you take that position now, knowing what you know?
No, absolutely not. And that in a way kind of indicates learning in action. We've all realised that that there's something not quite right about the methodology that's been used because it doesn't tell us what we need to know. And that's a learning point, and it's only in the last sort of year or 2 years that this has really come to the fore, and I think the whole industry needs to take cognizance of it. I've certainly very much changed. Well, I probably didn't have a view before because I think we were all lulled into this world where that was just the way that it was done, and it wasn't questioned. So, you know, I think once we saw that actually it didn't make any sense, and there was a better way of more accurately doing it for our purposes, then we all kind of woke up and realised that this was the only way of doing it.
But just to make it clear, and I think you've made that clear in your answer, that the details and the technology of detection and buffer zones, that's for Mr. Fido, not for yourself.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in that whatsoever, but I've worked with radars all my life, and the concepts here are pretty basic, so there's no problem understanding them.
And just two more questions. The one or other, or both indeed, of the applicants have made or sought to make something of RNAV routes, and the fact that the RNAV route wouldn't cross these wind farms. How relevant, in your mind, is that to the safety assessments that you're concerned with?
Very little relevance, and I suspect you'll ask me why. You know, this was discussed at previous public inquiries. Those ATS routes were put in for a reason, and the reason is actually quite a mundane one. Those are satellite-based navigation routes which are coming in everywhere. And there's a national, in fact, international program of replacing conventional navigation routes. And those, ma'am, for your information, are routes where aircraft fly navigating over beacons on the ground. So rather that, so they'll actually fly from one beacon to another, and that's how they'll flight on the route, and that's how the aircraft will be flown. But those beacons are expensive, they take up land, they're kind of old-fashioned, they're actually not required. So they're being removed. So actually, all airports in the UK, in fact worldwide, are moving towards the satellite-based system, which only relies on effectively GPS systems. And that makes a lot of sense. So in actual fact, the airport, I'm guessing here, but a lot of airports don't want to put them in because they take a lot of time, they're very expensive, and nobody uses them at the moment. But it is a fundamental element of the airspace modernisation strategy. It will be the future. However, without going into too much detail, so the airport had to put them in because navigation beacons were being removed. So they need them essentially for non-radar situations. If the radars fail, aircraft can still get into the airport. So they're there primarily for contingency purposes, but they are available to be used upon request. And as I think Mr. Smith said yesterday, pilots can request these routes. And when they do request them, often it's for training purposes because they're not, you know, it's a different way of flying. Essentially, if you fly these routes, it's the aircraft flight management system that's flying them. So the controller is actually hands off. So he or she is just kind of monitoring. Whereas the normal way of approaching at the moment, the controller is giving the pilot heading and descending. It's very proactive. You know, the controller is in control, whereas the pilot or the aircraft is flying these routes. Sorry, go on.
Someone like Ryanair wanting to land at Prestwick Airport, are they going to be content to take the RNAV route, or will they seek to take the whatever happens to be the most direct route at the time?
Right. I think we know the answer to that. Ryanair and many other airlines will choose the most direct route, and it's quite simple. I mean, they might elect to do it for training purposes because the pilot, it's a very different type of approach, and pilots will need to be, you know, up to speed and current on them. But it's pretty rare. I think Mr. Smith said maybe 1 in 10 might use them. And actually, there is another reason which I'll explain very, very quickly because it didn't come up yesterday. When a controller is controlling a number of aircraft by giving them headings, vectoring, and descending them and changing their speed and doing all the stuff, all the funky stuff that controllers do to get the aircraft in the right place, the controller is actively controlling the aircraft. If the controller is allowing these aircraft to fly these RNAV routes, that they're sitting back and watching effectively, it's a monitoring role. And that is fine. But if you're mixing them, if you're doing a mixture of vectoring and monitoring, that's a very, human factors wise, that's a very different mindset where you can get quite confused, and your scan that I mentioned earlier is very different because you're jumping from proactive controlling to monitoring. So in actual fact, it's not a great way. You should either do one or do both. Either do one or the other, not both. And if all aircraft are arriving on these RNAV routes, which they could do, in actual fact, it's not very efficient because you as a controller are not providing any spacing. You're just watching to see what the aircraft do. And ultimately, at some point, you have to take over and give them headings because they could get too close. You have to provide separation. So in actual fact, efficiency-wise, one at a time is maybe okay, but when there's more than one aircraft, it's not a great way of doing it. And as you mentioned before, pilots really they're not keen on flying these routes. So as far as the airport's concerned, and they're not alone, almost every other airport I've ever worked at, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, you know, you name it, the vast majority of those places have the same routes in, but they don't use them. They vector aircraft, and it's pretty standard at the moment. That's the way airports work.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Just two more issues. One is that there's been, sure whether criticism is the right word, but definitely the applicants have pointed out the absence of an overall PD calculation for the cumulative wind farm areas. Is that a matter, so there isn't that detail for the report, is that a matter of concern for you in assessing a safety impact?
No, it's not really something that as a controller would consider. As a controller, I mean, controllers are simple creatures in many ways without offending them. What a controller wants to know is looking at a screen is where are the exact areas where I may start to lose plots and tracks. I don't want to know what the overall picture is because it's not relevant. I want to know exactly where I will have a PD of less than 90%, for example, because then I can start to do some sort of operational impact assessment on that situation. And that's how I've always approached any of these operational impacts. To me, it makes, dare I say it, common sense to do it that way. You isolate those areas where you're going to have problems in coverage, and then you go through a short process to kind of do an evaluation of the operational impact based on that. Having a PD of a large area is irrelevant for me.
And then I think in terms of loss of tracks, assuming term is in and optimised, I think the only evidence from the applicant came from Mr. Inglis, who said that the probability of that happening was fairly low. Is that something that can then be dismissed in your view?
No, fairly low does not give me a nice warm feeling of safety, I'm afraid. And I know that's a kind of colloquialism, but fairly low to me means it's going to happen. It's like St Mirren winning the Scottish Cup. It's fairly low, but you know it's happened, and it might even happen again. But yeah, it's not a great feeling of confidence, I'm afraid.
So if you just think of St Johnstone winning the Scottish Cup, it's certainly not.
It's extremely improbable, Mr. Finlay.
Given they've won it a couple of times in the last 10 years, perhaps not. But it is unlikely to be considered frequent. But even if it was only going to happen once in 35 years, on the matrix, it would be described as reasonably probable.
It would, and that's why you need to look at the sort of underlying descriptions in safety management system terms of what reasonably probable means, because it's probably very different to what you would think in everyday life. If you went into a casino, for example, you know, it's not the same type of language in terms of, because these are 24-hour-a-day systems, 365 days a year for 35 years. Reasonably probable means it's going to occur once, you know, it's not the same thing. So I think you need to look at these descriptions.
And then the last issue to touch on is this. A number of questions have been asked about, or assumptions been made about the traffic will mostly have transponders. It will mostly be, the important traffic will be flying IFR. The responsibilities on the pilot in Class G airspace. Is it, when you're undertaking risk assessments, are you just looking at what normally happens, or what is your approach?
No, I think it's almost the opposite in the sense you need to look at what might happen. That's how you proactively manage. Excuse me. That's how you proactively manage safety. There's no point in looking at the everyday, because the air traffic system in aviation is so safe that, you know, you could watch it for a month and nothing would happen, but that's not the point. That's not how you go after the risks. That's not how you manage safety. You need to, I guess, sort of shine the light into the dark corners of the risk areas to actually really dig these out. And so it's a proactive attitude rather than reactive one.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Kirkland. I'm sure the others will have some for you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Just want to pause for a second, see if we can get Mr. Finlay back in terms of the video.
Yeah, do you want to take 5 minutes?
I'm very happy until we have a break to
Just carry on.
at this stage. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hardy.
Very much, Mr. Kirkland. Good afternoon to you. Just start with some preliminary matters, if we may, and your CV we can find at Appendix A. That's at the back of your inquiry report. So that's CD 11262, and it's at the back of that document. Do you have that?
Just getting it now. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so a number of interesting points raised in your evidence in chief, which are over and above your written text, but they come from or questions stem from your experience. So one of those things is you were general manager at Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Familiarity presumably with the airspace therefore and the wind farms which are proximate to Edinburgh Airport.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Then you've had senior consultant role at NATS. You tell us that you were at NATS, I think, for a total of 32 years. You tell us that in your paragraph 1 of your introduction to your report, but this particular role between 2010 and 2020. And it's the 5th point down, 4th point down under that subheading, delivery of wind farm mitigation projects.
Yeah.
Such as the Greater Wash Regional Solution, carrying out of wind farm mitigation and assessment work in many countries, including South Africa, Belgium, and the United States. I just want to stop there for a minute. What sort of role did you play in the delivery of wind farm mitigation projects?
So my role involved projects such as transponder mandatory zone mitigation for Greater Wash. It involved often working with other, so for example, South Africa, I'd be working with the South African CAA because they were very keen to understand how we did our assessment work and mitigation work. So it was a kind of a role which involved sharing of knowledge and experience rather than, not actually doing the mitigation work there, but sharing how we did it in UK, because the UK was probably fair to say that it was ahead of the rest of the world by necessity, because wind farms became an issue here, perhaps in many other places.
I'm more interested in the UK than abroad. So we've got the Greater Wash Regional Solution. Anything else relating to wind farm mitigation project delivery in the UK?
I was also involved when the Kincardine Radar infill project was developed with Scottish Power for Whiteley Wind Farm.
Yeah.
I was at Glasgow Airport at that time, so I was quite closely involved in that project.
Okay. One of the questions asked to you in chief related to buffer zones, which I wasn't expecting. So just let's look at that a moment. NATS take a different view to GPA. We've heard there are flight trials, and in fact, at their insistence, what we were told this morning was that the flight trials are being run both with the buffer zone and without. And the airport made its position, this is the evidence we heard this morning, that NATS were sticking with their position in relation to buffer zone. So in relation to your experience of NATS, first of all, competence and the weight that should be attached to their views, that's very strong, isn't it? You agree with that?
Sorry, so just ask the question again.
Yes, competence and the degree of weight that should be attached to the views of NATS. I'm suggesting that is strong, isn't it? So strong degree of competence, strong degree of weight that you would attach to what they say.
In general terms, yes.
Thank you. So when they take a view on buffer zone, they presumably do so as that competent authority. There is that view on buffer zone should be given considerable weight in these proceedings, shouldn't it?
I don't actually agree with that, Mr. Hardy. I think when you look at that very specific issue, my understanding is that the buffer zone came about due to those infill radar projects. That was when it first appeared. And I obviously worked for NATS for many years, so I know the organisation well. I know their professionalism and competence is perhaps almost second to none in the ATM world. However, they can be wrong, and I think in this case they are.
Okay, so just take a note of that. Almost second to none can be wrong. In terms of any other, I think we've had this evidence, or it was asked about the witness, any other organisations, anybody else that's taken the same line as GPA, and the answer was no, so far as the airport is concerned. Is that your understanding as well? This is a GPA ploughing a lonely furrow?
I believe so at the moment, yes. And I think the reason for that is A, it's quite a recent development in the last couple of years, and B, it's become such a big issue because of the cumulative impact, which is fairly unique at Prestwick. So
yeah. Lots of airports, lots of wind farms, lots of different radar solutions. It's not the first opportunity, is it, if NATS were going to take a different view that this inquiry provides? They're well aware of the issue. They just take a different view to you and to GPA.
They certainly take a different view, yes.
Yeah. And so the state of play is this, that NATS, you tell us you were there for 32 years, their experience almost second to none, but can be wrong. So GPA on its own, taking a different position. And against that, you have a slide deck, you have a Teams meeting, and you've got CA saying, well, that seems okay, but we haven't got a final position. So in terms of evidence, the weight of evidence for the reporters, can we agree to actually to stick with what everyone else is doing and NATS who are second to none? Because we don't have anything sufficiently clear, do we, from the CAA, if that's their role anyway, to the contrary.
No, I disagree. I think we have not seen anything from NATS, despite requests justifying the buffer methodology, and that concerns me greatly.
Well, at the moment, it's the other way, isn't it? Because NATS' position is well known, so the outlier is the airport burden, and all the rest of it would be on the airport to shift that. all the airport is saying is, well, we've got a problem, and I'm going to suggest to another witness exactly why they're raising that problem, and it's a commercial one rather than anything else. But leave that as it may. That's for Mrs. Kilpatrick. The airport is making a position. It does not have anybody else that is giving a formal position in support of that, does it? Got some correspondence to the CAA, who has reserved its formal position. That's the highest it's put, isn't it?
Again, having had many years of experience with the CAA, I think I put quite a lot of weight on what they've said. I think it's quite unusual for them to volunteer that information so quickly, and I put a lot of weight in what they are saying.
We don't have a formal position, Mr. Kirkland. That's the agreed position this morning. There are a series of work streams.
Hardy, with respect, Mr. Hardy, it's not an agreed position that they don't have a formal position. Mr. Thompson agreed that they hadn't formally responded to his requests, but he didn't.
Yes.
They didn't have a formal position. And to suggest that they're
Mr. Finlay, actually, we have heard what was said earlier. So if Mr. Hardy could move on.
Yes, I'm just. But what I'd like to do is be very clear, because Mr. Finlay, I'm afraid, is taking a bad point. That the action points were set out in the minutes of the meeting from with the CAA on the 10th of November. So that's box 7. Mr. Kirkland, you heard that evidence?
Yeah.
So that's CD 11221.
Are you still on the same point, Mr. Hardy? Because I think we did hear what was said this morning. We did hear that.
The concern of absolutely, ma'am, as long as it's understood. But Mr. Finlay is saying that in terms of agreement about formal position, and what will come back in close, very clear, the formal position of those action points set out in box 7. If it's understood that the CAA has not come back in response to that work stream, I'll move on. But what I'm not prepared to agree
to accept the CAA hasn't come back, and that's not the point I was making, Mr. Hardy.
Then in which case,
you know full well, but I just don't want you to mislead the witness. Thank you.
Then in which case, ma'am, that's fine. But by formal position, what I am meaning is the formal position statement set out in box 7. And on that, you've heard the evidence. We can move on. So, position is Nats, and we'll wait to see whether or not we will get the flight reports, and we'll get the matter or any confirmation further from the CAA. What, in your experience, or have you had any experience of tracks being dropped? So why does all of this matter? Have you had any experience of tracks being dropped over operational wind farms in the UK?
I probably can't answer that. I think the answer is obviously no if I can't answer it, because I'm trying to rack my memory as to when I might have seen that. So clearly, when when Whiteley was being tested, the radar was being tested and all the rest of it, that I wasn't so closely involved in that. So I think that's probably an engineering question. However, if you're asking me from an ATC perspective, have I ever seen it on a radar display? The answer is probably no. But then again, the reason for that is that my operational experience was probably just before Terma was a thing. The only mitigation we tended to use was avoidance, and therefore you wouldn't get the track drop because you're avoiding the wind farm. So maybe I'm just a bit out of time-wise. It's before Terma came in.
Okay. So just for my note, there's quite a few caveats. They're all understood, but no, not that you can remember from your experience.
Let me just double check. By track drop, I mean, I've seen aircraft going through wind farms and you losing the track, but that's a visual thing because you've not mitigated the clutter. So I've not seen the track drop that I think you're referring to, which is in a mitigated environment.
Edinburgh, if we could just look at that, the key. This comes out of your experience there. Are you aware? Maybe that you can point the reporters to the band of wind farms that are there. I think it's Black Law, Tommy Wheel, Heathland. I think there's a band, isn't there, of wind farms which are proximate to Edinburgh Airport.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I mean, I would have to see them on a map because I was not involved in any wind farm work at Edinburgh. So I would have I'd have to see some detail to comment on it.
Well, what the question was going to be this then, from that experience at Edinburgh, are you aware of Edinburgh reporting issues with mitigating that line of wind farms?
No, I stopped working at Edinburgh some time ago, so no, I would. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. So those are points coming from supplementary points made in chief. So let's have a look at your report. And we're going to run through that sequentially. The first of those touches actually on Whiteley. So paragraph 17 of your report, background and experience, being involved in a number of wind-related projects which have provided litigation for large wind farms, notably the Whiteley radar data fusion solution. I think Whiteley, 200 turbines.
I think so, yeah.
And the other wind farms, have they been same size, larger than wind farms in GPA?
Sorry, you mean
So Whiteley's obviously bigger than
yes.
Whiteley's bigger than these.
Yeah.
But the other schemes, and I'm principally interested in the UK, have they been bigger, smaller, same size as what we're looking at here?
Do you mean the Greater Wash ones that I refer to, or do you just mean in general?
Any in the UK?
There are plenty of large wind farms, particularly offshore ones, yeah.
No, that you have worked on.
Oh, so Whiteley and Greater Wash were bigger than the developments here. Those are probably the two biggest sets of the Greater Wash was I think 2 or 3 different.
Combined. Yeah, got it. All right.
Yeah.
Paragraph 26. Regulatory framework. I'm going to leave apart from 26F, which refers to CAP 774. So I'm going to just have a look at that with you. So CAP 774, which is CD 11055. This is, have you got it? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Hardy, I'm just getting an error in the file thing. Hold on. Right, it's back now. 1155. Okay, just going into it now. Yep.
So you got that good. Your 26F is the anchor for some of these questions. So what you tell us about CAP 774, the document details the services which ANSPs can provide outside of controlled airspace. It also includes detail on the duty of care as applicable to controllers providing these services. So paragraph 1.2, so that's page 17. I'm not going to read all of these paragraphs, but pilots are ultimately responsible, Mr. Kirkland, for collision avoidance and terrain clearance, aren't they? If you take to the air, then primary responsibility is on you to avoid.
Absolutely, yes.
And it isn't mandatory to have for a pilot to be in receipt of an ATS in either Class C or G airspace, and that generates an unknown traffic environment in which the controller workload can't be predicted with any accuracy because it changes, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 1.5 will come back to duty of care, but ATS provision. It's about making controllers making all reasonable endeavours to provide the ATS that a pilot requests, isn't it?
Yep.
So there is going to be a question of prioritisation. So in the control tower, there's finite ATS resources, aren't there? There's a prioritisation that the controller is going to have to work through.
Yes, but yes, okay, we'll say yes. see what your next.
I don't want you
question-
to say yes if you don't mean
No,
yes.
it's a yes, but
Go on, what's the but?
Well, it's not as simple as just saying that you. I think you're perhaps alluding to, maybe I'm moving ahead, but to prioritise service provision inside controlled airspace versus outside airspace, controlled airspace. Yes, I agree with that. However, it depends. It depends on the traffic situation. It depends on what is happening outside of controlled airspace. So by that, I mean, you may have an aircraft inside controlled airspace that you knew was going to leave controlled airspace, and therefore that changes your prioritization over your focus on the airspace outside. So it's interconnected, but I agree in general principle with what you're saying in terms of if you're restricted by workload or resources, you can reduce the service outside controlled airspace more readily than within controlled airspace.
Absolutely, that's the point of agreement, and actually is picked up in the regulatory document. I think in paragraph 1.10, where it makes the point, doesn't it, that look, there may be circumstances. You are dealing with skilled people, balancing a number of things, but in the TAR, circumstances that prevent controllers or FISOs from passing timely traffic information and or deconfliction advice. And the examples given actually in the list that you've just given. So high workload areas of high traffic density, unknown traffic conducting high energy maneuvers, or when traffic is not displayed to the controller is obscured by surveillance clutter. So there's an information at the system at that point where controllers or FISOs will inform the pilot of reductions in traffic information along with the reason and the probable duration. That is part of the mix, isn't it? That's prioritization.
Yeah.
Safety, and it's been sort of suggested that the Craig Muddy applicant is saying there's a lower requirement for safety in Class G. Absolutely not. Safety is paramount in all airspace, isn't it? But the way that is delivered, obligations, duty of care, risk, and so on, they do vary between the different types of airspace.
They do.
Okay. So there's nothing between us there. In relation to when primary radar is unavailable, so this is it's paragraph 110. It's the last paragraph on page of that under that section on page 21.
Yeah.
So where primary radar is unavailable and SSR alone is used to provide an ATS, non-transponding aircraft will not be detected. Therefore, the ATC will not be able to warn pilots of their proximity. Again, it's an example, isn't it, of the dynamic changing environment and the balances that the ATCs have to undertake every day in the job. It's a changing situation. Therefore, there isn't one provision which applies every single day. Situations change. There are processes of balance. There are processes of prioritization. None of that takes away from paramount interest that you place on safety.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although when you say when things are constantly changing, my question would be there. It depends on what you mean by when primary radar is unavailable. Do you mean on a planned program basis? Do you mean on a radar failure basis? Unexpected? Do you mean by
either?
It affects service provision in different ways.
Yes, it does. All right, but the point about balances and a dynamic environment is really what I was getting at. In terms of duty of care, that's picked up in paragraph 1. I think it's 1.3, but then he's also picked up in appendix A4.
Yeah.
So that's about the discharge of the duty of care. So that's on internal page 42. Do you have that?
Yes, got it.
And it's the last paragraph. I'm particularly interested in. The reporters can read all of it, but crucial element of duty of care is achieved through controllers, FISOs making all reasonable endeavours to provide the level of ATS that a pilot requests. Due to the nature of the unknown traffic environment, inevitable there'll be occasions when controllers are unable to meet in full the ATS definitions that a pilot expects. And then we've got some examples: limited surveillance capability, workload, traffic density. In these situations, any reduction should be made clear to the pilot This ability is catered for in the ATS principles for air traffic procedures. However, these actions taken either tactically by a controller or as a strategic measure by an ATS provider should be in response to justifiable limitations. So there are going to be restrictions, aren't there? But that's all part of the environment. There are as long as they are legitimate and justifiable limitations, that's all written into the procedures.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
That's the wording, isn't it, of the CAP document? That's what we're told. Yeah.
Can I agree with that? I think I would have questions though around what you mean by justifiable limitations. I think some ANSPs would see a degradation of airspace as an unjustifiable limitation and a reduction in their service provision capability, for example.
Yep.
I'm talking in general terms.
Yeah, well, maybe an argument about that, but I'm just interested in your in what the regulations have to say. And for my purposes, I've asked the question that I want. Paragraph 31 of your report, so we can put away CAP 774.
Yeah.
Which para, sorry, Mr. Hardy?
Paragraph 31.
You.
So you said.
So I've gone out of my. You're talking about my report, Mr. Hardy.
I'm back in your. So you can close 774 down now. I'm interested in your report.
Unfortunately, I've only got one at a time, so I just need the number again.
No, you don't. So your report is 11262.
Should know that off by heart, shouldn't I?
While Mr. Kirkland's getting to this, I'm just going to give Mr. Kirkland a hard copy of his report so he doesn't have to continue going to it.
Thank you. Thank you. As if by magic. Okay, I got it.
Good. Right, paragraph 31 we're on. Internal page 8.
Okay.
Where you say, look, safety significant events rarely caused by a single factor. Variable accidents, incidents, are a result of numerous small factors, each of them seemingly insignificant when combined to create a whole which manifests itself as an incident. That's true to a certain extent, but can we just look at this a minute? There are multiple barriers or mitigations that would prevent an accident, and a change in risk in a barrier is typically not going to lead directly to a serious incident, is it?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that because it's too general a sort of term. You'd say, what do you mean by changing a risk in a barrier?
Risk. What is risk? Let's just try and identify that. Risk, I'm going to suggest, is severity of end effect times by the frequency of that effect occurring. Is that?
Yeah, but
that's how I'm defining risk.
Yeah, I mean, you can define risk in a number of different ways. So that's reasonable. A risk, in basic terms, is I guess is the chance of something happening, or is defining what could actually happen.
Yeah.
Without attaching any value to that, a risk is what could happen.
So change in risk in a barrier on its own is unlikely, might do, but is unlikely to have a significant impact on the frequency of that end effect occurring. This goes to what weight is being attached to the assessment matrices, for instance.
If I pick you up correctly, in my world, I don't think that's true. So
Okay, why not?
Well, I'll try and use an example, shall I? When let me try and think of something. So when an aircraft is taxied to a holding point at a runway, clearly you don't want it to go on the runway until cleared, because there's aircraft taking off and landing. That's one of the nightmare scenarios for controllers all around the world, and it's a fundamental part of aviation safety, is to manage that risk. There's multiple barriers to prevent runway incursions, there's so much pressure because it's such a prevalent risk these days that changes are made, which I think is equivalent to you changing the barrier, changing the risk in a barrier. And that's been done to quite dramatic effect. So the number of occurrences of runway incursions, because of all the work that's been done on it, risks or the barriers have been changed to try and nullify some of those risks, and it's worked. And you can see that in statistical evidence. So if I picked you up correctly, Mr. Hardy. That's kind of where I'm at, in that a small change can have a massive impact, both positively and negatively.
But the point you're making is that in it seems to me in paragraph 31 is that actual events are rarely caused by a single factor. There's a multiplicity of factors, and it was a relatively simple point to say, well, look, a change in risk in a barrier because of that multiplicity of causative effects. A change in risk in a barrier is typically not going to lead directly to a serious incident. There's lots of checks, lots of balances, lots of mitigations, lots of barriers.
Well, the number of barriers is important. Yes, you're right. It's when I was giving some evidence earlier to Mr. Finlay, I talked about the proactive safety work you do, where you try and find out why something didn't actually get worse. And sometimes when you do that, you find out there was only one barrier left. You might have found there's only two barriers in the whole process, so one failed and one saved it. One more failure would have led to something worse. So, you know, I'm using that as a very sort of wide example, but that's how we think, and that's why I tend to disagree with what you're saying. Most incidents have multiple causes, in actual fact, and sometimes it's a chain of events caused by an error, and then it turns into a missed readback, or, you know, it's this combination of different types of event with different barriers. And thankfully, incidents are so rare, particularly serious ones, it's very difficult to analyse them because they're so few and far between. And sadly, when they do happen, at least you get some evidence to try and make it better in the future. So,
all right, I'm happy with that, Ms. Simiskин. Let's have a look then at how that works out in practice for the jobs of the controller. And we can see your paragraph 36.
yeah.
In which you say this, by way of example, how safety is prioritised over efficiency. If clutter from a wind farm is present on a radar display, controller, in order to ensure safety, will avoid that clutter by vectoring the aircraft around the clutter area. Second impact of this avoiding action is that the airspace capacity is reduced by, as part of the airspace becomes unusable. In this scenario, cumulative impact of multiple clutter areas very quickly lead to a highly significant impact on service provision. Safety would not be compromised because aircraft will be vectored around the clutter, but in order to ensure safety, efficiency would suffer. So the point I was making this morning is that safety in an organisation like GPA, competent, experienced controllers, ultimately safety is not going to be an issue because that will not be compromised. Might be other effects, might have to do something different, or in that your example, efficiency might suffer, but it's not a safety point, is it? The end result is not an impact on that.
So are you talking specifically about the developments considered under this inquiry, or are you talking in general terms?
Well, either in general terms or indeed about the development. Safety, this is not a safety case point because safety is paramount. Competent ATSs running this will, in accordance with what you say in paragraph 36, are not going to allow safety to be compromised, are they?
No, of course not. Of course not. But when you say that, I mean, everybody talks about safety being paramount, and everybody says that, but actually, nobody really says what it actually means. What it means is hazards like this being investigated and mitigated. That's what safety being paramount amounts to.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. We'll move on to 41. And you deal with a number of points. We've got shadowing, desensitization, capacity. They're not issues, are they? They're not issues that are subject to, well, certainly not these inquiry sessions, or they've been agreed, or in agreed documents.
Are you talking about paragraph 41?
41. Yeah? So what you've put is the other holes. It goes back to the Swiss cheese.
Shadowing is relevant. Degradation of VHF comms is relevant. Desensitization is relevant. Overall cumulative impact is relevant.
So, so you're saying shadow? The list I got. So shadowing, desensitization, capacity.
No, hold on. I think we have a different. I think we might have a different report here.
Were you summarising that, Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
That same list.
Yeah.
41.
Paragraph 41. Yeah.
Yeah.
So summarising it a little, so it may be read differently, but think it's the same, Mr.
So I'm reading shadowing, degradation of the VHF communications capability, desensitization, processor capacity, and overall cumulative impact.
So processor capacity is not an issue. That's my point. You know, that
One for Mr. Fido, but I don't believe that that's an issue for this inquiry.
Okay, desensitization.
I'm using the term desensitization in relation to the black holes and shadowing.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, let's probably pick that up with Mr. Fido.
Yeah.
In relation to that. We're almost there. That was class G. In terms of the pre-notification, so paragraph 70, where you're dealing with air traffic services in class G airspace. Actually, you're dealing with it's under the heading of approach radar control. The approach radar control class, so paragraph 70.
Yeah, I have that.
We heard evidence, I don't know if you were listening yesterday, but about pre-reporting, particularly of military aircraft. Did you hear that evidence? Yeah. Your experience, I don't think there was an example of where, well, there's no example, I think, where there wasn't a transponder. The vast majority of military aircraft were reporting. I think there was a figure given of 1 to 2. I think it was a week or so. Is that?
Yeah, that from my understanding is that's pretty accurate. But I think obviously being the airport being a fairly active military hub, as well as having military low flying areas adjacent to the airspace, does mean that it does vary. You know, there's probably no standard week. Obviously, it's an exercise on, and during the summer there's more low flying and all the rest of it. So.
But the majority of aircraft is known in advance. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Paragraph 85. It'd be normal for controllers to ensure that aircraft under their control avoid clutter by a distance of around 3 nautical miles. So if wind farm clutter isn't mitigated, then the impacted airspace would be 3 nautical miles in a buffer around the wind farm.
Not exactly. No, that's not impacted airspace. That's airspace. That's a distance from the clutter that the controller will endeavour to achieve. So it's not impacted airspace.
But that's that is airspace that the controller would seek to avoid, isn't it?
They're not avoiding the airspace. They're avoiding the clutter. So it's an important distinction.
Avoiding the clutter. Yes.
And the reason for that is that the airspace around the clutter is well, if an aircraft is within the clutter, you're not going to recognize it. You're not going to see it. So you want to give yourself a barrier so that the controller can at least have a bit of time to detect that aircraft and avoid it. So that's why you avoid the clutter.
Yeah. Paragraph 97. Airspace infringement. So summary of unknown aircraft and the issue of avoidance. So just your knowledge of airspace infringement incidents at GPA. Are you aware of how often they occur?
Yeah, relatively low. I couldn't give you the statistics for that, but I think it's relatively low. They're very lucky in that respect. However, having said that, I believe there was one last week. So, you know, they do happen.
Paragraph 119. So practice and procedures. So standard practices and regulations require controllers and pilots to use standard phraseology in order that instructions are clear and unambiguous. In addition, to mitigate any errors in radio communications, pilots must read back each instruction, radar heading, height, and so on. Read back is tactical mitigation, isn't it, to ensure integrity of communications? It's a way of making the two parties sure that they've understood each other.
Correct.
So if there's a breakdown in voice communication, one thing you do is say, actually, can I just clarify what you said? And then that is repeated.
It depends on the nature of the breakdown in communication, but you're right. Yes, if an instruction is read by a controller and it's not read back, the controller would go back and query it. That is one scenario, yes.
The technical side of VHF, I'll pick up with Mr. Ido. I think that is it, Mr. I think you said you didn't take any part in the production of the risk assessment studies. You commented on them, but you didn't actually. You weren't part of the origination.
No, that's right.
Good. Right. Thank you very much. That's my cross-examination, Mr. Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. McLeod, have you got an indication of how long your questioning might be? Because whether we have a short break now or after you.
I think I'm actually going to be pretty brief, to be honest.
Mr. Kirkland, how do you feel? Do you want to carry on or would you like a short break?
No, carry on, carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. McLeod.
Grand. Afternoon, Mr. Kirkland. The first point I wanted just to clarify with you, and we don't necessarily need to look to the document, but I'll give you the reference if you want it. So it's the applicant's inquiry report, which is CD 11.265, the CARIC applicant's document.
Okay.
And it's paragraphs 39 and 40.
Okay.
Now, this is a part of the document where Mr. Inglis talks about VHF modelling, and I don't want to ask you about that aspect. It's just that in Mr. Inglis's report, he talks about the rules of the air, and you're presumably very familiar with those.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Inglis says that in paragraph 40, the rules of the air state that pilots flying VFR must avoid obstacles by a minimum of 500 feet horizontally. Do you agree that that is the correct approach?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So any pilot flying in Class G airspace complying with the law would not be flying above any of the wind farms being considered at this inquiry, would they?
Not directly above those turbines at those levels.
Thank you. Can we agree as a matter of general principle that vectoring of aircraft increases workload on a controller?
Compared to what?
Compared to, for example, monitoring an aircraft flying the RNAV or PBN routes that we've discussed previously.
So you would think so. I'm going to say not necessarily, and I'm happy to explain why. Monitoring is a very different function. Human beings are not very good monitors, and therefore, from a human factors perspective, monitoring effectively actually required quite a lot of work. People have to force themselves, if you like, to scan and to double check things. Whereas vectoring, perhaps because they're more familiar with it, because it's used all the time, has a relatively low workload. And therefore, I think most controllers would be more comfortable with vectoring and would feel that the workload was less. And part of the reason I say that, without getting into too much sort of controller speak, but if you've got an aircraft on a heading, depending on the scenario, you know from experience that that heading is good for another 25 miles. So you can effectively stick it on the heading and it then becomes part of your scan and you don't have to do anything else. Whereas if it's flying the RNAV procedure, you would be checking, has it started descending where it was supposed to? What's its speed doing? Because when you're vectoring, you're often dictating speeds as well. You know, so it's a very different environment. So I wouldn't necessarily say that workload is automatically lower for RNAV approaches. An individual one, maybe, but for multiple approaches, no. And if you're mixing vectoring with RNAV approaches, your workload is not only higher, but it's because of the the human factors elements of having a different type of approach and therefore a different controlling style, for want of a better word. So I'm sorry that's a bit complex, but I think what I'm saying is correct.
No, I've got your evidence on that. Could I ask you please to have a look at CD 11.45, which is the airspace change proposal we looked at with Mr. Smith yesterday?
Yeah, 11:45. Yeah.
Yeah.
What paragraph did you say?
I didn't quite yet. I was just
Right.
waiting for you and the reporter to get
Okay.
those.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you about another part of your evidence in relation to the RNAV and the efficiency. I think during your examination chief you talked about.
Yeah.
So looking at page 7 of that document, well, actually, in fairness to you, you explained in your examination chief that there was a boring reason for putting this in place in the first place.
Yes.
But with allied to that boring reason, there are certain aims and objectives that the process sought to achieve. You accept that?
Yes. I don't think we dare call the future airspace strategy boring, Mr. McLeod. That would offend a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So the aims and objectives of the change are set out on page 7, and we touched on those yesterday with Mr. Smith briefly. But the third one down is increasing the efficiency of departure and arrival routes to Glasgow Prestwick.
Yeah.
And then that's expanded on, I think, at page 14 of the document.
Yeah.
If you look at paragraphs 32 and 33, the proposed changes will improve the efficiency of airspace. It is the CAA's view that the introduction of the RNAV procedures and technology is necessary in order to ensure the most efficient use of UK airspace. So that suggests that, contrary to what you were saying earlier, that in fact, this is the most efficient use of airspace.
So no. So I'm currently involved in 3 airspace changes under the airspace modernisation strategy, and those are big projects at Glasgow, Aberdeen, and Southampton. And we obviously have the CAA's aims and the Department for Transport's aims in mind. So there's a general move towards RNAV procedures because they are more efficient, and that is absolutely true. However, what's become apparent after working on those projects for 2 years is that the efficiencies are much more prevalent and guaranteed in the en route environment. So if I can quickly take you back to what I was saying earlier about aircraft navigating from beacon to beacon, it's much more efficient if they go in a straight line without kind of, almost zigzagging from beacon to beacon. And that's what the RNAV procedures do. They can also include turns and all the rest of it. So the RNAV procedures in the en route environment, the higher levels, are much more efficient than the current airspace structure allows. When it comes to airports, that's less true because it's not the same. The aims of the RNAV1 procedures are not the same. In en route airspace, I'm going to try and do this in a non-technical way, and it's not any offence to you. It's a really difficult topic, I assure you. And I do the typical controller thing when I start using my hands here, but the en route environment, if you're flying RNAV procedures, so this is high level, long distance, long stretches, the separation between each of those, for example, an RNAV1 procedure going east-west and another one climbing through that, at the moment, that would require controller intervention because on radar, you would have to ensure separation. So the controller would be working quite hard, and they might stop them off because they won't have enough space, and then they'll climb them. That's how air traffic works. But with RNAV procedures, these are prescribed laid down routes that are in the aircraft flight management system. And you can program in separations where you go, it doesn't matter what level they're at, even if they're crossing the same level, they're separated and the controller doesn't need to do anything. So you're increasing efficiency effectively by using the much more accurate capabilities of the aircraft. That doesn't work so much near airports. It does work with the departures, and that's why you find airports like Prestwick using the standard instrument departures a lot, because they're very efficient. The aircraft fly them themselves. They're generally separated from everything else. But the arrivals are very different. The arrivals, if you think about it, are trying to put all the aircraft in the same place. And unfortunately, they're trying to do it at the same time. And that's why controller intervention is actually the better way of doing it. So we could probably talk all day about this. In some circumstances, yes, it's better. In some circumstances, it's not. I guess to answer your question, the CA's view about the introduction of RNAV1 procedures and technology is the most efficient way to use UK airspace in general terms, but not specifically airports. And I hope that's reasonably fair.
I think I understand your answer, and your hand gestures were extremely helpful. Returning to page 7, just so that the reporters understand the context in which this was prepared. Do you accept that the decision on how the airspace around Prestwick is to be used has to take account of a variety of factors, including environmental and the impact that flights would have on communities?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yes, and that is what happened in 2016 when these routes were identified.
Yes, but bear in mind, these routes were replacing the conventional routes, which were only used 5–10% of the time. They were a direct replacement. They were not intended to change the way that Prestwick Airport operated on a day-to-day basis.
Well, let me put it a slightly different way. If Prestwick Airport intended to operate the airspace in its vicinity in any particular way on a regular basis, it would have to seek approval from the CAA through an airspace change proposal, would it?
If it was a change of published routes like these or standard instrument departures, yes. If it was a change of use that resulted in a significant change of routes over the ground, i.e., particularly with impact on noise below 7,000 feet, yes. But the airspace change process takes as its starting point the current environment and the current way in which airspace is used, i.e., what is the noise dispersal of traffic at the moment. And the noise dispersal of traffic at the moment is that produced in their daily way of working, which is vectoring aircraft. So, sorry, go on.
No, had you finished?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I was going to touch on just very briefly one point that I think we have looked at before with other witnesses. If you could have a look at the safeguarding checklist for CARET, which is CD 11.256, the safeguarding assessment logs, I think it's described as 11.256.
Yeah, I'm in now.
Great. And I wanted to look at page, well, we could start at page 29, perhaps. You got that?
Yeah.
So this is an arrivals heat map from July 2016,
yeah.
And picking up on what Mr. Wiley said a couple of days ago now, would you agree that the Carrick wind farm is just some way north of the I in Carrick, where Carrick is written in capitals?
I think that's correct. Yes, I can't really zoom in, but I will say yes.
Okay. So in 2016, what we can see is that around 1 to 2 flights per day, I think, were flying over that area. Is that correct?
It looks like it, yes.
And you may not be able to say with absolute certainty, but given what you see on the heat map, do you think that those flights were being controlled by Prestwick, i.e. would be in controlled airspace?
So I'm going to say I would imagine yes, because of the majority of the track fit the pattern of being vectored for the runway 30. But with no height information, normally on a heat map for airspace change purposes, you would have concentration of traffic, i.e. numbers of flights per day, but you would also have color coding for levels. So it's not possible to say from that, but I would hazard a guess that's probably inbound traffic to Prestwick, yes.
Yeah, fine. And then to fast forward to the week of the 25th of March, 2023, you can find that on page 31.
Yeah.
And slightly more difficult to see, but as a generality, would you say that the levels of traffic have gone up or down since 2016 in the vicinity of the Carrick wind farm?
Oh, that's a tricky one.
Well, actually, maybe put it more generally. As a generality, if you look at the two arrivals maps side by side, would you say that generally traffic levels have gone down across the board? Arrivals levels have gone down across the board?
Possibly, yeah. I'm just trying to check, Mr. McLeod, that this the map on page 28 says July. So is this for a whole month?
Sorry, which page are you on? On 28. So 28 is, I think, the arrivals and departures.
Yes.
I was really just looking at arrivals, which was on the next page.
I guess my question was, is how long is the sample period for the map for arrivals on page 28? It doesn't say a week. I'm not sure what the answer is to that.
No, it doesn't explain. It's your client, comes from your client's document. So
I would have to either check or have you check with. I mean, so I wasn't involved in this document at all. I don't know whether Ms. Kilpatrick was. I'm thinking probably not, but we can find out. I mean, I can find out for you, I'm sure.
I think it's a big point.
Sorry, it wasn't that's not your evidence.
No.
It's not a big point at all. Would you accept that this comes from the airspace change program itself?
It does, yes. I believe so, yes.
So it would have to contain sufficient evidence to satisfy the CAA. So it's a
lot of evidence, believe you me. If you look at the airspace change site, you will see there are hundreds of documents that have to be, because it's a public consultation. So clearly, everything that goes with that is significant.
Oh, indeed, important that the public's involved in the proper planning of flights in an area. So just generally speaking, I'm going to put it to you that we can see there has been that there are far fewer flights because the key is done on a per day basis.
Agreed. Yes, I get that, and it's so. But then again, one week you could argue it might have been a quiet week. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can agree if it helps move things on, but I'm not really sure what that actually means because it's not my evidence, and I'm not. Depends where you're going with it.
Focusing then on page 31 of the document, and that's the more up to date. So that is apparently a week,
Yeah.
the week of the 25th of March, and I don't know. Would you expect that that's been chosen as a representative week?
I would guess so, and I think my comment, just to, I want to labour the point, but this page splits departures and arrivals from each other, whereas the previous one had them mixed on the same map. So I'm not quite sure whether the flight per day ratio is comparable.
No, actually. So there are three maps from 2016. One is the arrivals and departures, which is on page 28.
Yeah.
The second one is the arrivals, which is on page 29, which I was hoping is maybe the one you were looking at. And then you can see the departures, which is on page 30.
Oh, I see what you mean, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, it does split them. Sorry. Yeah, right. So I was looking at the combined one. Okay.
I see. Okay.
I've got it. Okay. With the question.
In any of, sorry, it's been a fairly long, a fairly short question. Would you accept that what we're talking about here, based on a representative week in the not too distant past, is between 1 and 2 flights in the vicinity of the proposed Carrick wind farm, in controlled airspace, that is?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that appears to be correct from what I'm seeing in front of me. I think I can agree with that. I'm used to seeing traffic numbers presented in different ways for airspace change projects, so that's why I'm struggling with it slightly. But yeah, I think I agree with you.
Yeah. And then from a risk assessment perspective, we've talked about severity. When it comes to probability, we talked the other day about, we're actually talking about here, and what the main concern is two planes being in conflict with one another. If what we're seeing here is, generally speaking, controlled traffic, that will be separate from any flight in Class G airspace by dint of the fact it's in a different type of airspace.
Yeah, I agree with that, yes. And I don't think those, I suspect the flights that are shown in these maps are the traffic that's in controlled airspace only.
Yeah.
So I agree. Sorry.
As we know from Mr. Smith's logs, there's actually very little Class G airspace traffic in this area, isn't there?
It depends what you mean by very little. So it varies depending on weather and time of year. It varies on other activities. So very little is not a very meaningful term.
My apology. It's a lawyer for you. So Mr. Wiley's inquiry report, or the applicant's inquiry report, summarised the number of flights that had been taken from Mr. Smith's logs, and he had it at, well, in fact, you can have a look at it if you like. CD 11265, which we had a quick look at earlier on.
Yeah.
And it's paragraph 58.
Yeah.
He's got a table there which shows an average of about, well, an average of, the highest average per day is 2 per day in November, and that falls all the way down to 0.8 per day in May. So those are not, and again, I'm going to use it's not the lawyer speak, layman speak. Those are not very high numbers, are they, Mr.
And they're not very high numbers. They are over the winter period, and they are also
April and May aren't.
Well, they are in Scotland, surely.
Come on, I'll resist what I was about to say, but
Okay. So it's not.
the moment.
It's not summer. It's not summer. Yeah, I get your point. Yes, they are not high. You can't argue that. But I believe these are only aircraft that were logged by controllers when they could log them, and they were also the only aircraft that were logged when they were provided with a service. So I'm not going to seek to change those numbers. They are what they are. I don't believe that reduces the genuine assessment of risk. And I think you would also need to take into account the future. You're talking 25, 35 years lifespan of a wind farm. We all know that there's a massive change happening in UK airspace, and that is unmanned aerial vehicles. And it's a tsunami, if you like. It's all happening, and the aviation system and governance is a slow-moving beast, and that's why this is a massive potential risk that particularly in Class G airspace. So I just put down that as a marker. I'm not going to provide any stats except one, and that is that the UK Air Accident Investigation Branch reports 25% of their reports now involve UAVs, and 50% of their safety recommendations involve UAVs, and it's only just started. So I would use that as an argument for maintaining PSR coverage. Sorry, I'm making a bit of a point there, but I don't think it's come up yet, and I think it is relevant for future rather than today's environment.
Well, indeed, I don't think it has come up, and it's not really within the scope of what we're discussing here. I'll no doubt be accused of leading you towards that, but there is other evidence before the inquiry, and we can deal with that in submissions as appropriate. I'm not going to take you through that. I think the last point that I just wanted to pick up with you on is in your recognition, and it's in paragraph 28.
Yeah.
So you say clutter is not. Do you have that, man?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Paragraph 28, you say clutter is not the key issue. It is the loss of coverage caused by the implementation of clutter removal, which results in reduced PD above the wind farms.
Sorry, paragraph 28, did you say?
Yeah. Are you looking at your precognition or the inquiry report?
I'm looking at the precognition, but I'm just wondering, we did two, didn't we? I wonder if that's a different one.
This is the later one.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the later one.
I was working from a printout. If you give me the core doc ref, I'll get it.
11271.
271, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a very short point. You might not even need to bother looking at it.
Oh, I've got it here. In fact, one's been thrown at me as well. They're coming from all directions. They're like aircraft in Class G airspace. Right, clutter is not the key issue. I've got it.
No, it's not. It's the loss of coverage caused by the implementation of clutter removal, which results in reduced PD above the wind farms. And then you say further exacerbated by the shadowing effect.
Yeah.
Now, I just wondered, can you indicate where in the safety logs that we just looked at a moment or two ago in the context of where in the safety log shadowing is mentioned as a concern?
So I don't believe that it's specifically mentioned, and I can only surmise that either that's going to form part of another hazard will be added, or it might actually more relate to the fact that, in more general terms, I'm just trying to pick an example here. Hazard 2, presence of wind turbines results in volumes of airspace with no PD. That would include the shadow area.
So would I suppose, looked at a slightly different way.
Yeah.
Would would areas of shadow, in your view, would they be of operational concern?
They would be, but at the moment, clearly they are, the extent of those is theoretical. Indeed, much of this is theoretical. Clearly, the impact of a shadow area is generally low level, although it goes up, so it's not insignificant level-wise, but it's not like the black holes, which are from surface to space. You know, they're the whole extent vertically. So vertically, you could argue they are not as significant. However, in terms of scenarios where aircraft could be flying toward Prestwick below radar coverage, it would extend, if the shadow area were high enough, it would extend the lack of coverage within an area adjacent to the wind farm. So they're significant, but in a different way to the black holes.
Would it be important to understand how your radar was operating above that area of potential concern?
In a different way to that above the turbines, yes.
One would have to take that into account.
Yes, I think what I'm saying, if I can just go back to it, is that what I can say to you, the loss of coverage caused by the reduced PD above the wind farms, i.e. the black holes, is a more significant issue than that by shadowing. But at lower levels, shadowing would add to the doubts and to the impact of the turbines on PSR coverage. So it's significant, but in a different way to the black holes. So yeah, in an ideal world, I'd want to know what is the impact above the turbines. I would also want to know what is the impact in the shadow area, if there is one, beyond the turbines. The difference is the shadow area would change as the orientation of the turbines changed, as it tracked, as turned into wind, whereas as would the black holes in some way because of the orientation, but in a different way, if you see what I mean. So I think I would like to see them separately. From an operational impact perspective, I'd want to see those two areas separately because the effect is different on the operation, and I'd want to see them individually, so I've got that sort of granular look at the impacts.
Well, yeah, I'll maybe pick that up with another witness. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. I think, given the time, I think we'll have a short break now, and then we'll come back. We might have a couple of questions to ask you, so if you could just hold on after the break, and then Mr. Finlay can pick up again. So if we could break for 10 minutes now, that would be, well, till probably till 15:50. Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everybody back? Okay, Mr. Kirkland, we will carry on. Just a couple of questions from us. So, CD 11262, your expert report, and actually, I was just wanting to ask the question: are you concerned about the PD rate of 90% not being met? Does that cause you concern in terms of operational effects?
Yes, it does, because that is a kind of good marker for coverage. But it depends in the area in which you're saying it's 90%. You know, clearly we're focusing on, for operational impact purposes, we need to know the individual areas where it's below 90%, because that indicates a problem, as opposed to saying it's 90% over the complete 360 of the radar, which tells me nothing. So yes, I think the answer is yes, I am.
If it's less than 90% over the area of the wind farm,
Yeah,
that's causes.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think there's two things. One is the PD clearly needs you to look at it more closely, because that's an issue. But also the layout of the turbines might help with the modelling that we discussed earlier about loss of tracks. So it's a combination. It's not just the PD. It's also the geography and the spacing of the turbines, which modelling may indicate shows a particular problem, or not. Indeed, you know, modelling may actually say it's fine. So both those things.
Does that Swiss cheese model that you referred to in your inquiry report, does that relate in this situation where if PD is less than 90%, do you then have, you know, that's one of the holes, do you then have these other holes that capture the risk or reduce the risk as a result?
Yes, sort of. I think the you could regard the 90% as a barrier. I think that's probably a good sort of analogy. And I think you then, with the PD, it's a bit more specific though. If the PD and the modelling or the layout of the turbine says you're going to lose tracks, then that's a much more specific issue than just a sort of general coverage issue. So I guess it's a combination, but yes, I think that's a reasonable thing. I mean, I think the only thing I would say is that PSR is such a fundamental tool. It's the controller's eyes. If everything else fails, you need radio and you need radar, PSR, and PSR is the most basic. It's been around since the war. It's a bit more fancy now, but it's basically the same thing. That tells you so much information. So when you lose that, that's a big barrier to lose.
Okay, thank you. If you go to para 108 of your inquiry report,
yeah.
So you say here that Terma may be able to mitigate effects on the basis of the current turbine environment, and that further proliferation may prevent effective mitigation. See that towards the end of that paragraph. Can you explain that further? Is that further proliferation beyond the three proposals that we're talking about, or is it those three that you're talking about?
So I think this was under false tracks, track seduction and track jumping. I think what that was more about, and it's not really part so much of the inquiry, but I think what I was saying there is that if more turbines are built, you know, if there's another development, then the landscape changes and you have to reassess everything again. I think that was more about the, I guess, the capacity and the generation of false tracks and track seduction. So I'm not convinced that's such an important part of what this inquiry is after. But I think there I was referring to the three developments.
Slightly further on in para 133, you talk about, this is under the heading of cumulative impacts.
Yeah.
And it's kind of relevant to 132 and 133, but you're suggesting in 133 that the cumulative effects will result in increasing uncertainty for the radio controllers, but yes, would it not be the case that they would become accustomed to each new wind farm over time, as you've said in para 132, or is that not relevant under the new Terma optimized system?
That is a really good question, because controllers do become accustomed to the environment, and they do become accustomed to the coverage and of the radar and VHF. And indeed, it takes controllers, even if they're fully qualified, it would take them another 18 months to qualify at a new airport. They don't just walk in and do it. And it's partly because of this getting to know all the local stuff. And that's really important. So yes, you're right, they would. However, the problem with wind farms is it's not like terrain where you kind of go, that's not going to move. So basically, the impact of terrain might create a bit of a low-level coverage issue, but it's a known area. It doesn't really move. I suppose trees grow and it affects it a bit, but it's really tiny. Whereas with turbines, it depending on what direction they're turning in, that varies on a day-to-day basis, and of course you don't know. So coverage does vary. So that creates more uncertainty. Am I going to see aircraft or not? Am I going to get a call from an aircraft or not? So you're right. Yes, you would certainly be cognizant that it was an area of potentially reduced coverage or variable coverage.
And you think that the amount of variety in that is quite significant depending on the position of the turbine?
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it could be. Again, I wouldn't call it speculation. It's more a sort of scientific guess that how much is it impacting and what is the impact in certain days when the turbine is pointing in different directions. Again, maybe modelling, really detailed modelling could help, but I think there could be large variations, yeah.
And I think the final point is just a point of clarification. CD 11196, which is a table of operational impacts. You refer to that in your inquiry report. Is that your summary, or did somebody else prepare that?
So what was the document reference, ma'am?
CD 11196. So it's a sort of table that's got different blue views to it. And it's called Table of Operational Impacts. You referred to it in para 140 and 141.
So this is not my document, but I think this was compiled in a format for previous public inquiries. So I think this was a derivation of that. I could be wrong. I'm not sure who actually compiled this. And this was an attempt to try and sort of summarize what all the operational impacts were.
But you're comfortable with what it says?
Yes. I'm just quickly trying to read it. I think this was an airport document. Yeah. No, I think I am. I don't know whether this has been updated for this inquiry. I'd have to double check. But I think looking at it quickly, I'm pretty comfortable with it. Yeah.
That's fine. Maybe Mr. Finlay can just confirm that. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Finlay?
Well, I'll take instructions on who produced the document, but I won't do that at this stage. Just three quick questions in re-examination. Right at the start of cross-examination, you mentioned infill for Glasgow Airport at Kincardine.
Yeah.
The infill there, obviously we're dealing in a pre-terma world, as I understand it.
Yeah.
So the issue was clutter from Whiteley's wind farm, which is a significant size of wind farm. And as I understand it, Kincardine, a new radar was installed at Kincardine. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. And both of those radars, the Glasgow radar and the Kincardine, were sort of conventional PSRs. They weren't Terma type.
But the sighting of a Kincardine radar was to ensure that the Whiteley's wind farm was terrain screened, but then could provide coverage above the wind turbines.
That's correct, yes.
So that's an example of a new radar station being put in place to fill a gap caused in that sense by clutter on the airport's primary radar.
That's right. Yeah, effectively, you cut a hole in the Glasgow primary radar above the wind farm, directly above it, and then you fill it in with the coverage from the other radar, which can't see the turbines and therefore is clutter-free.
And that obviously there are a number of different ways of dealing with that particular issue, but that was the way that was dealt with there in Grateful. Only two other small points. One is, I think that Mr. McLeod asked you about Mr. Ingall's report, I think, which was CD 11265 at para 40. And the point was that the rules of the air mean that pilots shouldn't fly closer than 500 foot to an obstacle.
Yeah.
So if it's a wind farm, they've got to be at least 500 foot above the wind farm.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Does that prevent them flying over the wind farm at all?
No, you can fly over the wind farm as long as you comply with all the rules of the air.
Can I just make a point? I referred Mr. Kirkland to a second paragraph, which was about the horizontal separation between, or the vertical separation between a wind farm and a pilot flying in Class G in compliance with rules of the air. In paragraph 40, the report says, similarly, the rules of the air state that pilots flying VFR must avoid obstacles by a minimum of 500 feet horizontally. And in the paragraph above, yeah.
So it sounds to say there's a 500 foot no-go zone around a wind farm, whichever way you look at it, vertically or horizontally.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be both.
Yeah. But no, I'm grateful. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. But I don't think I need to ask a further question. The final issue was just whether shadowing had been taken into account in the risk assessment. At least that's as I understood it. If you can go to CD 11254, if you've got it there, it's page 10, second part under hazard number 7.
So yes, got it.
Fourth column, first bullet point, fourth line, just to confirm that shadow areas is a factor taken into account in that document.
Sorry, which hazard? What page were you on? Sorry, Mr. Finlay.
It's hazard 7, which I think is on page 10.
Yeah, got it.
Fourth column, first bullet point, fourth line.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's not a test of memory, but thank you. Those are all my questions, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirkland. That's
Thanks,
very
ma'am. Thank you.
So we'll pass on to Mr. Fido now, if he's available.
We can hopefully have a fairly swift change. If you don't want to have a break, we can try and set Mr. Fido up pretty well straight away.
That's 5 minutes, it's fine, just
5 minutes and then absolutely. Thank you very much.
Are you the expert?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
can
I'm
hear you.
just having problems getting my video to come over. So if you could just bear with me for a second, this kind of happened at the same time yesterday. So
I can hear you and see you. So
I can't get the screen on the right. That's it. That's it. Right, we're good. Sorry about that.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, just before we start, I'm going to refer Mr. Fido to Mr. Ingles's recognition, which is 11267. So people might want to get that out, as well as his recognition and report. You're John Douglas Fido, Principal Consultant at Osprey Consulting Services Limited. Is that correct, Mr. Fido?
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. You set out your background details and much, etc., in much greater detail in your report. I'm not going to take you to those. We're taking your recognition as read. The short number of matters to ask you about. First is the concept of term improvements. So if you go to Mr. Mr. Ingles's recognition 11267 at paragraph 4.
Yes, I have that.
He suggested by increasing the transmitted power, the radar range is extended, but PD within the current radar range is improved. Now, PD may be relevant for many things, but in terms of PD in respect of the issue we're concerned about, that is above a wind farm, will PD be improved by increasing transmitted power?
In the context of the black holes which are created over each of the turbines, no, it will have no effect at all.
Then the next one is the larger antenna will reduce the size of azimuth resolution cells to improve target resolution. Again, do you agree with that? And in any event, what would the impact be? Will it be material?
So it's partially true. There is a very slight improvement in the azimuth resolution of the new antenna. I've seen the specification. It's very small. Any difference, we're talking small amounts of difference, and it's unlikely to change the overall probability prediction that we're looking at.
And just so that I mean, Porter may well have picked this up anyway from your evidence, but the azimuth resolution cell it helps you define the area that is the black hole as we've been describing it.
Yes, the azimuth resolution cell combined with the range cells, yes.
True. And then second sentence of that second bullet point, over wind farms, this will improve discrimination between true aircraft and false target returns from wind turbines. This will improve PD performance. Now, I think we know already that you don't accept there's a linkage between the two in this instance, but perhaps you'd explain why or your position in respect of false target returns.
So false target return is a return which is something that has exceeded a detection threshold in the radar. And what Mr. Inglis, I think, is suggesting is that if you increase the power, you've got more returns going above that threshold, which would turn out to be false returns because they're not from real aircraft. And what that would do would mean that you're making discrimination between that and true aircraft more difficult because there's more false returns around. I think the principle here is that the point of term is to remove the false target returns from the clutter caused by wind turbines and not to generate more false target returns in this method. And the reason for that is because if you increase the false target returns around the wind turbines, it impedes the ability of the turbine to do what it does best. So it just seems a bit incredulous that you'd suggest that this is a good option, really.
And finally, he suggests that additional processing will enhance processing of the track targets. Is that going to make any difference to, well, first of all, is there any additional processing?
There's none in the term of the Prestwick Airport at this time. There's none in the upgrade that's going on at the moment. That's all about the range and the antenna and the extra power transmitters. There's no additional processing going into that one, and it doesn't change the ability of it to track targets. It doesn't change the probability of detection. It is just how much it can do within what it's got in terms of capability and power.
And then if we turn to Mr. Ingles's paragraph 16 and 17, he returns to the subject of FTR there. Is there anything there that causes you to change your view about FTR?
So what he's suggesting is that we haven't considered false target returns within the radar when it's being optimized. The whole purpose of optimizing any radar is to minimize false target returns and create a balance between the PD over the coverage area and false target returns. Now, within the CAP 670 and indeed the Eurocontrol specifications, they specify a minimum rate of false target returns that are allowed in the coverage volume, and the requirement for the radar is to be compliant with those regulations. So we have stated them, and in terms of what he's saying is that if we reduce the threshold again to increase the number of false target rates, we will improve the PD. What is actually happening is you're lowering the threshold to allow much smaller targets to appear above the threshold, which will then be detected, which is more akin to improved range than overall detection in the general sort of areas. The downside of it is it also then includes more noise and background returns and false target returns from things which aren't real aircraft, which create a much worse environment for the controller then to deal with. So again, it's optimized to give the best balance between the two in the first instance. By changing the threshold, you make matters worse and retrospective. But in terms of around the wind farm area, what you're then introducing is you're introducing potential false target returns within the wind farm environment, which is then going to impact the other processes that the Terma radar does, which is why they took those returns from the turbines away in the first place. And so it's counterintuitive, and it would be a negative performance if you did that in that case.
Have you seen anywhere that Terma might have suggested such an approach to life?
No, their whole point is to remove as much of those false target returns they can. And in fact, in the commissioning of the Terma radar at Newcastle Airport, on one of the particular wind farms, they had some ground clutter levels that were generated within the wind farm and between the turbines, and they had to create black holes to cover those up because they're impacting on the tracking ability of the radar to do what it does best. And it in essence created some more black holes other than just around the turbines. So if you do this, you're generating more black holes effectively, and effectively reducing the PD further is the potential impact if that happens.
Thank you. Can I move away from Mr. Ingles's recognition to your report, which is CD 11259, and to paragraph 47, and your figure 6. And paragraph 47 sets out a scenario of which there could be, is just one scenario out of many. But so let's take that as read. Can you talk us through what figure 6 is showing us? And I should have perhaps alluded to this at the outset of your evidence. There is email correspondence to say the CD references here are wrong, and you've also by CD and letter corrected errata in your report. And my apologies, ma'am, I should have dealt with that. Actually, I don't think that has a CD number, but as far as you're aware, taking those matters into account, is your report now accurate?
Yes, it is, yes.
So if we look at figure 6, can you just, you've obviously, how many wind, on the track that's showing there, how many wind turbines is the plane, the aircraft transiting?
In that particular case, there's only 2 wind turbines which are having the impact that I've demonstrated in that particular model.
And this looks as it's taken from a particular wind farm. Which wind farm was it?
If I remember correctly, I think it's Nocturnal.
But would it make any difference if you can illustrate it by just a plane flying over 2 turbines in a straight line? Would it make any difference whether it was Carrick or Craig and Moddy?
No, if the model and the path and the turbines were in a similar situation, it wouldn't make any difference.
And how many tracks are being dropped in the line that you're showing there?
So what we've lost is we've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tracks missing out of that run. Would it help if I explain the sequence?
Yes, but I think that might just so that if you could do that, yes, please.
Yeah. So to the left-hand side of the diagram, there's a picture of an icon of a helicopter of all things. It's not intentional. It was just something to symbolise it was an air vehicle, and it's labelled as T0 seconds, which is just taking a time and instance and saying we're starting from here, and we set the clock running. Now the following aircraft icons that are shown following from left to right are spaced equally based on an aircraft that might be travelling at 180 nautical miles an hour, and the update rate of the radar, which in the case of Terma is 4 seconds. That means that the antenna is spinning around at 15 RPM, and it will appear in this location every 4 seconds. So that distance between T0 seconds and T plus 4 is the distance that aircraft would have travelled at 180 knots in 4 seconds. And at T.4, what we've represented in the model is at that point, the radar detection of the aircraft coincides with the black hole of that particular turbine, which is shown there in the red ellipsoid. And at that point, the Terma radar would say, I haven't got detection because it's in the black hole. And it would not output a plot from the radar to the tracker. But what it would do, it would hold that information inside the radar, thinking that the next update it might reappear again, because that's the nature of trackers, to predict where it's going, and then look for it on the next update to see if it's still there. But it wouldn't publish that from the radar, it would hold that inside of it. And then at T plus 8 seconds, that's the next 4 second update to the radar. And again, the aircraft is in the black hole of the wind turbine, and the radar wouldn't see it. And again, the tracker would say, oh, I didn't get anything that time. I won't put anything out either. And if the track is configured for however many updates to drop a track, after this point, it would then say, at the next update, I will either drop it or re-establish it. And at the next update, there was nothing at T plus 12, and then at T plus 16, there is no track. So there's no detection. And again, in T20, it's still over a black hole of the second turbine. And at T24, it's still over the black hole. And so there's no detections at that point. Then at point T plus 28 seconds, we can see that the aircraft has come out of the black hole and is into airspace which is not affected by the wind turbine. And the radar says, oh, I can see a target now. So it'll take that and hold it internally and wait for the next update to see if there's a track trying to form. And at T32 would be the second detection. And it would say, yes, it looks like I'm getting a track. And I'll look at the next one, T36, and it said, yes, I have. And then at the next output, it would output a track. And that last point of when it outputs it, whether it's on 3 updates or other, is depending on how the tracker's configured in the Terma radar. And depending on the environment that it's trying to work in, it's generally 3 updates and an output. But it could be as many as 4 or 5. It could be as few as 2, depending on the environment. But general in principle it's 3. And so overall, what we're trying to say there is that this is the effect that the applicants have called the long gap assessment, which this is what we see as a long gap. So the aircraft on the left-hand side would have been visible at one point, then it would disappear for that long period of time. And we calculated that to be a distance of 1.95 nautical miles over a period of 40 seconds, which is a considerable amount of time in terms of radar information. But the point is, at the point of T40, if this wasn't observed going in there in the first place, and it appears at T40, that would be classed as a pop-up, if you like. It's just suddenly appeared on the radar screen. That in itself might not be an issue, but it all depends if there's something else in the proximity of it. And that is the basis of the risk assessment, that there might be something in the proximity of it. And if that happens, that's when something might need to be done. And again, there's... Sorry, go on.
So I don't wish to interrupt you unduly, but then that's where the impact of this is then, and what may need to be done and what steps can be taken and the extent to which that will reduce the risk is all dealt with within the hazard matrix and table which accompanies it, which we've been looking at extensively this afternoon and today, 11254.
Yes, indeed.
Just say that there's no suggestion of misrepresenting this. Obviously, for this scenario to occur, the plane needs to be flying in a particular direction at a particular speed, and the wind turbines need to be pointing in a particular direction at a particular time. If that plane flew the same course, but the wind was coming from a 90-degree different direction, the ellipsoids would appear quite differently.
No, that's not quite true. I'm sorry to say. The ellipsoid tends to be...
be corrected.
The ellipsoids will be more or less the same as this to the radar, because that's the azimuth beam width as it rotates around it. The moving of the blades just changes the level of power that's returned from the turbine and the effects that come from the turbine blade when it's rotating. And it will be within this ellipsoid, which is why it's set to the size it is, because it ensures that whichever position that wind turbine is that it won't break out of that, if you like, and create a return when it shouldn't do. So the idea is to remove any possibility of any returns coming from the turbine, regardless of which position it's in.
Grateful. Thank you very much. Those were all the, given the way matters have developed today, those were all the questions I wanted to ask you at this stage. I'm sure Mr. Hardy and Mr. McLeod, if we get to him, will have some many more questions for you.
Thank you. So I think it would be worth starting cross-examination now. Or is Mr. Hardy happy to do that? Perhaps for half an hour? Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Hardy, you're on mute.
Yes, so not going to finish, but we can certainly do half an hour and finish, and then I can pick it up on Friday, or alternatively, we hold the questioning together and we do it in one lot. Look, that's clearly preferable. If you split questioning from an advocate, that is not a great idea, but we've got half an hour.
Yeah, I think the concern is that we need to make sure we've got enough time on Friday.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just check what the other parties think. Mr. McLeod, would you be happy that we start now?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. Mr. Finlay, are you okay with that?
Yes, we are.
Right. Okay. Right, Mr. Hardy. Thank you. If you don't mind, we'll just push on and finish by 5 o'clock. I think
exactly. That's fine. I want to draw a line because I have got another commitment at 5:15. I need to get there as well. Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Fider, let's start with the letter, if we may, which was sent on the 8th of December of 2023 to the CAA. So that is CD 11224.
Yes, I have that open down, Mr. Harding.
Thank you very much. So this is a letter that's been written to Mr. Kirkhope, Principal Inspector, and we've heard about this letter as being the kind of chaser after the meetings of the 12th of September and the 10th of November meetings, which were held via Teams, and a number of matters that are picked up, the context, the aviation issues for the inquiries and so on. Paragraph 24 is a particular interest, and it's under the subheading of probability of detection. So just to introduce the point, paragraph 19, as you're aware, the methodology adopted to date includes a buffer zone around the boundary of the proposed development. And then paragraph 20, the airport understands this originated from instructions given to Terma the first time it supplied one of its radars in the UK. And we'll come back to that point. But under this subheading, paragraph 24, the advice which the airport is receiving from its radar expert is that in this scenario, only the area of the wind farm should be taken into account in the PD calculation. Now, can I just clarify that that is you?
That is correct.
So from that, this issue, so buffer zones change, and we'll come on to the degree of that change. This is really your bag, isn't it? You're the person that's identified this, and the advice that, or the course that the airport is now taking is based on your view of it.
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Is that solely on your view? Is there anybody else that's originating this, or is this, we can take it from our notes that you are the point of contact that has sought to change the airport's view of it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. You appeared at the Sanka 2 inquiry, and a couple of documents that I'd like to go to next. And that is CD 830, so that's the report for Sanka 2. Do you have it?
Yeah, it's just opening just now. Yeah, I have it open now.
So chapter 4, internal page 66. That's where aviation, radar and systems are dealt with.
Yes.
And the way this is set out, we've got the applicant's case, first of all, so that starts paragraph 4.1. And so PD, we can see, is dealt with by, this is a summary of Mr. Parkinson's case, but paragraph 4.9 onwards, we can see reference to the 90% PD again in 411. So that's a summary of what he'd got to say. Then the airport's case is summarised underneath paragraph 418. And you can see your reference there.
Yeah.
And we get the reporter's conclusions then at 434 onwards.
Yes.
And actually 434, just pick up a point there. There's no doubt nor any dispute between the parties that safety in the area is paramount. That's the case there, and it's the case, that's the case here. Over the page, impacts on the Terma primary surveillance radar. 444.
Do you have a question, Mr. Hardy?
I do.
What's the question?
Coming to that well, in just a second, just to key the question into this. So 444 and 445. So it's already been clarified the airport's objection that relate to a safety case, whilst the airport's evidence is sought to indicate there can't be certainty on what percentage of probability of detection would ultimately be achieved. If there's a fundamental concern that at least 90% probability of detection was at risk not being met, the airport's case would surely be framed as a matter of safety. In this context, the evidence of Mr. Fido for the airport was rather striking, where his inquiry report reached a finding that in a worst case scenario, the development would result in a probability of detection of 78.4%. In reaching that finding, Mr. Fido was not applied the same parameters as those used by Terma for making his calculation. The airport itself has employed the Terma approach to calculating the PD as part of the safety cases required in respect of other wind farms, which is in turn being accepted by the CAA. So that's an accurate summary, isn't it? Will you agree of the evidence that you gave? We've got your.
Is at that point, yes, that's correct.
We've got your report. So that's the submitted document yesterday. I don't know whether you've got your report to the Sanka 2 inquiry.
Was this referring to paragraph 1.6.8?
It's 1.6, section 1.6.8.
Yeah.
And yeah.
What was the CD reference of Mr. Fido's Sanka report? Just
That
so
is the one that was submitted on Monday evening. I'm not sure it's of the CD reference. It was put in on Monday night, I think.
So,
Which time? That it may have come through by email.
Yes, I circulated it by email.
So that doesn't have a CD reference yet.
No, perhaps ought to do.
Okay.
Maybe CD 1904, 19004.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Finlay? Sorry.
Yes, 19004.
That's okay. I've got it another way. Thank you.
Okay, you've got that.
Yep.
Mr. Fido?
Yeah.
So 1.6.8, calculating the area of impacted airspace due to the Sanka 2 wind farm. Got over the page, you can see the diagram. And then under little 7, calculating the area of land occupied by these 12 turbines, approximately allowing the resolution dimensions buffer, 9 million square meters. And then we get to the summary of this reduction probability calculation. So 1.6.9. Do you have that?
Yep.
Case that was put was that your calculation, my calculation, it's number 2, indicates the impact on the Terma radar on the immediate vicinity of the turbine, or in other words, the area where cluster force tracks would appear outside of this Terma will operate as expected, notwithstanding the shadow effect. So the point that you're making here was being made at Sanka 2, wasn't it?
Yes, this was at Sanka 2, yes.
Yep. And then over the page, the difference between Mr. Parkinson and yourself, the applicant's calculations calculate the area of the entire wind farm, even though they don't impact the radar. This results in a much larger area, results in a perceived lesser impact. The applicant's calculations and the Terma reduction calculation also include a significant buffer zone around the entire wind farm of 3 nautical miles. And again, this is again not limited to only those turbines that are in RLOS, area where the turbines are not impacted. So the case that was being made at Sanka, exactly the same. Distinction between Mr. Parkinson and what was termed the Terma reduction calculation and what you thought ought to be the case. That's what you're setting out in those paragraphs, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And the term of reduction calculation in reference there is the calculation, not of the term radar, not the term of the company, if you like.
Yes, we'll come back to what Terma have or haven't done in a while. Number 5 then, if this was a singular wind farm, then this approach could be seen as reasonable. So at Sanka 2, use of a significant buffer zone around the entire wind farm was seen by you as a reasonable approach, wasn't it? That's what you set out in that subparagraph 5.
No, that's not exactly what I was saying. I think what I was saying was that it could, if you looked at it as a reasonable approach, it would give you the indications that they give you. I wasn't suggesting that it was a reasonable approach. I was saying if you did that as a reasonable approach, those were the results, which would differ from mine, of course.
Sorry, I don't understand that. So let's just look at number 5. So if this was a singular wind farm, then this approach could be seen as reasonable. But what you go on to say, due to the proximity of other wind farms, either now or in the future, the 3 nautical mile buffer zone is deteriorating rapidly. So the direct impact from the term radar becomes more relevant. So that's a cumulative point, isn't it? Or a multiple wind farm point. What you were saying in that case, seems to me in that sentence, in the first sentence, is that if you've got a single wind farm, use of a buffer zone is reasonable.
It does read that way, yes. But
that's what it says, isn't it?
Yes, but that wasn't the intention of where I was going with that.
All right.
The intention was to indicate that it gives you a one result based on that, looking at it as a reasonable result. But in fact, when you consider it in the whole, it fails to become a reasonable approach.
I've been through your report. Obviously, it was at Sanka 2. Did you ever explain that?
It may not.
Did you ever say that in relation to a singular wind farm, where you indicated, I put to you an interpretation of that phrase, did you ever indicate to that inquiry something different?
It may not have come across that well, no.
May not have come across. Okay. Calculation number 6 presented here provides for the worst case scenario and does not account for the probability of aircraft passing over the wind farm. And then paragraph 8, impact to ATC will be greater again because of the need to avert collateral force tracks by 3 nautical miles. 3 nautical miles all around the perimeter of the visible wind farms that for Sanka 2 would be in an area of excess of 112,000 kilometres squared. What I'm interested in is that's what you said at Sanka 2. The decision for Sanka 2 came out the 31st of August 23. You aware of that?
Yep.
And the reporter in paragraph 4.45 rejected your approach to drawing a tighter line around wind farm area or not using a buffer zone in cases of cumulative situations, didn't he? So paragraph 445, he didn't accept your evidence on this point.
It does seem that he doesn't, yes.
Were you listening to the cross-examination this morning of Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I was.
I mean, if I can avoid going to documents again, then I will. But if you want to, just say there was reference to the evidence to the committee that was given by Mr. Ian Porgy. And in that, there was reference to new evidence that was going to be given to this inquiry. Do you recall that? That in the report and that line of questions?
I do recall that, yes.
And what Mr. Thompson had to say was he wasn't aware of any new evidence, but he thought new evidence simply meant the evidence that was being presented to this inquiry was reference to a second inquiry, which I think he thought was Error Gale. But it doesn't matter whether it's 1 or 2 inquiries. The focus of my question is on new evidence. Is that your understanding as well? That it just refers to the evidence that's being presented to this inquiry?
Really struggling to comment because I've got no awareness of that particular report or that particular conversation between those people that's reported in that minute.
Okay.
I have no understanding of what the implication of new evidence means in that context.
Are you aware, let me put it, so it was in your personal knowledge, are you aware of any new evidence, anything that's going to make a material difference, is going to change the game that might be referred to there? In your field, are you aware of anything?
From my perspective, the position of calculating the PD over a wind farm hasn't changed. The difference is with the time and experience that we've had, we've understood it a little bit better and refined that process a little bit to make it as more accurate and representative as we can in terms of a modelling view, and also in the mind that by doing what we do, we give the best opportunity to allow wind farms and the radar to work together wherever it's possible.
Yeah.
And that was the intention of doing what we've done, to show that it is the exact area of the wind farm where the turbines exist that cause the problem. The areas outside the wind farm do not impact the radar. And
yes.
We can see that in many cases that's been referred to within this requirement, and indeed in Sanka too.
That's restating your case. It's not really the point of my questions. So the timeline was that Sanka 2 came out on the 31st of August. And we know from Mr. Thompson that the slide deck and the meeting in September was arranged as a result of the Sanka 2 decision. That's what he told us this morning. So your evidence in relation to not using buffer zones had been rejected by the reporter, ultimately by the ministers at Sanka 2. And within a fortnight, you're having a meeting with the CAA. What is it that is different? Or what is it that would make a difference in this case to the rejection of the case that you'd already run at Sanka and the airport decided not to challenge?
So the only difference is based on the decision whether a buffer zone is relevant or not. And in my opinion, and as the expert in how the radar works, and with the information provided by Terma, is that buffer zone has no meaning at all in the context that it's being implied at Prestwick Airport.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that answer, because what I'm interested in what's changed. That's not changed. What you're doing, you've persisted in your view. So this was run at Sanka. The same point was run, and the reporters didn't accept that, didn't choose to go with that evidence. That wasn't challenged. So you are running the same case here. What I'm interested in is what has potentially changed. What is different? Why is there? You can repeat the same points, but what is it that you are saying that's different, or what evidence is there that is different for these reporters that would justify coming to a different view?
There's no difference in my evidence. My position hasn't changed, and the position of the airport hasn't changed. The fact that the reporter in the previous one found a different conclusion doesn't change our position and doesn't change our modelling of the impact of turbines. The only real material difference in here is the greater potential for cumulative impacts from other wind farms.
Yeah. In terms of the actual underlying prediction of methodology point, what I think you're saying is you're just having another go. So you haven't changed your mind. You must have been pretty put out by the fact that your evidence wasn't accepted. You're just having another go in front of these reporters. Is that it?
No, I'm not put out by their decision. Their decision is their decision. There's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is present my evidence as factual evidence that it is based on my knowledge and experience of the radar and as a radar engineer. If those are the facts of how radar works, those are the end results of how that radar works, and that is fact. And
of course. And
then in fact, Colin Bivvy also agreed with that. And the fact that somebody else has disagreed with it, well, that's their opinion, not mine.
Right. What I'm interested in, just in this run of questions, and this is for submissions, is whether there is anything different for these reporters to come to base a different decision on. And what I've heard,
I think you got your answer to that question.
Well, if you're content, as long as that's recorded, yes, fine. then I can move on to the.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the origins then, Mr. Fido, of the use of the buffer zone. And to do that, we'll need to go to the Terma modeling document, which is at CD 11.60.
Okay, I have that document.
So this is the modeling for Afton and DeSalek, and dates back to 2015. And you can see the predicted performance. So it's section 6, and it's internal page 13 of 21.
Sorry, what was the paragraph reference again?
So it's section 6.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah,
Predicted performance.
yeah.
And you can see a number of technical things, distance using calculation in the table. And then underneath figure 9, you can see the wind farm volume is given in REQ, and that 82011A of open square brackets 1. And then as the agglomeration of circles in azimuth with a diameter of 5 nautical miles around each turbine. Now that REC document is not before the inquiry, but that's a document that emanated from GPA, isn't it? Or do you know?
Sorry, what was the reference for the document again?
So it's
Okay.
in section 6. It's under the drawing. You can see the wind farm volume is given, and then in bold it says REC, and then 82011A.
Yeah, that was a requirement in the procurement exercise.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. That procurement document is not before this inquiry. Were you involved with that procurement?
I was, yes.
Yeah. That set out, didn't it, the 2.5 radius, or the 5 nautical mile buffer zone that was used by Terma. That's the reference that we've got.
Yes, that's what they've used in this document. Yes.
But that's not a Terma. That's not a Terma originated buffer. That came from the airport.
Yes,
you told them,
yeah.
And by that, if you were involved, that must including you told Terma, didn't you, to use 2.5 radius buffer?
So the context of that buffer in that procurement was the lack of understanding at the time of any radar mitigation capabilities that were available on the market, of which there were several claimed but none proven at that point. And the purpose of the requirement in that particular document was to cover the potential of a radar infill solution, which would require 2 radars to be stitched together. And so we asked them to give us their performance of the radar over that volume to give us an indication of what the radar might be capable of achieving. But that does not equate to what has now become procured and what is now operating environment, and it does not equate to how the Terma radar works.
I'm not sure that's right.
It was now set for a particular task to consider whether it was going to be a radar inflow or not.
Well, I'm not sure that's right. We'll look at the documents now, Mr. Fido. So could we go to your original report? I think that's at CD 11081.
Or 1181.
11.081. Paragraph 202.
Sorry, just a moment.
Electronic page, is that, Mr. Hardy?
I'm afraid I'm operating from paper on this.
What was the paragraph again then?
202.
202. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Do you have that, Mr. Fido?
So I have a CDO 11.81.
11.081, paragraph 202.
It's 11.81.
11.081.
I haven't got a 81.
That's your original expert report from the
Yes.
19th of May 2023.
Yes.
Respect it, it's not, 1181 is the second report from 7th July 2023.
Correct. That's it.
So there are 3 reports from Mr. Fido in total, one from April or May 2023, one from July and one from this year.
That's correct.
Yes, so as I go through the CDO 11 list, I get to CDO 11.81, starting from 1, which is updated expert report from Craig and Moddy and Carrick. Is that the one that we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I have that. That's
Paragraph
updated-
200, paragraph
yeah,
202.
July 23. That's the right report, yeah.
Yeah, paragraph 202. You see that?
Nearly there. 202.
Therma currently uses an area defined by an agglomeration of circles with a radius of 2.5 nautical miles around each wind turbine within the wind farm. This creates a very large area and doesn't truly represent the impact on the Terma radar. That point, and it follows on from the previous one about procurement, that is not a Terma defined area, is it? That was an area defined by the airport itself and by on the basis of what you said.
These are 2 very different times in the program of the project. This is what they're applying now, and it's not relevant to that. That was what was asked for in the first instance to get the original performance. This is what we're looking at now to find out what's happening in the real world.
Okay, let's look at.
There's a subtle timeline difference with it.
Okay, let's look at. Well, that's what I'm exploring. So let's have a look at CD 11028. That's your original precognition. Paragraph 46.
Yes.
So paragraph 10.4, placing a 5 nautical miles circle around a wind turbine creates an area that's significantly larger. Well, I'll let you, it's a reasonably long paragraph. The bit I'm particularly interested in is the last sentence. Note the use of the 5 nautical mile buffer came from a requirement for a radar infill solution and is not applicable to the use as a standalone radar. You see that?
Yes.
The WFRMS procurement for Terma was not based on an infill solution, was it?
At the time of the procurement, we didn't know what the solution would be. So the requirements covered all options, which included infill, radars which would do the job without requiring any other help, or even radars that were partially developed.
Right.
Because the options were not known at that time by the industry or anybody else, and everything was in the state of development and promises from manufacturers which hadn't been achieved at that point in time. And this is a considerable number of years ago where mitigation technology was very immature and not very robust. The situation today is that we have more robust solutions like the Terma radar.
Yeah,
it's better, and it is now the residue of the development that leaves us in the situation where we are today.
Yeah, it's an important point though, chasing this through, because see, that precognition isn't from ages ago. It was written for this inquiry. And what's said there is that the 5 nautical mile buffer came from a requirement for radar infill solution. That isn't right, is it?
No, that's exactly what it came in for.
Procurement wasn't based on an infill solution. What you said seemed to be saying was it covered both bases. That's That's the position.
That's exactly the position. The procurement was it could be an infill or it could be a standalone radar, depending on what technology was available at the time, which would meet most of the requirements. We didn't know what the solution would be. We had no idea what might be acceptable and able to procure at the time. And out of that came Terma, which claimed that they didn't need an infill, they could do it all by themselves. And as a result of doing it all by themselves, the processes that they adopt within the Terma radar creates these black holes that we have now, and they are not impacted outside of the wind farm area. And the need for that buffer zone is no longer a requirement.
Yeah, last document before we break, 11269, that's your updated recognition. So 11.269. Paragraph 26 and paragraph 29, I'm interested in two paragraphs.
Just catch up.
Yeah.
Two, 6, 9.
So 11.269.
Yeah.
Paragraph 26, first of all.
Yes.
Comment fails to take into account that regardless of whether the radar is being used as infill, the impacted WFA is the same. Buffer area for a radar infill required for the seamless integration of two sources of radar data and does not define the WFA. And then paragraph 29, bullet 1, basis of the calculation based on the radar technical specifications provided by Terma, definition referred to in the context of infill does apply to the impacted radar in the same way. Both of those statements are saying that assessing the PD of Terma in the vicinity of a wind farm is the same whether it's used as an infill or a standalone solution, don't they?
That's exactly what it says. And the point that was being made is that if you're looking at the impact of the wind turbine on the Terma radar, the impact on it as a standalone radar is set by the area that we've defined in the methodology. If you use the Terma radar as an infill to another radar, the impacted area of the turbines is exactly the same, regardless of the buffer zone that you need to put around it for the other systems to integrate the two radars together, which is for a different purpose, and not to change the PD of the radar calculation. The PD of the radar calculation still has to be understood, because if the target is flying through that wind farm, it's that impact which is the problem, not the area in the buffer zone, which is the problem, because that's doing something completely different. The buffer area needs to have good PD and that's where there's no impact, to make sure that when they are stitched together, they don't have any other adverse effects that might occur. But the area of calculated impact by the wind farm is exactly the same, and it is the immediate area around the polygons that we defined by the result of the Terma technical specifications that say what those areas are.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. We'll pick that up on Friday. It's 1 minute past 5 now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. That's kind of you to stop there. I think that we've covered a lot of ground there that's been useful to carry on and start the cross-examination. So in terms of next steps, we will have to start on Friday, and I've been doing a little calculation. I think realistically we've still got quite a bit to get through on Friday, so I would be happier starting at 9 o'clock if the other parties are happy with that.
Yes, ma'am. It would be useful to know from Mr. Hardy and Mr. McLeod their updated estimates for cross-examination for the two witnesses. That would surely assist you in your planning.
So I suspect between an hour and an hour and a quarter for Mr. Fido, and then for Miss Kilpatrick that has gone up. So that will be between 45 minutes and an hour.
Mr. McLeod?
I'm having an issue with my camera, but can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yeah.
Grand. So similar position to before, in that if Mr. Hardy asks questions of witnesses that I have planned, then I won't ask them. Realistically, at least half an hour for Mr. Fido, probably less for Mr. Patrick.
Okay, that's helpful. And re-examination, difficult to say at this point, I imagine, but it does look like we've got quite a lot to get through in the morning.
Yeah, there's nothing so far for re-examination, but
Who knows? So in terms of the time for starting the conditions hearing, I mean, there are quite a few things on the agenda. I think we should perhaps go for 2 p.m. And that hopefully will cover everything. We may need to go right through till 5, but as long as everybody's available for that. Obviously, we don't know the council's position, but hopefully that's okay for them too. And that would hopefully give us a little break in the middle. Okay, so unless anybody has any objections, we'll go for those timings, which are 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. on Friday, and we'll communicate that separately, probably early on tomorrow.
Super, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for all your time over the last 3 days. You'll have a little bit of respite tomorrow, and then we'll see most of you again on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.